Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Monroe. The Honda's engine ticks as it cools, snowflakes melting against the warm hood. I pop the trunk and lean in, arms already aching from the anticipation of hauling 3 bags of groceries up 4 flights of stairs. The flakes dust my curls, cold pinpricks against my scalp. Should have ordered delivery like a normal person, I mutter, hefting the heaviest bag first. The paper crinkles as I balance it against my hip. My boots find the sidewalk just as a gust of wind sends snow swirling. The grocery bag shifts, and I grab for it with my free hand while trying to slam the trunk shut with my elbow. Physics wins. My feet slide sideways on a patch of black ice I didn't see coming. Oh, hell! My butt hits the pavement with a wet thud. The bag explodes on impact, sending canned tomatoes rolling toward the storm drain, and my carefully selected organic spinach scattering like confetti across the snow. Fantastic. Just fantastic. I push myself up, brushing slush from my leggings. The cold seeps through the fabric immediately. This is what I get for thinking I could adult today. I scramble to collect the escaped groceries, shoving them back into what's left of the soggy paper bag. A can of coconut milk has rolled under a parked car. I drop to my knees, reaching for it, snow soaking through my jeans. Come here, you little. Got you. Standing again, I juggle the reconstructed bag while grabbing the other 2 from the trunk. My purse strap catches on the car door, and I hear the telltale thunk of my phone hitting the bottom of the bag. Probably dead anyway since I forgot to charge it last night. The apartment building rises before me, all glass and steel and architectural ambition. It's the kind of place that screams, young professional with excellent credit, which technically describes me now, even if I still feel like I'm playing dress-up in someone else's life. Mom's voice echoes in my head from our last video call. Baby, you earned this. Stop acting like you don't belong. But standing here with grocery debris clinging to my oversized sweater and slush in my shoes, I'm not entirely convinced she's right. I scurry toward the glass doors, my grocery bags threatening to spill their contents again with each hurried step. The warmth from the lobby beckons like salvation. Evening, Miss Evans. Marcus holds the door wide, his weathered face creasing into a grin. You look like you've been wrestling with Mother Nature out there. Wrestling implies I put up a decent fight. I shuffle past him, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the marble floor. Pretty sure she pinned me in the first round. His laugh rumbles through the lobby. Have you turned into a popsicle yet? I was starting to think I'd need to send out a search party. Not quite frozen solid, but give me another 5 minutes and you could have used me as an ice sculpture. I shift the bags, trying to redistribute their weight. Very avant-garde. Call it woman defeated by basic winter weather. The forecast says it's supposed to get worse tonight. Marcus moves behind his desk, shaking his head. You're smart for hitting the grocery store before it gets too bad. Most folks around here would just order everything delivered and pretend snow doesn't exist. Yeah, well, I'm still learning how to be bougie properly. I brush melted snow from my sweater. Old habits die hard. Back home, if you didn't shop before a storm, you ate whatever was in the pantry until the roads cleared. Atlanta girl, right? Your mama raised you with some sense. The elevator dings behind me, its golden doors sliding open with mechanical precision. Speaking of scents, I should probably get these groceries upstairs before. I spin toward the sound, my wet boots squeaking against the floor. Wait, hold the door. I bolt across the lobby, bags bouncing against my sides. The person inside doesn't move, doesn't even glance up from their phone. Seriously? Hold the doors begin their inexorable slide closed. I lunge forward, jamming my boot between the brushed steel panels just before they meet. The elevator shudders, then grudgingly reopens with a mechanical sigh. Thank you for that overwhelming display of human kindness, I pant, stepping inside. The man occupying the far corner finally looks up from his phone, and my irritation stalls mid-breath. Gray-blue eyes meet mine with the kind of intensity that suggests he's been calculating the exact trajectory of my entrance. His hair catches the elevator's soft lighting. Dirty blonde, styled in that effortless way that probably requires 3 different products and a degree in architectural precision. He leans against the back wall, with one hand buried in the pocket of his charcoal wool coat, the other holding what appears to be a phone worth more than my monthly rent. The coat hangs open, revealing a black turtleneck stretched across shoulders that suggests he doesn't spend all his time behind a desk. His jaw cuts a sharp line, and there's something about the way he stands, completely still, completely controlled, that makes the elevator feel smaller. You're dripping, he says. Graham Steele. Of course it's him. My neighbor from 4B, the human embodiment of a business card. I've lived across the hall from this man for 8 months, and our conversations could fill a Post-it note. He's all tailored efficiency and calculated silences, the kind of guy who probably schedules his bathroom breaks and color codes his sock drawer. I watch him scroll through what's undoubtedly some earth-shattering email about quarterly projections or hostile takeovers. His thumb moves with surgical precision across the screen. Everything about him screams control, from the way his coat hangs without a single wrinkle to how he stands perfectly centered in the elevator corner, like he's positioned himself for optimal feng shui. Never smiles. Never says hello when we pass in the hallway. Last month, a package showed up at my door with his name on it. Some expensive-looking tech gadget that probably cost more than my car payment. I walked it over, knocked on his door, handed it to him with a friendly, "This was delivered to my place by mistake," and got a curt nod in return. Not even a thank you. Just that calculating stare and a door closing in my face. The man treats basic human interaction like it might give him hives. Nice weather for being alone, I mutter, shifting my soggy grocery bags. He doesn't even glance up from his phone. The blue light reflects off his sharp jawline as his fingers continue their methodical dance across the screen, probably composing an email about synergistic paradigm shifts or whatever corporate buzzwords help rich people sleep at night. The elevator crawls upward with mechanical patience, each floor marked by a soft ding that echoes in the silence. Graham's presence fills the small space like expensive cologne, understated but impossible to ignore. His breathing is even, controlled, like he's managed to turn basic human functions into an efficiency metric. The doors slide open on our floor with their familiar whisper. Graham pockets his phone and steps out without a word, his expensive shoes making no sound against the carpeted hallway. He moves with the kind of confidence that comes from never doubting you belong exactly where you are. I watch his retreating form. Okay, fine. I watch his butt, which is unfortunately perfect beneath that tailored coat. As he strides toward his door with long, measured steps, his key appears in his hand like magic. No fumbling, no hesitation. The door opens and closes behind him with the soft finality of expensive hardware. Good afternoon, Monroe. How are you? I stage whisper to the empty hallway, juggling my bags as I fish for my own keys. Oh, I'm great. Thanks for asking. Can I help you carry those heavy bags? Sure, I would appreciate that. You're so kind and thoughtful. I scoff, finally locating my keys at the bottom of my purse. What a lovely conversation we just had. Really meaningful connection there, Graham. My lock sticks. It always sticks. And I have to shimmy the key while balancing 3 grocery bags and my dignity. The door finally surrenders, swinging open to reveal my apartment. Home sweet home, though home is generous, considering my furniture situation still resembles a college dorm room with commitment issues. I dump the soggy grocery bags on my kitchen counter, watching a can of black beans roll across the granite like it's making a break for freedom. My sweater clings to my skin, damp and uncomfortable, and I can feel melted snow dripping from my curls onto my shoulders. Welcome home, Monroe. You're absolutely crushing this adulting thing. I peel off the wet sweater, tossing it toward the general direction of my bedroom. It lands somewhere near the couch, close enough. My apartment greets me with its usual chaos. Laptop open on the coffee table, surrounded by empty coffee mugs, throw pillows scattered across the floor from last night's Netflix marathon, and my fuzzy socks from yesterday still draped over the arm of my reading chair. The contrast with Graham's probably pristine living space across the hall hits me like a slap. I bet his place looks like a magazine spread, all clean lines and strategic lighting, with books arranged by height and not a single coffee ring on any surface. Probably has one of those fancy coffee machines that costs more than most people's rent, and definitely doesn't own anything with cartoon characters on it. My stomach growls, reminding me why I braved the apocalyptic weather in the first place. I start unpacking the survivors from grocery bag carnage, lining up cans and produce on the counter like wounded soldiers. Half the spinach looks like it went through a blender, and my bread got crushed under a jar of pasta sauce. At least the wine survived. I hold up the bottle of red like it's a trophy. Priorities intact. My phone buzzes from somewhere in the grocery debris. I dig through crumpled paper and rescue it, swiping at the screen with damp fingers. 3 missed calls from my podcast producer, 2 texts from my mom asking if I'm eating enough vegetables, and a notification that my grocery delivery app is offering 50% off my next order. Where were you an hour ago with that deal? I mutter at the screen. The radiator clanks to life, filling my apartment with the familiar symphony of old building heating systems. Steam hisses through the pipes, and warmth begins creeping across the hardwood floors. I wiggle my toes, feeling circulation return to my frozen feet. Through my living room window, snow continues falling in thick, lazy flakes that stick to the glass and blur the city beyond. The building across the street glows with warm rectangles of light. Other people safe in their own spaces, probably making dinner or settling in for the evening. I guess this is lonely weather, I mutter to myself.
Chapter 2. Graham. The snow falls like scattered static against my office windows, each flake catching the city lights before disappearing into the gray void below. The storm has doubled in intensity since I returned from the lobby, transforming the skyline into something impressionistic, all blurred edges and muted colors. From my position 43 floors above the chaos, Manhattan looks fragile, almost apologetic under winter's assault. I stand with my hands clasped behind my back, spine perfectly straight, watching the weather attempt to bring order to its knees. The temperature dropped 12 degrees in the past hour, according to my phone's weather app. Wind gusts are hitting 32 miles per hour. The city's infrastructure will buckle under this pressure. Delayed flights, subway delays, the usual cascade of inefficiency that accompanies any meteorological inconvenience. My office hums with electronic efficiency around me. 3 monitors bathe the space in blue-white light, displaying quarterly projections, market analyses, and communication platforms that connect me to every corner of my empire. The mahogany desk stretches between me and the screens like an altar to productivity, its surface clear except for my laptop and a single cup of coffee that's gone cold hours ago. Graham, are you absolutely certain you don't want to cancel tonight's meeting? Lucas's voice cuts through my contemplation. I roll my eyes before turning toward the central monitor where his face occupies a quarter of the screen. Even through the video connection, His expression radiates that particular brand of exasperation he reserves for my more stubborn moments. His designer glasses reflect the glow from his own setup, and I can see the edge of what appears to be his husband preparing dinner in the background. Bad enough I had to send everyone home from the office early. I move toward my desk, my reflection ghosting across the darkened windows. I'm not canceling this meeting. The numbers on my secondary monitor shift. Stock prices adjusting to after-hours trading, algorithmic responses to market fluctuations that most people will never understand or care about. My company's valuation ticks upward by another $500,000 while we speak. Technology created the possibility of connection across continents, Lucas. Snow isn't going to get in my way. I settle into my chair, the leather conforming to angles it's memorized over years of late nights and weekend sessions. My fingers find the keyboard, pulling up the presentation files for tonight's call with the Singapore investors. 23 slides of pure logic, market analysis distilled into digestible segments that will convince them to transfer $47 million into our development fund. Besides, I want this deal closed tonight so we can move on to the next acquisition. Lucas's eyebrow arches in that way that suggests he's biting back commentary about my relationship with rest and relaxation. The window behind him shows his own view of the storm. Brooklyn getting hammered just as hard as Manhattan, the bridge barely visible through the precipitation. The Koreans are standing by for 11 p.m., I continue, scrolling through email responses that arrived while I was in transit. Singapore connects at midnight. Weather doesn't recognize time zones. Lucas's shoulders drop with theatrical resignation, and he shakes his head in that slow, deliberate way that suggests he's mentally composing his resignation letter for the 1,000th time. The gesture speaks volumes about years of futile attempts to inject reason into my decision-making process. I choose to pretend I don't notice his commentary. The kitchen welcomes me with its pristine emptiness, stainless steel surfaces that reflect the storm-darkened windows, countertops clear of anything resembling human habitation. I pull open the refrigerator door and survey the sparse contents. Bottled water lined up like soldiers, a container of leftover Thai food from 3 days ago, and condiments that exist more as decoration than sustenance. The light casts harsh shadows across my face as I grab a bottle of water, the cold glass warming under my palm. Back in my office, I settle into the familiar rhythm of preparation. Numbers flow across my screens like digital waterfalls, market indicators, competitor analysis, projected returns that will make tonight's investors salivate with anticipation. My fingers move across the keyboard with mechanical precision, adjusting slides, refining talking points, polishing arguments until they gleam with irrefutable logic. The hour passes without ceremony. Storm winds rattle the windows with increasing violence, but my concentration remains unbroken. This deal represents more than money. It's validation of every calculated risk, every sleepless night spent building something larger than myself. At 10:50, I straighten my charcoal suit jacket and check my reflection in the darkened monitor. Every thread sits exactly where it belongs. I adjust my collar, run fingers through hair that refuses to acknowledge the storm's chaos, and activate the camera feed. The meeting interface materializes on my main screen, virtual conference room where millions of dollars will change hands based on my ability to convince strangers that my vision deserves their trust. Lucas materializes in a smaller window, his usual corporate armor replaced by a casual button-down that suggests he's already mentally transitioned to evening mode. His hair retains its precision despite the relaxed atmosphere, and his glasses catch the glow from his home office setup. Ready for this? I'm always ready. The words emerge with absolute certainty, each syllable weighted with years of victories built on preparation and determination. Ready for anything, everything, and completely determined to get my way. The first investor appears on screen, Korea's financial district still bright with afternoon sun, a reminder that the world spins regardless of New York's weather tantrums. Gentlemen, I begin. Let's discuss the future. The infrastructure scalability we're proposing eliminates every bottleneck your current system faces. I lean forward into the camera, watching Park Jin-woo's expression shift from skeptical to intrigued. Your sole operations alone will see a 43% increase in processing efficiency within the first quarter. The numbers dance across my secondary monitor. Projected returns, implementation timelines, cost-benefit analyses that paint an irresistible picture. Park's financial advisor whispers something in Korean, and I catch the slight nod that signals momentum shifting in my favor. Mr. Steele, these projections seem... Park pauses, searching for the right English word. Ambitious. Conservative, actually. I pull up the third slide, fingers moving across the trackpad with surgical precision. We're underselling the technology's capabilities by 20% to account for integration variables. Real-world performance will exceed these numbers. Lucas appears in his smaller window, giving me the thumbs up that means our Singapore contacts have confirmed their connection. Everything aligns perfectly. 2 major markets, 1 decisive evening, $47 million about to transfer into our accounts. The Singapore team joins us in 4 minutes, I continue, and they'll verify every claim I'm making. Their pilot program exceeded our projections by 38%. Park exchanges another rapid conversation with his team. His body language opens, shoulders relaxing, hands moving from defensive positions to engagement gestures. The universal signs of a man preparing to say yes to a fortune. Mr. Steele, if your Singapore results are verified... The screens die. Every monitor, every light, every electronic whisper that filled my office with purpose vanishes into absolute silence. The storm's wind becomes deafening without the electronic hum to mask it, and snow pelts the windows like gunfire in the sudden darkness. I stare at the dead screens, waiting for emergency power to kick in. Building systems always have backup generators. Always. The silence stretches. 5 seconds, 10, 15, and nothing responds. No. The word escapes before I can stop it, flat and disbelieving. No, no, no. I slam my palm against the desk, the sound sharp in the empty darkness. My phone, emergency calls, damage control, something to salvage this disaster. I fumble across the desk's surface, finding the device cold and unresponsive. Dead battery. Of course. I grab the landline from its cradle beside my laptop, lifting the handset to my ear. Nothing. No dial tone, no connection, no pathway back to the deal that was 30 seconds from closing. Building management, I mutter, muscle memory guiding my fingers to the intercom system mounted beside my door. The button yields under pressure, but produces no response. No static, no acknowledgement, no proof that anyone else exists in this storm-battered tower. I press it again, harder, then continuously like a demented doorbell. The silence mocks every attempt. My hands shake as I reach for my laptop, knowing it's pointless but unable to accept the reality. I slam the screen open and press the power button with desperate force. Nothing. The battery indicator showed 87% charge 20 minutes ago, but nothing survives whatever just murdered every circuit in the building. This doesn't happen. My voice bounces off the windows, strange and foreign in the acoustic void. This doesn't happen. I stand in the darkness, 43 floors above a city that's probably laughing at my hubris, and for the first time in 15 years, I have absolutely no control over anything.
Chapter 3. Monroe. My couch swallows me like a marshmallow sanctuary, all soft cushions and fuzzy throw blankets that smell like vanilla candles and the faintest hint of the lavender fabric softener I splurged on last month. My laptop balances precariously on my crossed legs while I dig my spoon into a pint of salted caramel ice cream that's probably going to be my entire dinner. The script for next week's podcast episode sprawls across my screen in a chaos of highlighted text and margin notes that would make any organized person weep. Drea's face fills the video call window, her makeup still flawless despite it being nearly midnight. She gestures wildly with a wine glass that catches the warm light from her Brooklyn apartment, her gold hoop earrings swaying with each animated movement. So we're really doing an episode about digital wellness apps being digital snake oil? Not snake oil, I correct. scooping another spoonful of ice cream while scrolling through my research notes. More like expensive placebos that make people feel productive about their anxiety instead of actually addressing it. Girl, that's literally snake oil. I point my spoon at the camera like a weapon of mass instruction. Snake oil implies deliberate deception. These apps genuinely believe they're helping while simultaneously harvesting user data to sell to pharmaceutical companies. It's accidental dystopia. You say that like it's better. It's more honest about being dishonest. Drea's laugh fills my speakers, rich and infectious enough that I find myself grinning despite my exhaustion. She shakes her head and takes another sip of wine, leaving a perfect lipstick print on the rim. This is why people love your podcast. You make existential dread sound like stand-up comedy. My fuzzy socks slide against each other as I shift position, trying to find an angle that doesn't make my laptop keyboard dig into my thighs. The heating in my apartment never quite reaches optimal levels, so I've wrapped myself in my favorite oversized sweater, the one that makes me look like I'm wearing a cozy brown cloud. The episode structure needs work, though, I mutter, highlighting another section. I want to interview someone who actually used these apps for a year, then compare their mental health outcomes to someone who just, started journaling. Ooh, or someone who got therapy. Revolutionary concept. Drea yawns suddenly, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. The gesture transforms her from podcast co-host back into best friend, and I notice the slight smudge of mascara under her left eye that suggests she's been up too long. Why are we talking about this so late anyway? It's almost 11, and I know you usually turn into a pumpkin by 10:30. Heat creeps up my neck as I realize how inconsiderate I've been. I'm sorry, babe. I got back from the grocery store way later than I thought I would. This snow is absolutely insane, and traffic was moving like molasses through a straw. I gesture toward my kitchen, where bags of groceries still sit unpacked on the counter, like accusations of my poor time management. Plus, I've been drowning in this new freelance contract. The client wants me to redesign their entire user interface by next Friday, and they keep sending revision requests that contradict their previous revision requests. Drea's eyebrow arches in that way that means she's preparing to deliver truth with surgical precision. You know, once you get all big and successful from this fancy new contract, you're probably going to forget all about little old me. Her tone carries just enough genuine concern beneath the teasing that I feel my chest tighten. I lean forward, accidentally jostling my laptop and causing the video call to pixelate for a moment. That'll never happen. The words come out more serious than I intended, but I mean every syllable. You've been stuck with me since college, and you're not getting rid of me now. Success doesn't change friendship math. Friendship math. The equation that proves you're stuck with me forever, regardless of variables. Drea opens her mouth to respond, probably with some comment about my tendency to turn emotions into mathematical concepts, when the world disappears. Every light in my apartment dies simultaneously. My laptop screen goes black, the gentle hum of my refrigerator cuts out, and even the digital clock on my microwave vanishes into darkness. The sudden silence feels oppressive after hours of electronic white noise, broken only by the wind rattling my windows and snow pelting the glass like nature's percussion section. Drea, I think the power got knocked out. I turn back toward my laptop screen, expecting to see her face frozen in that moment. Before video calls realize they've lost connection. Instead, white text glows against a black background like a digital epitaph. Connection lost. My bare feet hit the cold hardwood as I push myself off the couch. Ice cream abandoned on the coffee table like a casualty of modern living. The darkness feels thick enough to swim through, broken only by the occasional flicker of car headlights crawling past my window. I fumble along the wall until my fingers find the intercom panel. Its usually glowing buttons now dead as disco. I press the button anyway, then lean into the speaker. Hello? Front desk? Static answers me, not even proper static. Just the hollow echo of my own voice, bouncing back through dead wires. I try again, holding the button longer this time, as if persistence might resurrect the building's electrical nervous system. Anyone down there? Marcus? Nothing. Great. The word escapes as a sigh that carries all my frustration about potentially lost work, dead phones, and the general inconvenience of nature deciding to have opinions about my Tuesday night. My laptop probably ate 3 hours of interface mock-ups when the power cut, and I can already feel tomorrow's deadline breathing down my neck like an overeager personal trainer. Instead of wallowing in my apartment like some sort of hermit crab, I grab my coat from the hook by the door and slip my feet into my fuzzy slippers, the ones that look like cartoon bears and make walking feel like tiptoeing through a cloud factory. The hallway waits beyond my door, lit only by the pale emergency lighting that casts everything in horror movie shadows. The building feels different without its usual electronic heartbeat, quieter, more honest about its age and the way the walls settle when they think nobody's listening. That's when I spot him. Graham stands near the elevator bank, and for the first time since I've lived in this building, he looks genuinely uncertain. His usual armor of pressed shirts and calculated movements has cracked just enough to reveal something almost human underneath. He stares at the elevator buttons like they've personally betrayed him, his jaw tight with the kind of frustration that comes from having your carefully controlled world suddenly decide to freelance. The sight shouldn't be as entertaining as it is, but watching Mr. Perfect lose his composure feels like catching a unicorn having an existential crisis. He notices me approaching and immediately straightens, shoulders squaring like a soldier snapping to attention. His stride toward the elevator carries all his usual confidence, as if willpower alone might restore power to the building. The elevator will be down too. He presses the button with the kind of decisive authority that usually makes boardrooms tremble. When nothing happens, he presses it again. And again. Damn. Each curse punctuates another futile button press, his composure unraveling like a poorly knitted sweater. Did the world end, or did your Wi-Fi just crash? I ask, throwing him a look that borders between empathy and amusement. He's silent for a moment, those calculating eyes scanning the damn ceiling as if it'll give a different answer. Finally, he rubs the back of his neck, a gesture oddly vulnerable. Both, apparently. I can't help the snort that escapes. So much for the mystical unicorn. Drama queen, I tease, shrugging on my coat. Come on, we'll have to take the stairs. 4 floors isn't that bad. I brush past him, poking his shoulder playfully as I pull open the heavy stairwell door. The hinges groan, a sound like old bones complaining about the exertion, and I flick on my phone flashlight, sending a narrow beam dancing along the steps. By the time I hit the first landing, his footsteps echo behind me, the solid thud of expensive shoes on concrete. I glance back. He's followed, eyes picking up soft shadows in the dim light. Stairs in the dark. Trek of my dreams. He grumbles.
Chapter 4. Graham. 4 flights of stairs shouldn't feel like scaling Everest, but each step downward amplifies my irritation. My neighbor's phone light bobs ahead of me like some sort of digital firefly, casting erratic shadows that make the concrete walls look like they're breathing. Her fuzzy slippers slap against each step with a rhythm that somehow manages to be both annoying and oddly endearing. This entire evening has derailed spectacularly. The board call that died mid-presentation will require damage control tomorrow. My assistant will field angry emails about delayed deliverables. The quarterly projections I'd planned to review tonight sit abandoned on my desk, and God knows when the building systems will restore themselves to proper working order. I should have stayed in the penthouse. Let the power sort itself out while I reorganized my files by hand or reviewed contracts by candlelight. Instead, I'm following a woman whose name I can't recall down a pitch-black stairwell, my Italian leather shoes echoing like gunshots in the confined space. She moves with surprising confidence despite the circumstances, navigating the turns without hesitation. Her phone light sweeps across graffiti, someone carved into the stairwell years ago, initials inside a heart that the building management never bothered removing. The sight irritates me more than it should. "Almost there," she calls back, her voice bouncing off the walls. The stairwell door groans open, revealing the lobby bathed in pale emergency lighting that transforms familiar marble into something alien. The space feels hollow without its usual electronic ambience. No gentle ping of arriving elevators, no soft jazz from hidden speakers, no digital displays updating stock prices and weather forecasts. My neighbor heads straight for the front desk where the doorman stands with another resident I recognize but can't place. Their conversation carries clearly in the unnatural quiet, voices echoing off surfaces that usually absorb sound with expensive efficiency. She approaches without hesitation, her posture radiating the kind of easy familiarity that suggests regular interaction. "Hey Marcus, what's the situation?" "Monroe!" The doorman's face brightens considerably, genuine warmth replacing the professional courtesy he typically reserves for residents. "I was wondering when you'd make it down. The storm knocked out the whole grid, Con Ed saying it could be hours before power comes back." Monroe. The name clicks into place with annoying satisfaction, like finding a missing puzzle piece wedged between couch cushions. I've seen her name on package deliveries, heard the doorman use it during their casual conversations that I've never paid attention to. She hosts some sort of podcast about technology, based on the equipment deliveries that occasionally pile up behind the front desk. "Roads are completely shot too," Marcus continues, gesturing toward the floor-to-ceiling windows where snow continues its relentless assault. "Salt trucks can't keep up, and half the traffic lights are down. Nobody's going anywhere tonight." I step forward, my patience finally reaching its breaking point. This conversation could continue indefinitely while actual problems remain unresolved. "What about the generator?" Marcus turns toward me, his expression shifting to the careful politeness reserved for difficult residents. His shoulders straighten slightly, preparing for whatever demands I'm about to make. "I'm not sure why it hasn't kicked on yet, Mr. Steele. Building management's trying to get someone out here, but with the roads..." He shrugs helplessly, a gesture that accomplishes nothing except highlighting the complete breakdown of every system I rely on to maintain order in my life. Marcus turns back to Monroe, his expression brightening again like a switch flipping from customer service to genuine conversation. The transformation is so immediate it borders on comical, though nothing about this evening strikes me as particularly amusing. "You're extra lucky you made it to the store already," he tells her, leaning against the marble desk with the casual familiarity of someone who's worked this lobby for years. "Might want to eat that ice cream before it turns into soup, though." Monroe's laugh bubbles up from somewhere deep in her chest, rich and unguarded. "Way ahead of you. I'm already halfway through the pint." She shakes her head, curls catching the emergency lighting. Stress eating at its finest. Their laughter mingles in the empty lobby, echoing off surfaces that usually absorb such human sounds with expensive efficiency. The casual intimacy of their exchange grates against my nerves like fingernails on expensive leather. I'm not paying attention anymore. Not really. My mind has already moved past their comfortable banter to the more pressing issue of my own situation. The mental inventory of my penthouse kitchen plays out with brutal clarity. Leftover takeout, condiments, and maybe a box of something in the cabinet if I'm lucky. So far, I'm not. The snow outside continues its relentless assault, each flake adding to the inches that have already transformed the familiar cityscape into something unrecognizable, piling up against the front doors. The storm warnings I dismissed during my board call now seem less like media hysteria and more like actual meteorological events requiring preparation. I should have ordered groceries when the weather forecast started predicting significant accumulation. Should have had my assistant arrange for delivery before the roads became impassable. Should have planned for contingencies instead of assuming that infrastructure would bend to my schedule. Too late now. Another variable spinning beyond my control. Another reminder that order is an illusion maintained by systems that fail when you need them most. How long until the roads are cleared? My voice cuts through their conversation with typical precision, drawing both sets of eyes toward me. Marcus straightens again, his casual posture evaporating under direct scrutiny. He shrugs with the helpless gesture of someone who's been asked questions beyond his expertise all evening. Emergency routes will be first priority, but you know how the city operates. Could be hours, could be days, depending on how much more we get. Monroe pulls her jacket tighter around her shoulders, the movement drawing my attention to the way the fabric outlines her frame. She tilts her head toward Marcus, hazel eyes reflecting concern that seems genuine rather than performative. What about the heat? That's coming back soon, right? Marcus's eyes soften but fill with a look of pity that makes the emergency lighting seem even dimmer than it already is. I hope so. The emergency lights are working, but the air system must be connected to a generator. Monroe shakes her head, curls shifting against her shoulders with the movement. The concern in her voice carries a warmth that cuts through the lobby's growing chill. It's going to get too cold. I hope the others are okay. Is anyone here elderly? Disabled? Marcus pauses to think, his weathered face creasing with concentration as he mentally catalogs the building's residents. No, I don't think so. Freddie moved out to live with his son a few months ago, and he was in a wheelchair. It was too hard for him to get around. His voice trails off as he continues listing residents and their various circumstances, but my attention fractures. The analytical part of my brain has already moved past concern for neighbors I barely acknowledge to more pressing matters. No food, no phone, no technology to create order from this chaos. My gaze falls on Monroe, who throws her head back in laughter at something Marcus says, the sound rich and unguarded. Her curls bounce with the movement, catching the emergency lighting and transforming into something that resembles spun gold against her skin. The oversized sweater she wears can't hide the curves beneath, the way it drapes over full breasts, the glimpse of toned thighs where her leggings meet fuzzy socks. I've lived in this building for 3 years. Passed her in the lobby countless times, heard fragments of her conversations with Marcus, seen delivery packages marked with her name. But this might be the first time I've actually looked at her. Really looked. She's beautiful in a way that demands attention, not the calculated perfection of the women I typically encounter at corporate functions, but something warmer, more alive. Her hazel eyes spark with intelligence and humor, full lips moving animatedly as she speaks. Even her posture radiates confidence, shoulders back like she owns whatever space she occupies. She's my solution. The realization hits with the same clarity as a successful merger proposal. She has provisions. I have resources she needs. The math works. Marcus continues his rambling inventory of building residents while Monroe nods along, but the conversation has become background noise. My mind has already moved to logistics, to the arrangement that would benefit both parties equally. When the conversation finally winds down, we head back toward the stairwell in silence that stretches uncomfortably between us. Our footsteps echo against concrete walls, the sound amplified by the absence of the building's usual electronic hum. By the time we reach our floor, I formulated the proposal with the same precision I use for board presentations. I have a fireplace. She stops at her door, key already in hand, and turns to look at me. One eyebrow arches in a way that suggests skepticism mixed with curiosity. Congratulations. I had it installed when I moved in. Wood burning. It doesn't depend on the grid. Her expression shifts slightly, intelligence working behind those hazel eyes. And you're telling me this because you have food. I have heat. I pause, letting the logic settle between us. Temporarily, until power's restored. She raises an eyebrow, and something that might be amusement flickers across her features. You're asking to share? The word feels foreign on my tongue, like vocabulary from a language I never learned properly. Sharing implies compromise, negotiation, variables I can't control. Temporarily, I clarify quickly, until the grid's restored. She hesitates, studying my face with the same intensity I use to evaluate acquisition targets. Her fingers drum against the doorframe while she considers the proposal. Then she shrugs, the movement casual but decisive. Fine, but I'm the one in charge of snacks.
Chapter 5. Monroe. I yank my bedroom door open and survey the chaos. Clothes draped over my unmade bed, charging cables snaking across the nightstand, books stacked precariously on every available surface. My suitcase sits buried beneath a pile of laundry I've been ignoring for 3 days. Come on, Monroe. Pack like an adult. I stuff essentials into the suitcase. Extra sweaters, pajamas that don't have holes, my phone charger in case the power returns before morning. The weight of Graham's offer settles in my chest like indigestion. All this time we've been neighbors. Polite nods and avoiding eye contact in the elevator. The man acts like I'm furniture with a pulse. But tonight, desperation makes strange bedfellows, or in this case, strange roommates. Temporarily. I drag the suitcase into the kitchen, its wheels catching on the transition strip with an annoying scrape. The fridge hums one last time before falling silent, like it's giving up on life entirely. Perfect timing. I grab another bag and load it with the groceries I'd just put away. Graham struck me as the type who survives on protein bars and expensive coffee, so my collection of processed carbs might actually contribute something useful to this arrangement. Still, his offer catches me off guard every time I replay it. The Graham Steele I've observed from a distance doesn't do spontaneous, doesn't do sharing. Hell, I've never seen him acknowledge another human being exists unless they're delivering something to his door. But curiosity wins over common sense every time. I've wondered about his apartment since I moved in, whether it matches mine in layout, whether he decorates like a normal person or maintains some sort of sterile CEO aesthetic. The bags strain against my grip as I haul everything into the hallway. My door clicks shut behind me with finality that feels bigger than it should. Graham's door stands propped open, warm light spilling into the corridor like an invitation or a trap. Hard to tell with him. I cross the threshold and immediately understand why he never seems impressed by anything. Damn. The words slip out before I can catch them. My apartment could fit inside his living room with space left over for a small country. Floor-to-ceiling windows stretch across the far wall, offering a view of the city that probably costs more per month than I make in 6. The floors gleam like they've never encountered actual human feet. Everything screams money, the kind that doesn't need to announce itself with gaudy displays. Subtle, expensive, perfect. Like stepping into an architectural magazine where people aren't allowed to actually live. You could have mentioned you live in a penthouse. Graham stands from his crouched position by the fireplace, wiping his hands on what looks like a cloth that costs more than my monthly grocery budget. The logs settle into place with a satisfying crack. You didn't ask. I scoff, dropping the bag of food on his kitchen island with enough force to make the contents rattle. You wouldn't have bothered to answer if I had. He doesn't argue, but the corner of his mouth does something that might qualify as human emotion, almost an actual expression. Progress. Graham returns his attention to the fireplace, adjusting the logs with surgical precision. I start unpacking my haul across the pristine marble surface. Chips, cookies, instant mac and cheese, a bag of apples that somehow survived my sprint through the snow. Wait. I pause, a box of crackers halfway out of the bag. How do you even have a fireplace in an apartment building? Aren't those massive fire hazards? Graham shrugs, the gesture loose in a way that suggests he's asked this question before. When you have money, there are no more hazards. I snort, rolling my eyes so hard they might detach from my optic nerves. Arrogant bastard for sure. The kind of response that makes me want to knock him down a peg just to see if he'd notice. I continue unpacking, arranging my collection of processed foods like I'm curating an art exhibit. The contrast between my grocery store haul and his magazine-perfect kitchen feels deliberate, like I'm marking territory with trans fats and artificial preservatives. "Hope you're not expecting a 5-course meal," I mutter, pulling out a sleeve of saltines. My culinary expertise peaks at adding hot water to things. The fireplace crackles to life behind me, casting dancing shadows across the walls. Graham's movements remain economical as he feeds kindling to the flames, coaxing them higher with the patience of someone who's never had to worry about burning through resources too quickly. There. He steps back, surveying his work with the same critical eye I imagine he uses in boardrooms. That should hold through the night. Heat begins to push into the space, transforming the sterile perfection into something that might actually qualify as livable. The warmth hits my back, and I realize how cold I'd gotten without noticing. We work in surprisingly efficient silence, finding rhythm as I hand him items, and he finds places for them in his meticulously organized cabinets. His kitchen operates like a precision instrument. Every utensil has its designated spot. Every surface gleams with the kind of cleanliness that suggests actual use, rather than just for show. "You could house an orphanage in here, but no Christmas tree?" Graham closes the cabinet door with the careful precision he applies to everything else. "I don't celebrate. It's inefficient." A grin spreads across my face before I can stop it. So's joy. He pauses, his hand still on the cabinet handle, and something flickers across his expression. Not quite amusement, but close enough to make me wonder what it would take to push him all the way there. Graham's attention shifts to my suitcase, sitting abandoned by the door like evidence of my hasty evacuation. "What's that for?" I raise an eyebrow, incredulous. "I wasn't going to come over here with nothing. What if you turned out to be a serial killer who collects vintage sweaters? Do I seem like someone who collects anything vintage?" "Fair point. You strike me more as the type who upgrades to the newest model every 6 months." He releases a breath that might qualify as a sigh in someone with actual emotions. "You can put it in the guest room, though the fireplace really only warms the living room area, so you'll be cold sleeping in there." I roll my eyes so hard they practically complete a full rotation. "Then I'll be sleeping in the living room, because we had a deal and I want to be warm tonight." Something unreadable crosses his face, an expression I can't quite decode. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly, and for a moment he looks like he wants to say something, but thinks better of it. "This way." He leads me down a hallway lined with abstract art that looks like a child could have made it and probably still sold for thousands of dollars. The guest room turns out to be larger than my entire bedroom, complete with an ensuite bathroom that looks like it belongs in a luxury hotel. I drop my suitcase on the pristine white comforter and start unzipping it, aware that Graham remains standing in the doorway like he's forgotten how to leave. His presence fills the space in a way that makes the oversized room feel smaller. "Do you need something?" Graham shifts his weight from one foot to the other, the first genuinely awkward movement I've witnessed from him. "Do you have a cell phone by chance?" "Mine's dead." I gesture toward my useless device buried somewhere in my purse. "Died right before I got home from the store." "Why?" "Mine is, too." The admission hangs between us, loaded with implications neither of us wants to voice. No phones means no contact with the outside world, no way to know when the power might return or how bad the storm has gotten. "You can take a shower if you want," he adds, nodding toward the bathroom. "The hot water heater runs on gas." "Thanks," I say. We stand there for another awkward moment before he clears his throat and walks out of the room. Well, this is going to be interesting.
Chapter 6. Graham. I return to the kitchen and survey Monroe's contribution to our temporary alliance. Cheese crackers shaped like fish, a bag of kettle-cooked chips that probably contains enough sodium to dehydrate a small mammal, Instant macaroni and cheese with powdered cheese that glows an unnatural orange under my recessed lighting. Nothing I'd select for myself, but better than the alternative of rationing the single protein bar buried somewhere in my desk drawer. My fingers drum against the marble countertop as I consider calling Lucas. He'd want to know the board meeting crashed, probably wonder if I've been buried under a mountain of my own neuroses, without constant connectivity to validate my existence. The thought of his inevitable lecture about work-life balance makes my jaw tighten, but both phones remain stubbornly dead. No contact with the outside world, no updates on when Con Ed might restore power, no way to salvage what's left of today's strategic planning session. I release a breath that fogs slightly in the cooling air. Nothing to be done until the grid returns. An uncomfortable sensation, this complete loss of control over circumstances. The linen closet beckons from down the hall, and I remember the collection gathering dust behind stacked towels and extra bedding. Mother's gift from 3 Christmases ago, back when she still insisted on maintaining holiday traditions despite my obvious disinterest. Scented candles add warmth to any space, Graham, even yours. I'd accepted them with the same polite detachment I applied to all her well-meaning attempts at domesticating my environment. Never used them, never thrown them away either. Couldn't bring myself to discard something she'd chosen specifically for me, especially after the cancer took her 8 months later. The boxes shift easily as I reach behind them, fingers locating the forgotten collection. Vanilla, cedar, something called Winter Solstice that smells like pine needles and regret. She was looking out for me, apparently. Even from the grave, Mother finds ways to solve problems I didn't know I had. I distribute them strategically throughout the living space, 2 on the kitchen island, 3 clustered on the coffee table near the fireplace, 1 on the mantel. The flames catch easily, casting dancing shadows that soften the harsh edges of my carefully curated perfection. The space transforms, warmer, more inviting, almost human. Monroe emerges from the guest room as I light the final candle, a white towel wrapped around her hair like a makeshift turban. She's traded her snow-dampened clothes for fuzzy pajama bottoms covered in cartoon penguins and a tank top that... My concentration fractures completely. The cotton clings to curves I hadn't dreamed were beneath her oversized sweater, revealing the elegant line of her collarbone, the smooth expanse of skin that disappears beneath soft fabric. Her shoulders are bare, droplets of water still clinging to her neck from her shower. I force my attention back to the candle in my hands, but the damage is done. Heat spreads through my chest. Well, well. Monroe's voice carries amusement as she surveys my handiwork. Look who's been holding out on the ambiance. Monroe emerges from the guest room with her arms overflowing, pillows stacked like pancakes, blankets trailing behind her like royal robes. She marches toward the fireplace with the determination of someone claiming territory. The entire collection hits the floor in a soft explosion of fabric and feathers. I force myself to look away from the way her movements make the candlelight dance across her skin. You're making a mess. It's called living. She drops to her knees and begins arranging the chaos into something resembling a nest. You should try it sometime. The discipline that's carried me through hostile takeovers and boardroom warfare feels suddenly inadequate. Years of conditioning myself to compartmentalize, to focus, to maintain control, and she unravels it by simply existing in my space. The firelight catches the golden undertones in her brown skin, turns her movements into something hypnotic. I shake my head and retreat to my bedroom, gathering my own collection of blankets with military precision. When I return, she's created what appears to be a fort designed by someone who believes comfort trumps geometry. I claim the couch instead, arranging my blankets in neat parallel lines. Order restored, at least in my immediate vicinity. So, Monroe settles into her makeshift kingdom, legs folded beneath her like she's holding court. Tell me about Graham Steele when the cameras aren't rolling. There are no cameras. Metaphorical cameras. The ones in your head that make you stand like you're posing for Forbes. I adjust a pillow that doesn't need adjusting. I don't know what you mean. Right now, Even sitting on your own couch, you look like you're chairing a board meeting. Do you ever just slouch? Slouching indicates poor posture. Poor posture suggests lack of discipline. God forbid. She laughs, the sound warm and unguarded. What about hobbies? Please tell me you do something that doesn't involve optimizing synergies or whatever it is you tech overlords do for fun. I read. Fiction, business strategy, biographies of successful entrepreneurs. That's not reading for pleasure, that's homework. She rearranges herself, pulling a blanket up to her chin. What did you want to be when you were 7? The question catches me off guard. I don't remember being 7. Everyone remembers being 7. It's the age before you learn to lie to yourself about what makes you happy. An astronaut, I blurt absent-mindedly. I wanted to be an astronaut. Her smile softens. There we go. What happened to that Graham? He learned that space programs require government funding and bureaucratic inefficiency. Or maybe he just forgot how to look up. We fall into comfortable silence, the fire crackling between us like a third presence. Outside, wind rattles the windows, but inside feels surprisingly warm. Safe, even. Monroe yawns, stretching like a cat. Well, spaceman, this has been unexpectedly tolerable. High praise. Don't let it go to your head. She burrows deeper into her blanket cocoon. Good night, Graham. Good night. The candles burn lower as her breathing evens out, and I find myself watching the rise and fall of her shoulders until sleep claims me too.
Chapter 7. Monroe. The fire's dying breath tickles my face as consciousness creeps back. Embers glow like tiny orange eyes in the ash, and the logs have collapsed into charcoal skeletons of their former selves. My neck protests the angle I've been sleeping at. Apparently, my pillow fort engineering needs work. Morning light bounces off the snow outside, turning Graham's living room into a snow globe someone forgot to shake. The storm hasn't quit. If anything, the flakes look fatter, lazier, like they've got all day to bury the city. I stretch, joints popping like bubble wrap, and turn toward the couch expecting to see Graham's perfectly arranged sleeping situation. Empty. His blankets aren't even there. I sit up, scanning the vast expanse of his penthouse. No sign of him in the kitchen, no movement down the hallway leading to his bedroom. The bathroom door stands open, revealing nothing but marble and silence. Graham? My voice echoes back unanswered. Maybe he's one of those people who gets up at dawn to do push-ups and contemplate quarterly earnings, though the thought of him exercising in this Arctic wasteland seems about as likely as finding him building snow angels on his balcony. I wrap a blanket around my shoulders like a royal cape and feed a fresh log to the fire. The flames catch eagerly, grateful for the sustenance. At least something in this place knows how to show enthusiasm. The kitchen beckons with the promise of food, and my stomach responds with an embarrassing growl that could probably be heard in New Jersey. Graham's refrigerator reveals the sad truth about his domestic habits. Lunch meat that probably costs more per pound than my monthly Metro card, fancy mustard with ingredients I can't pronounce, and enough bottled water to survive a zombie apocalypse. I construct a sandwich with the precision of someone who's perfected the art of making do. Turkey, mustard, a slice of cheese that tastes like it went to private school. Not bad for emergency rations. The absence of any way to tell time gnaws at me. We tumbled into sleep well past midnight, maybe even pushing 1 in the morning. My body feels heavy with the kind of fatigue that suggests I haven't been unconscious nearly long enough. Without my phone's constant time updates or the digital clock on the microwave, I'm living like a pioneer woman. Next, I'll be churning butter and complaining about my corset. The worst part? No coffee. Graham's kitchen contains every high-end appliance known to man, but without electricity, they're just expensive sculptures. I'd kill for a steaming mug of something caffeinated right now. Hell, I'd settle for instant coffee made with melted snow. Where the hell did you disappear to, spaceman? Are you talking to me? I launch myself 3 feet in the air, sandwich bits flying like confetti at a very sad party. My heart hammers against my ribs as I spin around to find Graham standing in the mouth of one of his shadowy hallways, bundled in a thick wool coat that makes him look like a very expensive lumberjack. Jesus Christ, Graham! You're sneaky like a ninja and you just scared me. His gray-blue eyes drift past my face to survey the carnage of turkey and mustard now decorating his pristine floor. No apology, no hint of remorse. Just that calculating stare like he's already running cost-benefit analyses on carpet cleaning. Want a sandwich? I gesture to my masterpiece still intact on the counter. I promise not to throw this one at the ceiling. No, I'm already pulling out more ingredients. Great, mayo or mustard. Within minutes, I've assembled another architectural marvel of processed meat and condiments, sliding it across his marble island like a peace offering to the sandwich gods. Graham stares at it like it might explode. We migrate to his dining table, a slab of black walnut that could double as a landing strip. The silence stretches between us, thick and awkward, punctuated only by the sound of chewing and the storm's continued assault on his windows. Every time I glance up, he's studying something fascinating about his plate. Every time he looks up, I'm suddenly fascinated by the snow patterns outside. This is ridiculous. I let out a sigh that could power a small wind turbine, complete with theatrical head toss. Want to play a game? No. His tone could freeze hellfire. I frown, making my best disappointed but not surprised face. Boo. You're officially the most boring person I've ever been snowed in with. I don't have any games anyway. He takes another mechanical bite. I prefer to work rather than waste time. Work? I scoff, waving my sandwich like a conductor's baton. How can you even work right now? Last I checked, your precious technology empire runs on electricity, which we're currently fresh out of. He sets down his sandwich with surgical precision, and something flickers across his features. Vulnerability wrapped in frustration. I can't, he mutters, the words barely audible. Good, then you're all freed up. I hop up from the table, leaving my sandwich crust behind like evidence of a crime. My overnight bag sits in his bedroom like a foreign object in a museum display. All my chaotic energy contained in one lumpy duffel among his perfectly pressed everything. The bingo set rattles as I dig it out, a relic from my last visit to my grandmother in Atlanta. She'd insisted I take it, claiming every young woman needed something to bring people together. At the time, I'd rolled my eyes and shoved it in my bag to humor her. Now it feels like divine intervention. I march back into the main room, box held high like a trophy. Come over to the fire and play blackout bingo with me. Graham stares at the box like I've just suggested we perform interpretive dance. His jaw works silently, and I can practically hear the gears grinding in his head as he searches for a logical reason to refuse. I don't play games. Perfect. It's not like you can work until the power's back on anyway. The truth lands like a slap, and his shoulders tense under that expensive wool coat. He glances toward his darkened office, then back at me, resignation creeping across his features like storm clouds. This is ridiculous. So is sitting in silence for the next however many hours until civilization returns. He stands with the enthusiasm of someone attending his own execution, each step toward the fireplace measured and reluctant. When he finally settles cross-legged on the thick rug, his posture screams corporate board meeting rather than cozy game night. I dump the contents of the box between us. Cards, chips, and a handful of tiny numbered balls that scatter like escaped marbles. Graham picks up one of the bingo cards, turning it over in his hands like he's trying to decode ancient hieroglyphics. I don't understand this. My eyes roll so hard they nearly complete a full rotation. Oh my God, Graham. It's bingo, not quantum physics. I lean forward, our knees almost touching as I point to the grid of numbers. See these numbers? When I call one out, you cover it with a chip. First person to get 5 in a row wins. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal, any direction works. That's it? That's it. Simple enough for even you to master. He frowns at his card like it's personally offended him. What do you win? The satisfaction of beating someone who probably has 3 degrees and a yacht. I don't have a yacht. Even better, I'm already ahead. I shake the bag of numbered balls with theatrical flair, reaching in to draw the first one. B7. Graham stares at his card, then at me, then back at his card. The confusion on his face could power a small village. You're hopeless, Steele. You say that like it's news. The deadpan delivery catches me off guard, and laughter jumps from my lips. It's the first hint of humor I've heard from him, dry as desert sand, but unmistakably there. Okay, that was actually funny. There might be hope for you yet. We continue playing, my dramatic ball calling, punctuated by his increasingly confident chip placement. When he gets his first row, the subtle satisfaction on his face suggests he's just conquered a small nation. So what do you actually do? The question slips out before I can stop it, curiosity getting the better of me as it always does. Besides being mysteriously wealthy and living like a monk in a penthouse, I work in tech. The words hit me like a punchline to a joke I didn't see coming. Laughter explodes out of me, doubling me over until tears prick at the corners of my eyes. You work in technology? I gasp between giggles. And now, none of it works? His expression could freeze the Hudson River in July. The amusement vanishes from his gray-blue eyes, replaced by something colder and more familiar. I fail to see what's amusing about that.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Graham. Her head falls back, exposing the elegant shape of her throat as laughter pours out of her. The sound fills every corner of my sterile penthouse, bouncing off walls that haven't heard genuine joy in years. Firelight catches the curve of her smile, transforms her hazel eyes into liquid gold. I shift my attention back to the numbered grid in front of me. The cards blur slightly, a trick of tired eyes, nothing more. G52. I scan my card methodically, find the number, place my chip with precision. Monroe mirrors the movement with casual grace, her fingers dancing across the grid like she's playing piano instead of covering random numbers. 4 rounds. 4 losses. The statistical improbability gnaws at me like a splinter under skin. There has to be strategy involved. I arrange my remaining chips in perfect rows. You're holding something back. It's bingo, Graham. Pure chance. The universe picks favorites, and today, I'm one of them. Her laughter bubbles up again as she sets down her chips and unfolds from the floor. Arms stretch overhead, revealing a strip of brown skin where her sweater rides up. I catalog the sight for exactly 2 seconds before redirecting my focus to the fire. Another round? Food first. I'm starving, and my blood sugar's about to crash harder than your tech empire. The comparison stings more than it should. My jaw tightens as I watch her pad toward the kitchen, all easy confidence and casual dismissal. Put another log on the fire while you're brooding over there. I'm going to cook in it. I blink. Cook in the fireplace. Unless you've got a better heat source hiding somewhere in this Arctic palace. The logic makes sense, even if the execution sounds questionable. I select a log from the brass holder, position it carefully among the flames. The fire accepts the offering with renewed enthusiasm, sending sparks up the chimney like tiny orange prayers. In the kitchen, Monroe moves with purpose that borders on chaos. Cabinet doors swing open, revealing contents she examines with the intensity of a detective searching for clues. My refrigerator surrenders ingredients I'd forgotten I owned. A container of leftover rice, frozen shrimp that must have migrated from some long-ago dinner party, vegetables that somehow survived my general neglect of anything requiring actual preparation. Gumbo! She sets items on the counter like pieces of a puzzle. My grandmother's recipe, adapted for apocalyptic conditions. You can make gumbo without electricity? Watch and learn, spaceman. Sometimes the old ways work better than all your fancy gadgets. She rummages through the things she dragged from her apartment, producing onions, celery, and a small container that looks suspiciously like it contains actual spices. The contrast between her well-stocked supplies and my barren kitchen becomes painfully obvious. This is tragic. She opens my cabinet and stares at the single saucepan like it's evidence of neglect. One pot? Graham, how do you survive? I drift toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching orange streetlights flicker through the falling snow. The storm shows no signs of relenting. If anything, the flakes have grown thicker, turning the city into something from a snow globe. I order takeout, or buy the prepared meals from Dean and DeLuca. Silence stretches behind me. When I turn, she's frozen mid-reach into my refrigerator, her face a masterpiece of horror. You eat grocery store heat and serve for dinner? It's efficient. It's depressing. She shakes her head, pulls out butter that's probably expired. I grew up with my mama cooking every single night. Sunday dinners that lasted 3 hours. We barely ate out except for special occasions. Different worlds. Clearly. She dumps ingredients into my inadequate pot with practiced efficiency. Please tell me you've at least had proper gumbo before. I consider lying. The truth sits in my throat like a stone. No. Her gasp echoes through the kitchen, so theatrical it borders on performance art. The wooden spoon in her hand points at me like an accusation. That's a crime against flavor, Graham Steele. A literal felony. Something shifts in my chest. A crack in the foundation I've spent years reinforcing. The corner of my mouth betrays me, pulling upward without permission. She notices immediately, her eyes lighting up like she's discovered treasure. Oh my God, he can smile. She lifts the pot, balancing it against her hip. Quick, someone document this historic moment before his face freezes back into corporate stone. Very funny. I'm serious. That smile could power half of Manhattan. She brushes past me toward the fireplace, close enough that I catch her scent, something warm and spiced. You should use it more often. It's devastating. My heart performs in a regular rhythm, skipping beats like a scratched record. The casual compliment lands harder than any boardroom victory, any quarterly report that exceeded expectations. She kneels beside the fire, positioning the pot on a makeshift grate she's fashioned from my fireplace tools. The orange light dances across her face, and I forget how to breathe properly. What the hell? You're ruining my pan, I say flatly. She smirks over my shoulder, eyes sparkling in the firelight. Not like you were using it anyway. I stare at her blankly, still trying to sort out the muddle in my mind. Her eyes roll upward as she turns back to the food and says, I'll buy you a new one, spaceman. The gumbo bubbles and hisses against the makeshift grate, sending up clouds of steam that smell like home, though I've never had a home that smelled like anything other than takeout containers and industrial air freshener. Monroe stirs the pot with a fork she's bent into submission, her face flushed from the heat. Sweat beads along her hairline, and she pushes a curl behind her ear with the back of her wrist. Almost ready. Just need to... She reaches toward the metal grate barehanded. Don't. My voice cuts through the air like a blade. My hand shoots out, catching her wrist before her fingers make contact with the scorching metal. The grip is firm, protective, automatic. Our eyes lock. Hers widen, pupils dilating in the firelight. Her pulse hammers against my thumb, rapid, surprised. The moment stretches taut as piano wire, filled with something I can't name and don't want to examine. We both pull back simultaneously, the spell shattering. Thanks. She clears her throat, retrieves a dish towel from her supplies. That would have hurt. I flex my fingers, still feeling the ghost of her skin. Be more careful. Yes, sir. The words carry mock salute energy, but her voice wavers slightly. She dishes the gumbo into 2 bowls, mismatched things she must have grabbed from her apartment. Steam rises like incense, carrying scents that make my mouth water despite myself. Here. She extends my bowl, fingers wrapped around the ceramic rim. I reach for it, deliberately brushing my fingertips against hers as I take the bowl. The contact lasts a heartbeat longer than necessary. Her skin is soft, warm, electric. The jolt travels up my arm like lightning finding ground. What the hell? My brain short-circuits. Logic abandons ship, leaving me adrift in uncharted territory where simple touch becomes seismic event. Careful. It's hot, she murmurs, settling cross-legged on the floor beside me. I nod mutely, cradling the bowl like it contains liquid gold. The first spoonful hits my tongue and everything stops. Rich, complex flavors unfold across my palate, smoky, spicy, with layers I didn't know food could possess. This is... I pause, searching for adequate words. Exceptional. Told you. She grins, pleased with herself. Mama Evans didn't raise no mediocre cook. I watch her eat. Really watch. The way she blows gently across the spoon before bringing it to her lips. How her eyes flutter closed when she tastes something particularly good. The deliberate sweep of her tongue across her bottom lip, catching a drop of broth. My throat goes dry. She catches me staring. What? Nothing. I force my gaze back to my bowl, heart hammering against my ribs. It's good. The understatement of the century. The gumbo tastes like something I've been missing my entire life without knowing it existed. But that's not what's making my pulse race. Get it together, Steele. The cold. The power outage. The complete disruption of routine. That's all this is. Temporary insanity brought on by circumstances beyond my control. But when she laughs at something and the sound wraps around me like warm honey, I know I'm lying to myself.
Chapter 9. Monroe. The frigid water bites into my hands like tiny needles, each dish a fresh assault on my already numb fingers. Graham's kitchen sink might be marble and chrome perfection, but the lack of hot water makes washing up feel like Arctic punishment. I scrub the last spoon with more force than necessary, watching him from the corner of my eye. He sits cross-legged by the fire, book propped against his knees, firelight casting shadows across his angular features. The picture of domestic tranquility, if domestic tranquility wore $1,000 sweaters and read like the fate of humanity, depended on it. What's got you so riveted over there? I shake droplets from my frozen fingers and turn toward him. A sigh escapes his lips, the kind that speaks of practiced patience wearing thin. I've interrupted him at least 4 times in the past hour, and each time he's answered with surprising grace instead of the irritated dismissal I expected. Emergent technologies and post-industrial infrastructure theory. He doesn't look up from the page. Riveting stuff? Boo. I make an exaggerated thumbs down gesture. I was hoping you were reading something spicy, like a romance novel with shirtless pirates or mysterious billionaires with dark secrets. The cough that bursts from his throat sounds like he's choking on air. His gray-blue eyes snap to mine, wide with something between shock and mortification. Color creeps up his neck, painting his pale skin with an unmistakable flush. Laughter explodes out of me, sharp and delighted. I'm kidding, spaceman. No need to blush like a schoolgirl. But the way his composure cracked, like I'd suggested something scandalous instead of making a harmless joke, sparks curiosity in my chest. Graham Steele, master of boardrooms and technological innovation, flustered by the mere mention of romance novels? Interesting? A grin tugs at my lips as possibilities dance through my mind. Maybe all that antisocial behavior and sterile perfection masks something more innocent than I assumed. The thought of this controlled, calculating man being inexperienced sends warmth spiraling through me. I abandon the kitchen and prowl through his cabinets, searching for something to complement our evening of forced companionship. Behind a collection of protein powder containers and what might be the world's most boring vitamin selection, my fingers close around glass. Jackpot. I extract a bottle of whiskey that probably costs more than my rent, along with 2 crystal tumblers that catch the firelight like liquid amber. Graham watches me approach, his expression carefully neutral again. I settle beside him on the floor, close enough to feel heat radiating from his body, and pour 2 generous measures. Of course, the one thing I can count on you having here is some high-quality whiskey. I extend 1 glass toward him, ice clinking softly. Is this what all rich people are like? Sparse on food, stocked on alcohol, and reading technical manuals for fun? When Graham takes the glass from me, his fingers brush against mine, warm skin against ice-cold knuckles. The contact sends a small shock up my arm, and I wonder if he's calculating these touches, or if they're just coincidence. Before I can analyze his motives further, his brows pull together in concern. Your hands are freezing. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you wash dishes in water that's basically 1 degree above glacier runoff. I flex my fingers, wincing at the stiffness. Your fancy penthouse might have marble everything, but it doesn't have... My words cut off as he sets his glass down and captures both my hands in his. The suddenness of it steals my breath. His palms engulf mine completely, strong fingers wrapping around my wrists as he guides them toward the fire's warmth. Better? The word comes out a bit rougher than his usual controlled tone. He begins rubbing my hands between his, creating friction that sends heat racing up my arms and straight to my chest. My heart pounds so loud I'm certain he can hear it over the crackling flames. This close, firelight transforms his features into something almost otherworldly. Shadows dance across his angular jaw, softening the sharp edges I've grown accustomed to. His lashes cast dark crescents on his cheekbones, and when he concentrates on warming my hands, a small line appears between his brows that makes him look younger, vulnerable. The realization hits me hard. Despite being a complete jerk most of the time, Graham Steele is devastatingly attractive. And maybe, just maybe, all that coldness is armor protecting something softer underneath. Is that better? His voice draws me back to the present. And when he finally looks up, our eyes lock across the small space between us. Time crystallizes into this single moment, his hands still cradling mine, firelight painting us both in gold, the storm forgotten beyond these walls. We both jerk backward like we've been struck by lightning. Sorry, that was inappropriate. His words tumble out in a rush as he reaches for his whiskey, downing half the glass in 1 gulp. That's all right. My own voice sounds strange, breathless. I grab my blanket and wrap it around myself like a shield, needing something between us and whatever just happened. The silence stretches thin and awkward until I force myself to speak. I can't believe it's still snowing. Graham turns toward the expansive window, his profile etched sharp against the swirling white beyond. The firelight catches the strong line of his jaw, highlighting the subtle stubble that shadows his angular features. His dirty blonde hair, usually pristine, has fallen slightly across his forehead, a small rebellion against his usual control that makes him look unexpectedly boyish. Damn. The thought slams into me like a freight train. When did I start noticing the way his gray-blue eyes reflect the storm outside, or how his long fingers curl around the crystal tumbler with unconscious elegance? The expensive black turtleneck hugs his lean frame, and I find myself tracing the line of his shoulders with my gaze before catching myself. This is dangerous territory. It's like the city's been swallowed whole. His voice draws me back from my inappropriate appreciation of his bone structure. I blink, refocusing on the wall of white beyond the glass. Yeah, well, this is nothing compared to Atlanta winters. I take a sip of whiskey, letting the burn ground me, which is to say, we don't have them. One flake falls and the whole city shuts down like it's the apocalypse. You miss it? The question isn't what I was expecting with its genuine curiosity. I study his face, searching for hidden motives or polite small talk, but find only attentive interest. Sometimes, especially around the holidays. My mom used to go completely overboard. Decorations everywhere, 12 different pies, Christmas music blasting from Thanksgiving until New Year's. I laugh, but it comes out softer than intended. Pure chaos. The house looked like Santa's workshop exploded, and she'd stress bake enough cookies to feed half of Georgia. His lips twitch upward. Not quite a smile, but close. Sounds overwhelming. It was. But the silence after my parents divorced, I trail off, surprised by my own honesty. Silence makes me anxious. Always has. Too much space for thoughts to multiply. Graham nods slowly, understanding flickering across his features. He doesn't fill the quiet with empty reassurances or change the subject, just listens with the kind of focused attention that makes my chest tighten. Must be why you're allergic to emotions, Steele. Can't have messy feelings cluttering up all that pristine order. His eyes find mine, and something shifts in their depths. Darker, more intense. You'd be surprised how messy I can get. The words drop between us like a stone into still water, creating ripples of tension that spread outward until the air itself feels thick and charged. My breath catches as heat spreads through my chest. I clear my throat, desperate to break whatever spell just settled over us. You know, I thought you were a jerk for a while there. Oh, I am. The response comes so quickly, so matter of fact, that laughter bubbles up from my chest. But when I really look at him, past the expensive clothes and calculated composure, I see something else entirely. Loneliness, maybe, or protection disguised as indifference. A smirk tugs at my lips, hopefully only where it counts.
Chapter 10. Graham. I refill my glass with deliberate precision, the whiskey catching the warm flicker of light like liquid amber. The bottle hovers over Monroe's tumbler, and I raise an eyebrow in silent question. She nods, extending her glass toward me. When I lean forward to pour, close enough to catch the faint scent of her shampoo, something warm and citrusy that shouldn't affect me but does, she shivers. The tremor runs through her entire frame, subtle but unmistakable. Cold? I doubt temperature has anything to do with that particular reaction, but I offer the question anyway. The way her pupils have dilated tells a different story entirely. A little. Her voice carries a breathless quality that wasn't there moments ago. I study her choice of sleepwear with calculated assessment, thin cotton pajama pants printed with tiny cacti and an oversized sweater that keeps sliding off one shoulder. Strategic wardrobe choice for a blackout. Did you pack specifically for freezing to death in style? Most people would bristle at my tone, the cool detachment that served as armor for decades. But Monroe just grins, completely unruffled by what others call my jerky tendencies. Hey, these pajamas have served me well through many a Netflix marathon. Don't blame the outfit for your penthouse's inability to retain heat. Something loosens in my chest at her easy deflection. Since she arrived, she hasn't retreated from my carefully cultivated coldness like everyone else does. Instead, she meets it head-on with humor and unflinching directness. I lift the edge of my blanket, creating space beside me. Come on, I say when she gives me a look. I don't bite without permission. The words slip out, analyze their implications. Monroe's hazel eyes meet mine, pupils wide and dark in the flickering candlelight. For a heartbeat, neither of us moves. Then she slides across the floor, settling against my side with fluid grace. Her warmth seeps through the fabric of my sweater, and I fight the urge to pull her closer. This is about survival, I tell myself. Basic human thermodynamics. The fire crackles before us, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Candles flicker on every available surface, their combined glow creating an intimacy I never intended. Snow continues to flake from the sky against the windows, sealing us into this capsule of warmth and whiskey-scented air. This is why. The falling snow, the enforced proximity, the suggestive lighting, especially the complete absence of emails, board calls, and the 100 daily crises that usually consume my attention. Environmental factors explaining this unfamiliar pull toward human connection. But then Monroe shifts, getting comfortable, and her breast brushes against my arm through the soft cotton of her sweater. Damn! Every rational explanation evaporates like steam. Heat shoots through me with the force of an electrical current, short-circuiting the careful logic I've built my entire life around. You're not as boring as you pretend. Her words slice through the whiskey haze and firelight, direct as always. Monroe tilts her head, studying me with those sharp hazel eyes that see too much. Look at me. The command comes out rough, demanding, but she complies without hesitation. Her gaze flicks up to mine, then down to my lips. The movement is brief, unconscious, but it might as well be a flare shot into the night sky. Good girl. Something primitive and possessive unfurls in my chest at her automatic response. 6 years of careful control, of measured interactions and calculated distance, crumble like ash. I can't hold back anymore. The admission scrapes against my throat like gravel. So you'll have to stop me. Her brows furrow for the split second it takes me to stop speaking and lean down, capturing her lips with mine. The kiss starts slow, deliberate, a man accustomed to control finally losing it by degrees. Her mouth is soft and warm, tasting of whiskey and something uniquely Monroe. When she doesn't pull away, I deepen the kiss, my hand threading through those loose curls to cup the back of her head.
I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going. I gather the scattered blankets and pillows, arranging them on the floor in front of the fireplace with the same precision I apply to everything else. 2 pillows at the head, blankets layered for optimal warmth distribution. The motions are familiar, comforting in their predictability. When I finish, I settle back against the makeshift headrest and raise my arm. The gesture is silent, questioning, an invitation without words. For a heartbeat, Monroe doesn't move. Her gaze flicks between my face and the space beside me, calculating risks of her own. Then she crawls forward, her movements fluid and unself-conscious despite everything that just passed between us. She curls into my side like she belongs there, her head finding the hollow of my shoulder, her hand splaying across my chest where my heart beats in unsteady rhythm. The weight of her settles against me, warm and real and completely devastating to every defense I've constructed over the past 6 years. Damn. This shouldn't feel better than the sex. Physical pleasure, I understand. Neurons firing, endorphins flooding, biological imperatives satisfied. But this quiet intimacy defies analysis. Her breath against my collarbone, the way her fingers unconsciously trace patterns on my sweater, the trust implicit in her willingness to be vulnerable beside me. It feels like coming home to a place I never knew existed.
Chapter 11. Monroe. Consciousness seeps back slowly, like honey through cheesecloth. My body fights the transition from sleep to waking, every cell protesting the idea of leaving this cocoon of warmth and safety. The blanket wraps around me like a second skin, trapping heat and the lingering scent of expensive cologne mixed with wood smoke. I reach across the makeshift bed, seeking the solid warmth I'd been curled against all night, those strong arms, that steady heartbeat beneath my palm. But my fingers find only cool air and rumpled fabric. Empty. My eyes crack open, squinting against the pale morning light filtering through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. The storm has passed, leaving behind a crystalline world of white that stretches across the city like fresh linen. Even through the tinted glass, the brightness makes me wince. The sound draws my attention before anything else, rhythmic clanking and scraping coming from the direction of the fireplace. I turn my head, still cocooned in blankets, and find Graham sitting cross-legged on the hardwood floor. He's hunched over my little camp stove, completely absorbed in whatever culinary magic he's attempting. Holy hell. Gone is the pristine CEO in his tailored armor. This version of Graham wears rumpled clothes from yesterday, his dirty blonde hair mussed from sleep, broad shoulders moving with easy confidence as he manipulates something in what looks like an actual pan. The morning light catches the strong planes of his back through his sweater, highlighting the lean muscle that shifts as he works. My heart kicks against my ribs like a caged bird. The memory of last night flooding back in vivid detail. The weight of his hands on my skin. The way he looked at me like I was something precious and dangerous all at once. The desperate, almost reverent way he touched me, like a man drowning who'd finally found air. God, what am I doing? The rational part of my brain, the part that's kept me safe and independent for years, starts its familiar refrain. He's attractive. Sure. Always has been. But now that the Ice King facade has cracked, revealing glimpses of actual humanity underneath, there's something magnetic about him that makes me want to crawl closer instead of running for the hills, which is exactly the problem. I force myself to stop that train of thought before it derails completely. Because there's another possibility here, isn't there? The one where last night was just convenient biology. Two people stuck together, adrenaline and whiskey doing what they do best. He could wake up this morning and slide right back into that controlled, distant persona like nothing happened. Using me for my groceries, using me, period. The thought sends a spike of anxiety through my chest, sharp enough to cut through the lingering warmth. I shift upright, pulling the blanket tighter around my shoulders like armor, and study his profile for any tells, any sign that he's mentally rehearsing his exit strategy. Only one way to find out where we stand. You cook? The tease comes out lighter than I feel, but Graham's shoulders tense at the sound of my voice. He turns toward me, those gray-blue eyes meeting mine with an intensity that makes my stomach flip. I adapt. I clear my throat, tucking some of my wild hair behind my ear. The curls spring back immediately, defying any attempt at order. Just like me, I suppose. I'm surprised. I thought for a while there that you were made of stone. The firelight plays across his profile as he continues stirring whatever concoction he's managed to create. His jaw works slightly, like he's chewing on my words before swallowing them. He shrugs, those broad shoulders lifting in a gesture that tries for casual but misses by miles. Only when it serves me. The answer hits differently than his usual corporate non-responses. There's something almost vulnerable in the admission, like he's peeled back a layer without meaning to. My chest tightens with emotion. I chew on my bottom lip, tasting the remnants of last night's whiskey and something sweeter. Possibility, maybe. Fear, definitely. And is it serving you now? The question hangs between us like smoke from the dying fire. My heart hammers against my ribs while I wait, suddenly desperate for an answer I'm not sure I want to hear. Because if he says yes, if he slides back into that marble statue routine, I'll have my answer about where we stand, and I'll hate every second of it. The silence stretches until it becomes almost unbearable. I watch the muscles in his back shift as he reaches for something, the movement deliberate and careful. Everything about Graham is deliberate and careful, except for last night. Last night he'd been anything but careful. Finally, his voice cuts through the quiet, low and rough around the edges. No, it's not. Relief floods my system like warm honey, loosening knots in my shoulders I didn't realize had formed. I let out a breath I'd been holding, the sound embarrassingly shaky in the morning stillness. Okay, we're okay. What are you cooking there? He glances back at me, and there's something softer in those gray-blue eyes than I've ever seen before. Cheesy eggs and peppers? Figured we should keep eating the stuff that could spoil. He pauses, stirring the mixture with more concentration than scrambled eggs probably require. Though it's cold enough that this place is basically a walk-in refrigerator anyway. Smart thinking, spaceman. The blanket feels inadequate against the morning chill seeping through the massive windows. I pull it tighter around my shoulders, but it's like trying to warm myself with tissue paper. My teeth want to chatter, but I clamp them together out of sheer stubbornness. Graham glances over at me, taking in my poor attempt at temperature control with those calculating eyes. It's warmer here. Come. Again, that flood of relief. Not rejection. Not distance. An invitation. I abandon my makeshift nest on the floor and pad over to him, the hardwood cold against my feet, even through my fuzzy socks. The heat from the fire hits me immediately, chasing away the chill that had been creeping up my spine. I settle beside him, close enough that our shoulders almost touch, and wiggle my toes toward the flames. The warmth seeps through the fabric, and I can't stop the contented sigh that escapes. Graham chuckles, the sound low and genuinely amused. The sound feels like a beam of sunlight straight into my chest. What's so funny? His eyes crinkle at the corners, transforming his entire face. You sound like a cat purring. Excuse me? I twist to face him fully, eyebrows shooting skyward. Did you just compare me to a house pet? A very satisfied house pet. The absolute audacity. I gape at him, searching for any trace of the buttoned-up CEO who wouldn't crack a smile if his life depended on it. This version of Graham, rumpled hair, easy grin, actual personality bleeding through, feels like discovering a secret room in a house you thought you knew. I'm reconsidering this whole arrangement. Maybe hypothermia isn't so bad after all. He slides the pan off the camp stove with ease, dividing the eggs between two plates he must have retrieved from his pristine kitchen. The man even makes breakfast look like a boardroom presentation. Precise, controlled, flawless. Too late. You're already corrupted by warmth and proper food. Corrupted? I accept the plate he offers, our fingers brushing in the handoff. The contact sends an unexpected jolt up my arm. That's a strong word from someone who didn't know gumbo existed 24 hours ago. I'm a fast learner. The eggs taste better than they have any right to, seasoned with something that might be actual skill instead of the usual bachelor desperation. I study his profile as he eats, noting the way morning light catches the stubble along his jaw. the relaxed set of his shoulders that's so different from his usual rigid posture. Okay, I have to ask, where did you learn to cook? Because this isn't beginner's luck. Graham pauses mid-bite, his fork hovering near his mouth. For a moment, the easy atmosphere shifts, like a cloud passing over the sun. My mother? The words come out careful, measured, before she decided emotions were inefficient. There's a story buried in that statement. Something with sharp edges that he's wrapped in layers of control. I recognize the deflection technique, humor twisted just dark enough to keep people from digging deeper. Ah, the classic childhood warmth followed by corporate ice queen origin story. Something like that. I wait, letting the silence stretch between us. Sometimes people fill quiet spaces with truth when they can't fill them with anything else. But Graham just continues eating, those gray-blue eyes fixed on his plate with laser focus. My turn then. I fork another bite of eggs, gathering courage with the motion. My mom used to make Christmas morning pancakes shaped like reindeer, complete with chocolate chip antlers and everything. She'd sing carols while she cooked, off-key but loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood. His eyes lift to mine, curiosity flickering in their depths. Until the divorce. After that, Christmas became Chinese takeout, and pretending December 25th was just another Tuesday. Graham sets his fork down, the metal clinking against ceramic in the quiet space. How old were you? 15, prime age for holiday cynicism, really. Perfect timing. That's when you decided Christmas was overrated. It's not a question. Of course he remembers. The man probably files away every casual comment like evidence in some mental database. Bingo. I raise my fork in a mock toast. Nothing kills Christmas spirit faster than watching your parents divide up ornaments like hostile takeover assets. We eat in silence for a moment, the crackle of the dying fire filling the space between us. Outside, the snow-covered city sparkles like something out of a postcard I'd normally mock for being too sentimental. I push the last bit of eggs around my plate, watching the pattern they make against the ceramic. You know what's messed up? We're still letting them win. Graham's fork pauses halfway to his mouth. What? Our parents. I gesture vaguely with my free hand, trying to articulate thoughts I haven't fully formed. They decided emotions were inconvenient, or that holidays weren't worth the effort, and we just agreed, took their blueprint and built our whole lives around it. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly, but he doesn't interrupt. Maybe we can stop doing that? Stop letting them dictate how we feel about stupid things like Christmas or connection or... I cut myself off before I can say something too revealing. The silence stretches again, longer this time. I can feel him processing, those calculating eyes fixed on some point beyond my shoulder. Finally, his voice comes out rough, almost uncertain. Yeah, maybe.
Chapter 12. Graham. The aftermath of breakfast leaves evidence scattered across my usually pristine floor. Empty plates, the camp stove still radiating heat, blankets twisted into abstract sculptures where we'd slept. The sight should irritate me. Disorder in my controlled environment typically triggers an immediate need to restore balance, to return everything to its designated place. Instead, I find myself studying the scene with detached curiosity, like analyzing market data that doesn't quite follow expected patterns. We should clean this up. Monroe stretches her arms above her head, the movement pulling her sweater tight across curves. I spend half the morning trying not to notice. Her hair catches the morning light streaming through the windows, wild curls forming a halo that belongs in Renaissance paintings, not corporate penthouses. Good idea. This place looks like a bomb went off in a very expensive hotel. She starts gathering plates with efficiency that surprises me. Most people treat my home like a museum, afraid to touch anything, constantly asking permission. Monroe moves through the space like she belongs here, stacking dishes with casual confidence. I collect the blankets, shaking them out with mechanical precision. The fabric holds traces of her scent. My hands pause mid-fold as the realization hits. I've never shared this space. Not really. The penthouse has hosted exactly 3 people in 6 years. My housekeeper, who comes twice a week and treats the place like a sterile laboratory. My ex-wife, who visited once after the divorce to collect a forgotten earring and spent the entire 10 minutes commenting on the coldness. And my assistant, who delivered documents during a bout of food poisoning and looked genuinely afraid to sit on anything. Monroe hums under her breath while organizing the makeshift kitchen area, something tuneless and unconscious. The sound fills corners that have held nothing but silence for years. She moves around obstacles with fluid grace, never bumping into furniture or hesitating about where things belong. It should feel invasive, foreign, wrong. Instead, it feels oddly natural, like watching someone solve a puzzle I didn't realize needed solving. "You know," she says, folding one of my expensive throws with surprising care, "for someone who claims not to live here, you've got this place set up pretty efficiently. I live here, I just don't inhabit it." Her hand still on the blanket. What's the difference? I consider the question while stacking the camp stove components with engineering precision. Living is functional. Breathing, sleeping, existing. Inhabiting suggests you leave traces of yourself behind. Ah. She resumes folding, but I catch her glancing around the space with new understanding. The museum approach. It's efficient. It's lonely. The observation lands with uncomfortable accuracy. I busy myself with straightening throw pillows that don't need straightening, avoiding her eyes. Monroe starts humming again while she works, the melody wandering through what might be Christmas carols if someone had put them through a blender. Her voice wavers between notes with cheerful disregard for musical theory. You're off key. The criticism escapes automatically, honed by years of boardroom precision where every detail matters. She pauses, one eyebrow arching in challenge. And you're uptight. We can't all be perfect. I hide my smile behind the coffee mug I've been nursing, the ceramic warm against my palm. The comeback hits exactly the right note, sharp enough to draw blood, casual enough to keep things light. Perfect is overrated anyway, I murmur into the steam. Says the man whose throw pillows have military corners. I set the mug down, each movement calculated to avoid looking directly at her. Military corners are efficient. So is breathing, but you don't make a production out of it. Her voice carries that particular brand of amusement that suggests she's enjoying herself far too much. I risk a glance in her direction and find her watching me with those sharp hazel eyes, like she's cataloging my reactions for future reference. Some of us appreciate order, and some of us appreciate comfort. She fluffs a pillow with theatrical enthusiasm, deliberately destroying the geometric precision I'd achieved moments earlier. Look at that. Much better. The pillow now sits at a rakish angle that offends every instinct I possess. My fingers twitch toward it automatically before I catch myself. You did that on purpose. Did what? Pure innocence radiates from her expression, undercut entirely by the satisfied curve of her mouth. I was just making it comfortable. Comfortable has nothing to do with... I stop mid-sentence as she moves to the next pillow, raising it like a weapon. Don't. Don't what, Steele? She tosses the pillow from hand to hand, her grin widening. Make your pristine little world a little more human? I take a step toward her, driven by an instinct I can't quite name. Protection of property, maybe. Preservation of order. The pillow arcs through the air in a lazy trajectory that gives me plenty of time to intercept it. Instead, I let it hit me square in the chest. The impact barely registers, but Monroe's delighted laughter fills the space between us like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. The sound does something strange to my ribcage, loosening muscles I didn't realize were tight. Did you just not catch that? Catching would have encouraged you. Oh, honey. She retrieves the pillow from where it fell at my feet, her movements fluid and unbothered. I don't need encouragement. The endearment slips past my defenses before I can analyze its significance. Something warm unfurls in my chest, dangerous and unwelcome and entirely too appealing. That much is obvious. She straightens, holding the pillow like a shield between us. You know what your problem is? I'm sure you're going to tell me. You think mess equals chaos, but sometimes mess just means someone's actually living in a space instead of camping in it. Her words hit with uncomfortable accuracy. I study her face, searching for the punchline or the trap, but find only gentle honesty wrapped in that irrepressible warmth. Living is overrated, says the man who just smiled at getting hit with a pillow. I catch my reflection in the darkened window. A man holding a coffee cup like armor, standing in his own living room like he's visiting a crime scene. The smile she mentioned lingers at the corners of my mouth, unauthorized but persistent. I wasn't smiling. Uh-huh. Monroe sets the pillow back on the couch with deliberate imperfection, leaving one corner askew. And I wasn't enjoying myself either. The admission slips between us, heavier than it should be. She was enjoying herself. Here in my sterile fortress, making coffee on camping equipment and turning my furniture into abstract art. Why? The question escapes before I can analyze its wisdom. Monroe pauses, her hand stilling on the throw blanket she's been folding with surprising care. Why what? Why were you enjoying this? The power's out. We're trapped. You're sleeping on a couch that costs more than most people's cars but provides roughly the same comfort as a park bench. She turns to face me fully, her expression shifting from playful to something more considering. You really want to know? I nod, though part of me wonders if I'm prepared for honesty from someone who seems incapable of filtering her thoughts. Because for once, I'm not performing. The words land with unexpected weight. I set my coffee cup down with mechanical precision, buying time while I parse her meaning. Performing what? Independence, self-sufficiency, the whole I don't need anyone routine. She shrugs, the movement casual but her eyes serious. It's exhausting, pretending you're fine with eating dinner alone every night because you chose it. Something shifts in my chest, recognition blooming like frost on glass. And you think I don't perform? Her laugh carries no humor. Oh, honey, you're the headliner. Mr. Perfect Penthouse with his perfect schedule and perfect control over everything except the weather. The observation stings because it's accurate. I've built my entire existence around performance. The successful CEO, the man who needs nothing, wants nothing, controls everything within his sphere of influence. Control isn't performance, it's survival. Same thing, different costume. Monroe moves closer, close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in her hazel eyes, the way her lips curve even when she's being serious. The difference is, she continues, last night you stopped performing. You admitted you didn't know how to make coffee without electricity. You ate gumbo like it might save your life. You kissed me like what? My voice drops lower than intended, rough around the edges. Monroe's cheeks flush, but she doesn't retreat. Like you forgot to calculate the consequences first. The truth cuts deeper than any boardroom criticism ever could. I did forget. For approximately 30 seconds, I stopped thinking and started feeling, and the world didn't end. It just got more complicated. Consequences exist whether you calculate them or not. But sometimes, Monroe steps closer, close enough that I catch that warm spice scent again. The consequence is just feeling human.
Chapter 13. Monroe. With the makeshift living area restored to something resembling order, though I made sure to leave that one pillow deliberately askew just to watch Graham's eye twitch, I stretch and survey our situation. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the snow still blocking out the rest of the city. The streets look like they belong in a disaster movie, buried under drifts that would challenge a snowplow if any were actually running. Well, since we're apparently starring in our own little apocalypse drama, maybe we should take inventory of our supplies. Graham follows my gaze to the windows, his expression shifting into what I've started recognizing as his problem-solving mode. Logical. The roads won't be cleared for days. Days, plural. I love your optimism. We gather everything from both our apartments, my eclectic collection of snacks, and his surprisingly well-stocked emergency supplies. I spread it all out on his dining table while he retrieves a leather portfolio from his office. Seriously? You're making this official? Organization prevents waste. He uncaps what looks like a pen that costs more than my monthly coffee budget. Categories: proteins, carbohydrates, perishables. Oh my God, you're making a spreadsheet without the computer. It's called a list. It's called anal retentive. Graham ignores me, drawing perfectly straight lines across the paper with mechanical precision. His handwriting looks like it should be carved in marble, all sharp angles and measured spacing. Canned goods, he announces, pen poised. 3 tins of soup, 2 packages of crackers. 1 package, I interrupt, tossing cracker crumbs into my mouth. I got hungry watching you organize. His pen pauses. You ate an entire sleeve while I was making headers? They were the broken ones. I was preventing waste. He adds a note in the margin that probably says something like, factor in Monroe's lack of impulse control. I lean over to peek at his work and catch a whiff of his cologne. Something expensive and understated that makes me want to move closer. Proteins, peanut butter, cheese, spoiling soon, and marshmallows, I supply helpfully. Marshmallows aren't protein. They're survival food. Pure energy. Graham's pen hovers over the paper like he's calculating the nutritional value of sugar and gelatin. They're diabetes in a bag. Don't be dramatic, they're perfectly good food. They're not food, they're edible foam. I study our combined supplies while he continues his meticulous cataloging. It looks like we raided a convenience store and a bunker simultaneously. My impulse purchases mixed with his methodical emergency preparedness. Realistically, I say, doing rough math in my head, we've got maybe a week here. Week and a half if we're careful. A week assumes normal consumption patterns. Graham's pen moves across the paper with surgical precision. Your shopping habits suggest we'll be lucky to make it 5 days. Excuse me? I straighten, hands finding my hips automatically. My shopping habits? Chocolate, marshmallows, 3 different types of cookies, and what appears to be enough coffee to fuel a small army. Those are staples, essential for morale. Morale doesn't provide nutritional value. Neither does your judgment, but here we are. I gesture at the feast spread across his pristine table. Besides, who exactly is feeding whom right now? Because last I checked, your idea of meal prep was speed dial numbers. His mouth quirks, barely, but I catch it. Point taken. Damn right, point taken. I grab the bag of marshmallows and shake it for emphasis. And these babies are going to be worth their weight in gold when we're down to the last can of soup. I'm rationing them like currency. I'll die before eating sugar foam. The deadpan delivery makes me pause mid-shake. Graham continues writing with the same intensity he'd bring to a $1 billion contract, like he didn't just declare war on confectionery. You say that now. I pluck a marshmallow from the bag and lob it at his head with perfect accuracy. It bounces off his temple and lands on his precisely organized list, leaving a tiny dent in his neat columns. Graham stops writing, looks at the marshmallow, looks at me, then picks it up and eats it. My mouth falls open. Did you just... surprisingly tolerable? He chews deliberately like he's conducting a scientific experiment, though the texture remains questionable. I can't believe you ate my ammunition. Your what? That was a warning shot. The next one was going to be aimed at your perfectly pressed shirt. Graham's eyes narrow with what might be amusement or calculation. Hard to tell with him. You're declaring food war? I'm declaring victory. You just admitted defeat by consumption. He sets down his pen and reaches across the table, fingers closing around the marshmallow bag. The movement brings his hand dangerously close to mine, and I catch another hit of that cologne mixed with something else. Soap, maybe, or just the clean scent of expensive everything. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Hey! I lunge for the bag, but he's already pulled it out of reach. Those are mine. Community property. We're sharing resources, remember? That's not how sharing works, Steele. You can't just confiscate. Graham opens the bag and pops another marshmallow into his mouth, maintaining perfect eye contact while he chews. The bastard doesn't even blink. Oh, it's like that. I grab the bag of chocolate cookies and clutch them to my chest. 2 can play this game. Those cookies won't last you 3 days. Watch me. We stare at each other across his dining table, surrounded by our cataloged supplies like some bizarre standoff in a luxury bunker. His gray-blue eyes hold that calculating look again, but there's something else underneath. A spark of genuine entertainment that transforms his entire face. You realize this is exactly the kind of inefficiency I was trying to avoid? Welcome to human nature, spaceman. Sometimes we do things just because they're fun. Fun. He says the word like he's testing a foreign language. This is your definition of entertainment. You ate my marshmallow. That makes you the aggressor here. Graham reaches for another marshmallow, movements slow and deliberate. And what makes you think I'm done being aggressive? The way his voice drops on the last word sends heat spiraling through my chest. This isn't about sugar and survival rations anymore, and we both know it. Because, I lean forward, matching his energy, you don't know what you're dealing with. Enlighten me. I grab a marshmallow from his stolen bag and throw it directly at his mouth. He catches it with reflexes that shouldn't exist in someone who spends their life behind a desk. Lucky shot, I mutter. Graham bites the marshmallow in half, never breaking eye contact. Try again. The playful challenge in his voice does something dangerous to my pulse. I watch him finish that marshmallow like it's some kind of negotiation tactic, and damn if it isn't working. His sleeves are still rolled up from earlier, exposing those veins that trace along his forearms, like a road map to places I shouldn't be thinking about. The firelight catches the sharp line of his jaw, softening the calculated edges just enough to remind me that underneath all that corporate armor beats the heart of a man who just declared war over sugar. Who knew the Tin Man had feelings all along? You're enjoying this way too much, I accuse, lobbing another marshmallow with less precision than before. My aim suffers when distracted by the way his mouth quirks. Graham dodges easily, rising from his chair with fluid grace. Define too much. That smug expression, like you just discovered fire. Maybe I did. Heat floods my cheeks at the implication. But I rally with another handful of ammunition. Don't get philosophical on me, Steele. We're talking about processed sugar, not life revelations. Are we? He moves around the table with predatory patience, and I scramble backwards toward the living room, cookies clutched against my chest like a shield. The man looks unfairly good stalking me through his own penthouse, all controlled power and focused intent. Stay back. I'm armed and dangerous. With snack food? The most dangerous kind. Graham lunges. I shriek and dive toward the couch, but his reflexes are sharper than mine. Strong hands close around my wrists before I can launch my cookie defense, and suddenly we're tumbling onto the cushions in a tangle of limbs and scattered treats. I land on my back with him braced above me, his weight pressing into the couch on either side of my shoulders. Our faces are inches apart, close enough that I can count the silver flecks in his gray-blue eyes, close enough to feel his breath against my lips. Surrender, he murmurs, voice rough around the edges. Never. But my protest comes out breathless, undermined by the way my pulse hammers against my throat. Graham's gaze drops to my mouth, lingers there like he's memorizing every detail. The air between us thickens with possibility, charged with the same electricity that sparked last night by the fire. His thumb traces the delicate skin of my inner wrist where he still holds me captive. Monroe. The way he says my name, like a prayer, like a warning, makes my entire body go liquid. I arch up slightly, closing the distance between us by fractions, and watch his pupils dilate. Then he pulls back. The cold air rushes between us as Graham releases my wrists and sits up, running both hands through his hair. His breathing comes uneven, but his expression shuts down like blast doors slamming closed. We shouldn't. Shouldn't what? Heat floods my face, embarrassment chasing away the desire. Touch? Talk? Exist in the same space? Complicate things. I sit up, smoothing my sweater with hands that tremble slightly. Right, because God forbid anything upset your perfectly ordered universe. Graham stands, putting deliberate distance between us. Monroe, save it. I gather the scattered cookies with movements sharper than necessary. Message received, loud and clear.
Chapter 14. Graham. I retreat to my office like the coward I am, closing the door with more force than necessary. The solid click echoes in the silence, a punctuation mark on my spectacular display of emotional incompetence. My desk sits shrouded in shadow, the dead monitors reflecting nothing but my own fractured image. I sink into my chair and stare at the blank screens, willing them to flicker back to life through sheer force of will. Nothing. I pull out a yellow legal pad, analog backup for when the digital world fails me, and attempt to reconstruct the Singapore presentation from memory. The irony doesn't escape me. I've spent 15 years advancing technology that promises to connect the world, eliminate communication barriers, revolutionize global infrastructure. And now, when I need it most, it abandons me like everything else. Third quarter projections, I mutter, pen scratching across paper. Implementation timeline, cost analysis. But the numbers blur together. My mind keeps drifting to Monroe's face when I pulled away. Hurt, flickering behind her defiance before she rebuilt those walls. The same walls I just reinforced with my own cowardice. I press harder against the paper until the pen tears through. Start again. The Singapore deal represents 18 months of negotiations, 3 different proposal drafts, and the kind of money that makes board members weak at the knees. Smart grid technology for their entire urban infrastructure. If we land this contract, Steel Innovations becomes the gold standard for smart city development. If we lose it, my stomach clenches. Lucas should have been monitoring the call when everything went dark. Should have fielded the technical difficulties with his usual diplomatic magic, but should, in reality, rarely shake hands in my experience. I grab my phone, still dead despite the portable charger. The battery icon mocks me with its red emptiness. Even the backup generators failed, leaving me cut off from everything that matters. My entire empire could be crumbling while I'm trapped in this penthouse playing house with a woman who makes me forget every rule I've built my life around. Contingency protocols, I write, though the words feel hollow. What contingency covers losing control so completely that you sabotage yourself mid-crisis? The Singapore team operates on brutal efficiency. They don't forgive technical failures, especially from a company selling technical solutions. If our infrastructure couldn't handle a simple power outage, why would they trust us with theirs? I lean back in my chair, legal pad balanced on my knee. Outside the office windows, snow continues its assault on the city. The storm that trapped us together might have just destroyed everything I've worked to build. The worst part? I can't even blame the weather. Lucas has probably spent the last 24 hours in damage control mode, fielding calls from furious investors and panic-stricken project managers. He'll be composing carefully worded emails explaining the situation without admitting fault, scheduling emergency meetings to assess the fallout, running calculations on how quickly we can recover. If we can recover. I set down the pen and stare at my pathetic attempt at crisis management. 2 pages of scattered notes that wouldn't impress a first-year MBA student. This is what 15 years of corporate leadership produces when stripped of digital support. A legal pad and growing dread? My reflection catches in the dark computer screen again. Tired, defeated, hair disheveled from running my hands through it. I look like a man who's lost control, which isn't far from the truth. The muffled sound of Monroe moving around the living room seeps through the office door, probably cleaning up our marshmallow battlefield, restoring order to the chaos we created. The chaos I created by letting my guard down, by forgetting that connection leads to complication. For the first time in my professional life, I'm completely, utterly powerless. The legal pad stares back at me, my handwriting growing increasingly illegible as frustration bleeds through the pen. Work, my usual sanctuary, offers no refuge today. The numbers refuse to align, the strategies collapse under their own weight, and every contingency plan reads like wishful thinking. I abandon the pretense and head for the master bathroom. The shower takes its sweet time warming up, pipes groaning their protests before finally delivering steam. I strip out of yesterday's clothes and step under the spray, letting hot water pound against my shoulders. The heat feels good. Better than good. Loosening muscles I didn't realize I'd clenched. But even here, with water drowning out thought, my mind circles back to Monroe. The way she looked when I pulled away. The careful distance in her voice afterward. I've perfected the art of strategic retreat, but this feels different. Messier. I towel off and pull on fresh clothes, jeans and a black sweater, casual armor for whatever comes next. My reflection looks more human now, less like a man coming apart at the seams. The living room feels different when I emerge. Quieter. Monroe sits curled in the window seat, wrapped in both our blankets like a cocoon, golden afternoon light filtering through her hair. A book rests open in her lap, pages turned with deliberate care. I head for the kitchen, needing something to do with my hands. The pantry yields crackers and cheese, basic sustenance that requires minimal preparation. I arrange them on a plate with more precision than necessary, buying time. What are you reading? She glances up, hazel eyes unreadable. The book's cover shows a winter scene. Children skating on a frozen pond, warm light spilling from cottage windows. The Christmas box, she says, voice softer than usual. Had it since I was 7. Pages are falling out, but I can't throw it away. I snort before I can stop myself. I thought you hated Christmas. The words come out sharper than intended, carrying the weight of our earlier conversation. I expect her usual quick comeback, the verbal sparring that keeps us both safely armed. Instead, she looks down at the worn pages, fingers tracing the edge of a loose binding. I hate what it's become, not what it used to mean. Her voice carries something I've never heard before, a quiet sadness that cuts through her usual defenses. No sarcasm, no deflection, just raw honesty that hits me harder than any of her clever retorts. I set the plate down on the counter, suddenly uninterested in food. That single sentence lodges itself somewhere deep, refusing to be dismissed or filed away. The distinction between corruption and essence, between what something is and what it could be. The silence sits between us, thick with everything I refuse to acknowledge. She turns another page of her worn book, but her eyes aren't tracking the words. They're fixed on empty space, somewhere past the paper and ink. I clear my throat. The sound echoes off my pristine walls like a gunshot. Want to play chess? Monroe's head snaps up, surprise flickering across her features before she schools them back into careful neutrality. Her finger marks her place in the book, a deliberate pause that gives her time to study my face. Since when do you issue social invitations? Since I have a chess set and nothing else to do. It's a weak excuse. The truth sits heavier in my chest, that I hurt her with my retreat, that her quiet sadness cuts deeper than any of her sharp comebacks ever could, that I'm the kind of man who destroys things without meaning to, who builds walls so high he can't see over them. One-night stands, I understand. Clean transactions with clear boundaries. But this, sitting in candlelight sharing childhood stories, watching her face light up when she laughs, this is dangerous territory I've spent years avoiding. Coming home to the same person every night means accountability. Means someone who notices when you're late, who asks how your day went and actually waits for an answer. It means Christmas mornings and shared coffee and the slow erosion of every defense mechanism I've carefully constructed. But she's my neighbor. That changes the calculus. I can't pretend this never happened when she lives next door, when I'll see her in the lobby and remember the way her hair catches firelight. Monroe closes her book with deliberate care, setting it aside like she's making room for something fragile. You know how to set up the board? I'm a quick study. She unfolds herself from the window seat, blankets pooling around her feet before she gathers them up. Each movement carries a hesitation I've never seen from her before, the careful distance of someone who's been burned and learned to test the temperature before touching anything again. I retrieve the chess set from the bookshelf, mahogany and brass pieces that gleam even in the dim light. The board unfolds with a soft snap, geometric precision offering familiar comfort. White or black? I ask, though I already know her answer. Black. I like the challenge. Of course she does. Monroe settles across from me at the coffee table, cross-legged on a cushion, adjusting the blanket around her shoulders like armor. Her fingers hover over the pieces, reacquainting themselves with the weight and shape. Pawns first, she murmurs, more to herself than to me. Always. The simple ritual of arranging pieces creates space between us, not distance, but breathing room, structure without pressure. I align my front row with mathematical precision while she places hers with unconscious grace. Your move, she says once everything's positioned. I advance my king's pawn 2 squares, the opening I've used since college. Standard, reliable, offering no surprises. Monroe mirrors the move, her pawn meeting mine in the center of the board. Equal territory claimed, battle lines drawn in miniature. Feeling better? She asks, not looking up from the board. The question catches me off guard. She's given me an opening to acknowledge what happened earlier, to offer something resembling an apology without forcing either of us to examine it too closely. Working on it. I advance my knight, the L-shaped move cutting across the board's geometry. Safe, predictable, exactly what she'd expect from me. Monroe studies the position, her finger tapping against her bottom lip. The gesture draws my attention to her mouth, which is a mistake I can't afford to make twice in one day. Knight to F3, she murmurs like she's cataloging my strategy. Classic development, very you. Meaning? Controlled, logical, zero imagination. She slides her bishop along the diagonal, a bold sweep that claims territory and threatens my kingside. The move carries her signature, aggressive without being reckless, creative within structure. Your turn to be predictable, I counter, moving my other knight. I'm never predictable. You just proved my point by disagreeing with me. Her laugh bubbles up genuine and surprised. The sound hits me square in the chest, so unguarded that it makes the careful distance between us feel absurd. Touché, Steele. We fall into rhythm, move and counter-move, pieces dancing across 64 squares of possibility. Neither of us speaks strategy aloud, but the game becomes conversation. Her castle slides along the back rank. My pawn pushes forward. Question and answer in mahogany and brass. You play like you live, she observes, capturing one of my pawns with surgical precision. Which is? Everything calculated 3 moves ahead. Safe exchanges. No unnecessary risks. I advance my queen. Not far, just enough to support my center. The move opens attacking lanes while maintaining defensive structure. And you play like you argue. Meaning? She mirrors my tone, eyebrow raised. Chaos disguised as strategy. Monroe's bishop takes my knight before I see it coming, the piece disappearing into her captured pile with a soft click. She grins, pure satisfaction without apology. That was strategy disguised as chaos, thank you very much. The distinction matters more than it should. I study the board with new attention, looking for the pattern beneath her seemingly random aggression. There, her pieces form a loose net around my king, threats emerging from unexpected angles. You've been planning this for 6 moves. 7, actually. She leans back, smugness radiating from every line of her body. Want to concede now or suffer through the inevitable? I don't concede. Of course you don't. I push my rook forward, creating breathing room for my cornered king. It's a delaying tactic, an obvious one to both of us, but surrender isn't in my vocabulary. Monroe studies the new position, head tilted. Candlelight catches the gold threads in her hair, turning routine contemplation into something that belongs in museums. Check, she announces, sliding her queen across the board. My king has 1 legal move, a single square of safety that buys me maybe 3 more turns before the inevitable. I make it anyway, stubborn to the end. You know what your problem is? Monroe asks, already positioning her next attack. I'm sure you'll tell me. You think losing means failing? The observation lands harder than intended. She's not talking about chess anymore, and we both know it. Doesn't it? Sometimes it means learning. Her queen delivers the final blow, checkmate in a position I never saw coming. My king stands trapped, every escape route blocked by pieces I failed to notice building their cage. Game over, she says softly. But something in her voice suggests she's not talking about chess either.
Chapter 15. Monroe. I gather the captured pieces, fingers lingering on each smooth surface longer than necessary. Why did he ask me to play again after pulling his vanishing act earlier? The mixed signals make my head spin. 1 minute he's kissing me like the world's ending. The next he's retreating behind his corporate fortress walls. Another round? He asks, already resetting the white pieces with methodical precision, each one finding its starting position like soldiers falling into formation. Glutton for punishment? I arch an eyebrow, watching his long fingers work across the board. I prefer to think of it as pattern recognition. His tone is matter-of-fact, clinical even, like he's discussing user retention metrics instead of the fact that I just demolished him in under 20 moves. I snort, can't help it, and reach for my black army, arranging each piece with what I hope reads as deliberate casualness rather than the overthinking mess that's actually happening in my head. The knight goes here, the rook there. Each piece finds its square while I study his face for clues, searching for some hint of what's really going on behind those storm gray eyes. His jaw carries that familiar tension, the muscle jumping slightly beneath the skin, like he's grinding his teeth against words he won't say. Or maybe against words he wants to say but doesn't know how. Your move, I announce once everything's positioned exactly right, my voice coming out more challenging than I intended. He advances the same pawn without hesitation, king's pawn, 2 squares forward. E4. The most common opening in the entire history of chess, predictable as sunrise, reliable as his emotional unavailability. Do you ever deviate from the textbook? Do you ever follow one? Touché. I mirror his opening, our pawns meeting in the center again. But seriously, don't you get bored playing the same game every time? It's not the same game. Variables change. Like what? The color of the pieces? His knight leaps forward in that awkward L shape that makes chess feel like warfare designed by mathematicians. Like the opponent. The comment carries weight I don't want to examine. I slide my bishop across the diagonal, claiming territory with more aggression than strategy demands. Flattery won't save your king. Wasn't trying to flatter. Then what were you trying to do? Graham pauses, his hand hovering over his pieces like he's forgotten which army he's commanding. For a second, maybe less, vulnerability flickers across his features, cracking that perfect composure. His gray-blue eyes go soft around the edges, almost uncertain, like I've caught him in the middle of removing armor he didn't realize he was wearing. But then the mask snaps back into place with almost audible force, shutters slamming down over whatever truth was trying to surface. Win. The word comes out clipped, final. Corporate Graham reporting for duty. Liar. Excuse me? I lean forward, elbows planted firmly on the coffee table, getting into his space the way he always gets into mine when he wants to make a point. You heard me perfectly well. You don't care about winning this stupid game any more than you cared about what it meant when you had me bent over. Soon as the aftershocks wore off, you jumped right back into work like nothing happened. His knight trembles slightly in his grip. That's not what? Not true? Because I was there, Graham. I felt you shut down the second reality crept back in. You ran straight to your office. His castle slides along the back rank with unnecessary force, the piece clicking against the board. The Singapore contract represents 18 months of blah, blah, infrastructure, blah. I wave my hand dismissively. You're deflecting. I'm responding to your accusation. You're proving my point. I capture his knight with savage satisfaction. Things got real, and you hid behind business speak. I don't hide. Right. You strategically retreat. Graham's mouth twitches, almost a smile, but not quite. He advances another pawn, the move sharp with irritation. You're one to talk about retreating. I'm sitting right here, aren't I? Physically. The observation stings because it's accurate. I have been keeping my distance since this morning, wrapping caution around myself like armor. But he doesn't get to call me out when he's the one who created the need for it. At least I don't apologize for existing. Neither do I. Please. I move my queen aggressively, claiming the center. You apologize for everything. For taking up space. For wanting things, for being human. His jaw tightens. That's not... Your parents really did a number on you, huh? The question lands like a slap across the careful composure he's been maintaining all evening. Graham's hand freezes over his pieces, fingers suspended in midair above a rook that suddenly seems forgotten. His entire body goes rigid, spine straightening with the kind of defensive tension I recognize from cornered animals. Got him. My parents have nothing to do with this. His voice drops to that dangerous low register he uses when he's trying to maintain control while everything inside him is unraveling. Sure they don't. I lean back against the couch cushions, crossing my arms, and studying the micro-expressions flickering across his face like storm clouds. The way his left eye twitches when I hit too close to home, how his breathing has gone shallow and measured. Let me guess, they spent Christmas morning reviewing quarterly reports instead of opening presents. Probably had you analyzing profit margins before you could tie your shoes. We opened presents. The words come out clipped, mechanical, like he's reciting from a script written decades ago. After the contract negotiations were finished, I arch an eyebrow, watching him flinch at the accuracy of my guess. Or maybe they wrapped up efficiency reports and called them gifts. Here's your performance review, son. Merry Christmas. Silence stretches between us like a live wire. Graham stares at the board, but his eyes aren't tracking the pieces. They're seeing something else entirely. Something that makes his shoulders curve inward, like he's protecting himself from a blow. They were lawyers, he says finally. Corporate law. Christmas was just another day that happened to fall on the calendar. The admission comes out flat, emotionless, but the careful distance in his voice tells me everything. I've hit something raw. No wonder you're like this, I say softly, the fight draining out of me. Like what? Trying to earn love with productivity. Graham's entire body goes rigid like I've struck him. His hands flatten against the table, knuckles whitening. Don't? The word comes out sharp enough to cut glass. He pushes back from the coffee table, chair legs scraping against hardwood, with a harsh screech that makes me wince. Don't psychoanalyze me like I'm some tragic case study for your podcast. He's on his feet now, pacing toward the window with jerky movements that betray how deeply I've rattled him. His shoulders bunch under his sweater, defensive and coiled tight. Graham, you don't know what you're talking about. I watch him stare out at the snow-covered city, his reflection ghost-like in the glass. The distance between us feels massive, despite the fact that his living room could swallow my entire apartment whole. Where are you going to go? I ask quietly. He freezes mid-stride, spine straightening like I've yanked an invisible wire. Are you planning to storm off to your bedroom? Lock yourself in your home office? Hide? His jaw flexes, the muscle jumping in a rhythm I wish wasn't so damn attractive. Those gray-blue eyes narrow when he turns to face me, calculating and cold. I don't hide. Then sit down. The challenge hangs between us like a gauntlet thrown at his feet. For a moment, I think he'll call my bluff, retreat to whatever sterile sanctuary he uses to avoid real conversation. But something in my voice, or maybe the way I keep my gaze steady on his, makes him reconsider. He returns to the chessboard with deliberate slowness, each step measured and controlled. When he settles back into his chair, he moves his bishop with unnecessary precision, the piece clicking against the board like punctuation. My parents were very successful attorneys, he says, voice carefully neutral. Corporate crime doesn't pause for holidays. Their clients needed them. Work never ends. I move my knight, mirroring his controlled tone. That's never the issue. There's always another case, another client, another deal demanding attention. Exactly. But a choice has to be made. I lean forward, studying his face as he processes my words. Someone has to decide to stop and focus on what matters most. His hand stills over his pieces. The mask slips for just a second, revealing something raw underneath. So you're saying I didn't matter to my parents? The question comes out smaller than he probably intended, vulnerable enough to make my chest constrict unexpectedly. This isn't the controlled CEO anymore. This is the scholarship kid who learned love came with conditions. We would have gotten along too well as children. Not at all. My voice gentles without permission. Maybe they just lost themselves in their work. But Graham... I pause, choosing my words carefully. I don't want that to happen to me, and I don't want it to happen to you either. His fingers drum against the table, a tell that suggests his composure is fracturing. What's the point of all that hard work if you can't take a break and enjoy it? I watch the information register on his face like pieces of a puzzle clicking into place. His eyes widen slightly, then narrow, then close entirely as the truth hits home. When he opens them again, the pain there is so stark it takes my breath away. That's how my marriage ended. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 16. Graham. words are out before I realize what I've admitted, hanging in the air like an admission I never intended to make. Monroe's eyes widen, just a fraction, but enough for me to catch the surprise before she schools her expression back to careful neutrality. You're divorced? I don't know why I brought up Claire. The marriage feels like something that happened to someone else, a chapter from a life I barely recognize as mine. But Monroe's observation about earning love through productivity hits too close to the truth, and suddenly I'm excavating memories I've buried under years of quarterly reports and board meetings. 6 years ago. I shrug, moving my queen across the board with more force than necessary. It lasted 18 months. Would have been shorter if we'd been paying attention. Monroe leans back against the couch cushions, her fingers absently straightening the pieces I've captured. The gesture is careful, methodical, buying time while she processes this new information about the man she's been trading barbs with for the past 2 days. What happened? The question comes out soft, curious rather than prying. No judgment, no artificial sympathy. Just genuine interest in understanding the mechanics of failure. We were too similar. I advance a pawn, the piece sliding across mahogany with a whisper. Both lawyers, both workaholics. I thought that would make us compatible. Because you spoke the same language? Because neither of us saw a problem with working Christmas Day. The admission tastes bitter, like overbrewed coffee left too long on the burner. We'd schedule date nights between depositions, coordinate vacations around court calendars. Very efficient. Monroe's mouth quirks upward at the corners. Not quite a smile, but close enough to suggest she's following the logic of my spectacular miscalculation. Sounds romantic. That was the problem. I moved my bishop, claiming diagonal territory I don't actually need. It wasn't romantic. It was a merger disguised as a marriage. 2 type A personalities optimizing their tax returns and splitting household duties with spreadsheet precision. But something was missing. The observation isn't a question. Monroe states it like a fact she's already deduced from the evidence I've presented, and the certainty in her voice makes me look up from the board. Her hazel eyes hold understanding rather than pity, like she solved a puzzle that's been bothering her. We both knew it. I capture one of her pawns, the piece clicking against my growing collection. Neither of us could admit it. Too much pride, maybe, or too much invested in the idea that compatibility meant never having to compromise your schedule. So you went your separate ways. Amicably, professionally, like dissolving a business partnership that wasn't generating adequate returns. The metaphor fits too well, leaving a metallic taste in my mouth. She kept the apartment in Soho. I bought this place. We still exchange Christmas cards. Of course you do. Monroe's tone carries gentle mockery, but underneath it I hear something else. Recognition, maybe. Like she's connecting dots between the man who maintains polite distance with his ex-wife and the one who can't bear to be touched without permission. I'm sorry to hear that. The condolence sounds genuine, uncomplicated by the need to fill silence with empty platitudes. Monroe doesn't press for details or offer unsolicited advice about future relationships. She simply acknowledges the loss and moves on, which somehow makes it easier to breathe. I slide my rook across the back rank, positioning it for the final assault. Monroe's king has nowhere left to run, hemmed in by my pieces and his own defensive positioning. Checkmate! The words come out flat, anticlimactic. Victory feels hollow when your opponent isn't really fighting back. Monroe studies the board for a moment, then tips her king over with her index finger, the wooden piece rolling across mahogany with a soft thud. Well played. But her smirk suggests otherwise, and suspicion prickles along my spine like static electricity. You let me win. I absolutely did not. Monroe's denial comes too quickly, her tone too light. She begins gathering her captured pieces with elaborate casualness, not quite meeting my eyes. Monroe! What? I lost fair and square. Your superior strategy overwhelmed my amateur defense. The formal language sounds ridiculous in her voice, like she's reading from a chess manual written by someone who's never actually played the game. I shift, arms crossed, waiting for her to crack under scrutiny. You sacrificed your queen for nothing. Tactical error. You moved your king into check twice. Poor planning. You're lying. I reach across the table, catching her wrist before she can scoop up another fallen soldier. Her skin is warm under my fingers, pulse jumping against my thumb. Why? Her eyes flick up to mine, and for a second the mask drops entirely. What I see there isn't triumph or manipulation. It's something softer, more complicated. Something that looks uncomfortably like care. Maybe you needed to win more than I needed to prove a point. The gesture defies every algorithm I've built my life around. In my world, winning is the only metric that matters. Market share, profit margins, quarterly projections. Everything distills down to binary outcomes. Victory or defeat. Success or failure. But Monroe just handed me victory wrapped in kindness I don't know how to process. I release her wrist, the absence of contact leaving my palm strangely cold. The chess pieces sit between us like evidence of her inexplicable generosity, and I find myself staring at the fallen king she toppled with such theatrical resignation. I don't understand you. Join the club. She sweeps the remaining pieces into the wooden box with efficient movements, avoiding eye contact. Membership's free, meetings are never, and the only requirement is accepting that some things don't make sense. The deflection feels familiar, like armor she slips on whenever conversations drift too close to sincerity. But instead of retreating to my office, my usual response to uncomfortable revelations, I find myself wanting to stay in this strange liminal space she's created. What other games do you know? Monroe pauses, a captured bishop halfway to the box. Her eyebrows climb toward her hairline in what looks like genuine surprise. You want to play another game? With me? After I just committed strategic suicide? She starts putting the pieces away. Besides, don't you know all the strategy games by now? But what games aren't based on strategy, hotshot? You've got that look like you're already calculating optimal play patterns. Plenty. Name one. Slapjack. The words hit me like a non sequitur. I blink, certain I've misheard. Slap what now? Cards. She gestures toward the mahogany sideboard where I keep a deck for the rare client who prefers poker to PowerPoint. Go grab them. I'm about to destroy your faith in logical gameplay. The leather case feels substantial in my hands, cards sliding against each other with the whisper of expensive stock. Monroe commandeers the coffee table, pushing aside empty whiskey glasses and settling cross-legged on the Persian rug, like she's claiming territory. Sit. She pats the floor beside her. This works better when you're close enough to inflict damage. I lower myself to the rug with considerably less grace, long legs folding awkwardly. The candlelight flickers across her dark skin as she shuffles with practiced efficiency, cards flowing between her fingers like water. Rules are simple. We split the deck, flip cards face up in turns. When a jack appears, first person to slap it wins the pile. She demonstrates with theatrical precision, palm smacking an imaginary card. Winner takes all. That's not a game, that's... I search for adequate terminology. Sanctioned violence with a deck theme. Exactly. Monroe's smile turns wicked. No strategy, no planning, just reflexes and luck. Everything your ordered little brain probably hates. She's right. The concept violates every principle of intelligent competition I've ever embraced. Random chance determining outcomes. Physical contact as a victory condition. It's chaos masquerading as entertainment. Deal the cards. Her laugh bubbles up warm and surprised. You're really going to do this? I'm adaptable. We split the deck with mathematical precision, though I suspect precision matters less here than pure animal instinct. Monroe explains the finer points. False starts result in penalty cards. Ties go to whoever slaps harder, while I calculate the statistical probability of drawing face cards. Then she flips the first card, and calculation becomes irrelevant. The game moves faster than conscious thought. Cards blur together in rapid succession, 7 of hearts, queen of spades, 3 of clubs, until a jack of diamonds appears and both our hands crash together on the table. Her palm lands square on top of mine, fingers interlacing automatically. The contact sends electricity straight up my arm, and for a heartbeat we freeze like that, breathing hard, staring at our joined hands. "My pile," she whispers. "Technically a tie. I was here first. Prove it." She doesn't move her hand. Neither do I. The moment stretches between us like a held breath, then Monroe slides her hand away with deliberate slowness, scooping the pile of cards toward her side of the table. "Cheater," I mutter, but there's no heat in it. "Survivor." She shuffles her winnings with smug efficiency. "Ready for round 2, or do you need time to process your crushing defeat?" We resume play, and something shifts in the air between us. The careful distance I've been maintaining, the professional courtesy that's become second nature, dissolves like sugar in rain. Monroe's earlier observation about my marriage stings less now, transformed from diagnosis to simple truth. She sees through my defenses without judgment, like she's reading a map rather than excavating secrets. The next jack appears, clubs this time, and I'm ready. My palm connects with the card a split second before hers, victory sharp and unexpected. "Beginner's luck," she declares, watching me claim my modest pile. "Pattern recognition. Jacks appear roughly once every 13 cards, accounting for deck composition, and oh my God." Monroe throws her head back, curls catching candlelight. "You're actually calculating probability during a children's game. It's called strategy. It's called missing the point." She flips another card, 6 of hearts, with theatrical flair. The chaos is the fun part. Chaos isn't fun, chaos is inefficient. Says the man sitting on a Persian rug playing cards by candlelight because the power grid failed. Monroe's eyebrows arch in challenge. "How's that efficiency working out for you?" Before I can formulate a response, the jack of spades appears. We both lunge forward, but Monroe's smaller hand darts underneath mine, snatching victory with reflexes that would make a pickpocket proud. "Cheater," I accuse again, but I'm fighting a smile. "Quick learner." She adds my cards to her growing mountain. "Face it, Steele. Sometimes the universe doesn't care about your quarterly projections." The next few hands blur together in rapid succession. Monroe wins most of them through what appears to be pure instinct, while I overthink every move until the moment passes. But somewhere between the third jack and her triumphant victory dance, something loosens in my chest. When the king of hearts appears instead of our target, Monroe slaps it anyway out of pure enthusiasm. The mistake costs her 5 cards, but she laughs like she's won the lottery, uninhibited, infectious sound that fills corners of the penthouse I'd forgotten existed. And then I'm laughing too. Not the careful chuckle I deploy in board meetings or the polite acknowledgement I offer clients. Real laughter, unguarded and helpless, bubbling up from somewhere I thought I'd surgically removed years ago. Monroe stops mid-giggle, staring at me like I've spontaneously combusted. "What? Nothing. It's just..." She shakes her head, curls bouncing. "You have a real laugh buried under all that corporate politeness. Don't get used to it. Too late." Her grin turns wicked. "I'm filing that sound away for future blackmail material." We keep playing, but the game becomes secondary to the easy rhythm we've found. Monroe's running commentary on my technique. "You're thinking too hard again. Reflexes, not algorithms. Stop calculating and start living." Would normally irritate me. Instead, it feels like friendly coaching from someone who understands the challenge of getting out of your own head. When she wins the final pile with a perfectly timed slap that leaves my hand grasping empty air, the defeat tastes surprisingly sweet. "You're dangerous," I mutter, watching her stack the entire deck with victorious precision. "And you're welcome."
Chapter 17. Monroe. My palm throbs where it connected with the table one too many times, the ache spreading up through my wrist like a delayed reaction to all that competitive card slapping. I flex my fingers, wincing at the sharp protest from overworked joints. All right, I'm calling it. I shake out my hand with theatrical suffering. My slapping days are officially over for the evening. Graham looks almost disappointed, which catches me off guard. The man who approached fun like a quarterly budget review now seems genuinely invested in my silly little card game. I think it's time for a new game. His mouth quirks upward, not quite a smile, but close enough that I feel victorious. 2 days ago, I would have bet money that Graham Steele's face was surgically incapable of expressing anything warmer than mild professional interest. Now he's practically glowing with anticipation, waiting for my next move like a kid hoping for recess. What did you have in mind? He wonders. Time to blow his mind. 52 card pickup. I gather the scattered deck with deliberate ceremony, stacking each card with the precision he'd probably appreciate under normal circumstances. Classic game. Very strategic. His brows furrow in that way that means he's already running through mental databases, searching for rules and optimal play patterns. I'm not familiar with that one. How does... Before he can finish the question, I let the cards flick out of my fingers in a perfect cascade. They scatter across his lap, over his shoulders, some landing in his hair while others drift to the Persian rug like expensive confetti. One rogue ace of spades perches on his head at a jaunty angle. The expression on his face is priceless. Complete bewilderment mixed with the dawning realization that he's been had. Gray blue eyes wide with something between outrage and reluctant admiration. I can't help it. Laughter bubbles up from somewhere deep in my chest, uncontrollable and slightly hysterical. The sight of Graham Steele, corporate emperor, and master of the universe, sitting covered in playing cards like he's been attacked by the world's most polite card shark, breaks something loose inside me. Pick these up. His voice carries that CEO authority I've heard him use with subordinates, but the effect is somewhat diminished by the 3 of hearts dangling from his ear. No, I gasp between fits of laughter. I'm the dealer. You're the one who has to pick them up. That's not a game, Monroe. Those are the rules. I pointed him with mock authority, still giggling at the ace perched on his head like a tiny paper crown. 52 cards, pick them up. Very traditional. Graham stares at me for a long moment, and I can practically see the calculations running behind his eyes. Risk assessment, probability analysis, cost-benefit evaluation of dignified retreat versus escalation. Then something shifts in his expression and I realize I may have miscalculated. Well? He brushes the 3 of hearts from his ear with deliberate slowness, never breaking eye contact. Maybe we should amend these rules. The way he says it sends a little thrill down my spine, half warning, half promise. If I catch you, he continues, rising from the floor with predatory grace, you pick them up. Oh, damn, I bolt. The living room transforms into an obstacle course as I dart around the coffee table, Graham's footsteps thundering behind me. The embers in the fireplace have burned down to orange glows, casting dancing shadows across mahogany and marble as we chase each other through his precisely arranged furniture. This is so undignified, I call over my shoulder, vaulting over the arm of his leather sofa. You started it. His voice carries actual amusement now, warm and rich. I risk a glance back and nearly trip over my own feet. Graham Steele is smiling. Not the careful corporate expression I've seen him deploy like armor, but a real smile, wide and unguarded and transformative. I scramble around the kitchen island, bare feet sliding on polished hardwood, but Graham's longer legs give him an unfair advantage. The man might spend his days in boardrooms, but apparently he keeps himself in shape because he's gaining ground with every stride. The chase becomes a game of cat and mouse through candlelit rooms, both of us breathing hard, both of us laughing like children who've discovered the adults have gone home. Snow pelts against the windows with renewed fury, the storm intensifying, But inside this warm bubble of chaos we've created, the weather feels like background music. Of course, physics and logic eventually assert themselves. Graham's bigger, stronger, faster, and I'm running out of furniture to use as shields. When he finally lunges forward and catches my wrist, I know I'm caught. But I don't give up that easily. Ow! Ouch! I cry out, immediately going limp and favoring my left foot like I've been mortally wounded. I stubbed my toe. The effect is instantaneous. Graham drops my wrist like it's made of fire, concern flooding his features. Oh, damn. He hovers uncertainly, clearly torn between suspicion and genuine worry. Is it bad? Can you? Before I can even process what's happening, I'm airborne. Graham scoops me up like I weigh nothing, one arm under my knees and the other supporting my back, lifting me clean off the ground with the kind of effortless strength that makes my brain temporarily malfunction. This close, I can smell his cologne, something expensive and understated that probably costs more than my rent. His chest is solid against my side, heart beating fast from our impromptu chase, and the careful control he maintains in every other aspect of his life seems to have completely evaporated. Where does it hurt? His voice drops to that low register that does dangerous things to my pulse. Do you need ice? I think there's a first aid kit in the genuine concern in his gray-blue eyes makes guilt twist in my stomach. It's not that bad, I insist, guilt making my voice pitch higher than usual. The fire's gotten so dim, I lost sight of where I was stepping. As if the universe wants to emphasize my point, the wind chooses that exact moment to howl like a banshee, rattling the floor-to-ceiling windows with enough force to make me wonder if the glass might actually crack. The storm sounds angrier now, more personal, like it's taken offense to our cozy little hideaway. Graham carries me over to our nest of scattered playing cards and lowers me onto my pillow with the kind of careful precision he probably uses when handling million-dollar contracts. His hands linger at my waist for just a second longer than necessary before he pulls away. Stay put. He moves toward the fireplace with determined efficiency. This needs fixing. I watch him crouch by the dying embers, rolling his sleeves up over strong forearms as he works to coax the flames back to life. The way he handles the poker, the careful arrangement of kindling, everything deliberate, controlled, methodical. Even fire building becomes a strategic operation under Graham's management. When the flames catch and start dancing again, casting warm light across his angular features, he returns to me. Without a word, he lifts my left leg with gentle hands, fingers wrapping around my ankle to examine my supposedly injured toe. His touch sends electricity shooting up my leg, but there's nothing remotely sexual about his inspection. He's all focused concern, gray-blue eyes searching for damage that doesn't exist, thumb brushing over my skin with careful attention. Of course, there's absolutely nothing to see. It's feeling better now, I admit, unable to maintain the charade under his tender scrutiny. Must have just been the shock of it. A shiver runs through me, whether from his touch or the cold creeping in around the windows. I can't tell. Graham notices immediately, releasing my foot to grab a couple of blankets from our makeshift bedding pile. He wraps me up like I'm made of spun glass, tucking the edges around my shoulders and ensuring every inch of exposed skin disappears under soft fabric. The attention feels foreign and wonderful, like being babied by someone who actually gives a damn about my comfort. What about you? I study his face in the renewed firelight, noting the way shadows play across his jaw. You're going to freeze over there. I'm good. I roll my eyes so hard it's a miracle they don't fall out of my head. Nonsense. Get over here. I open my blanket cocoon like wings, creating space for him beside me. When he hesitates, I add, "Come on, spaceman. I don't bite." He snorts, scooting closer, but moving like he's approaching a wild animal. Yes, you do. Heat floods my cheeks, and I can't stop the smile that tugs at my lips despite myself. The moment Graham settles beside me, my entire nervous system goes haywire. His body radiates heat like a furnace, all lean muscle, and controlled strength pressed against my side under the shared blankets. The man is a walking space heater, wrapped in expensive cotton and that understated cologne that makes my brain short-circuit. Every point where we touch, his thigh against mine, his shoulder brushing my arm, the way his breathing shifts the fabric between us, feels electric. My fingers itch with the urge to explore, to trace the veins visible along his forearms, to test whether his shoulders are as broad as they look under those perfectly tailored shirts. The firelight plays across his profile, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw, and I have to physically restrain myself from reaching out. But I can't. Won't. He made himself perfectly clear yesterday morning. That shouldn't have happened. The words echo in my memory like a warning bell, reminding me that whatever this is between us exists in the space of emergency circumstances and flickering candlelight, nothing more. So I stay still, hyper-aware of every breath he takes, every slight adjustment of position that brings us closer together. The blankets create our own little ecosystem, trapping warmth and the subtle scent of his skin, making the rest of the world feel impossibly far away. Outside, the storm rages with renewed fury, wind howling like a living thing determined to tear the building apart. Snow pelts the windows in waves, the sound like rice against glass, while inside our cocoon everything feels suspended, fragile, temporary. Feels weird being this quiet, I whisper, because the silence has weight now, pressing down on my chest like something physical. Graham shifts beside me and I catch a glimpse of his profile in the firelight. Thoughtful, almost peaceful in a way I've never seen him before. It feels safe. His voice carries an honesty that catches me off guard, low and unguarded in the semi-darkness. Safe. Like quiet is a luxury he rarely allows himself. Like this moment of stillness is something precious he's afraid to disturb. I understand that feeling more than I'd care to admit. In my world of constant noise, podcast recordings, client calls, the endless chatter of social media, silence usually feels like failure, like dead air that needs filling. But this quiet feels different, intentional, like we're both holding our breath, afraid that speaking too loudly might shatter whatever fragile thing we've built here. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows across the scattered playing cards that started this whole chase. Graham's breathing has settled into an even rhythm beside me, and I wonder if he's fighting the same urges I am, if his hands are as desperate to reach out as mine.
Chapter 18. Graham. The fire settles into a steady rhythm, and Monroe's breathing beside me grows softer, more relaxed. I can feel sleep tugging at the edges of her consciousness, but she fights it with the same stubborn determination she applies to everything else. So what were you like as a kid? Her voice carries that drowsy quality that makes people say things they wouldn't normally share. Before you became Mr. Corporate Overlord? I consider deflecting, but something about the firelight and her genuine curiosity disarms my usual defenses. Quiet. Overly serious, according to my teachers. I stare into the flames, remembering report cards filled with phrases like mature beyond his years and lacks spontaneity. I spent most of my time reading instead of playing with other kids. Of course you did. She shifts closer, and I catch the scent of her hair, something warm and vanilla. Let me guess, you organized your books by subject and author. By publication date, actually. Her laughter bubbles up, soft and sleepy. God, you were probably the kid who reminded teachers about homework assignments. Only when they forgot to collect them. You're terrible. She pokes my ribs gently. What about Christmas morning? Please tell me you at least acted like a normal child then. The memory surfaces unbidden, sitting in our formal living room while my parents reviewed quarterly reports over coffee, presents opened with the efficiency of a board meeting. Christmas was another scheduled event. We opened gifts at 7:30 sharp, had breakfast at 8, then my parents returned to work. I pause, surprised by how easily the words come. What about you? I imagine your house was chaos. Complete beautiful disaster. Her voice grows softer, more nostalgic. Mom would start cooking at 5 in the morning, music blasting, flour everywhere. Dad would sneak chocolate chips from her cookie dough and act all innocent when she caught him. I find myself smiling at the image. Sounds warm. It was. A shadow crosses her voice. Before everything fell apart. We fall quiet for a moment, both lost in memories of what was and what wasn't. You know what's funny? Monroe tilts her head to look at me, hazel eyes reflecting the firelight. I thought you were this pompous, stuck-up jerk when I first saw you in the lobby. And now? Her grin spreads wide and mischievous. Now I know I was absolutely right. I bark out a laugh despite myself, the sound echoing off the high ceilings. Thanks for the character assessment. You're welcome. But then her expression shifts, becomes more thoughtful. Actually, that's not entirely fair. Oh? I mean, you're still pompous and stuck up. She bumps my shoulder with hers. But I figured out that you're just as human as the rest of us poor mortals. Something in her tone catches me off guard, not teasing this time, but genuinely warm. Like she's offering me absolution for crimes I didn't know I'd committed. Human. I test the word, find it foreign on my tongue. That's debatable. See, that's what I mean. She settles deeper into the blankets, her weight pressing against my side. You act like emotions are some kind of design flaw instead of just normal. The observation hits closer to home than I care to admit. I've spent so many years treating feelings like inefficiencies to be optimized away. I used to have nightmares, I hear myself say, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. When I was young, every night for months. Monroe goes very still beside me, sensing the weight of this admission. About what? Monsters under the bed. Classic childhood terror. I stare into the fire, remembering small hands clutching blankets, the way darkness transformed familiar furniture into threatening shapes. But my parents said nightmares were illogical, that I should simply choose not to be afraid. Jesus. Her voice carries genuine sympathy. How old were you? 7, maybe 8. The age when other kids were being comforted by bedtime stories and nightlights. I learned to stop crying about them pretty quickly. Monroe's hand finds mine under the blankets, fingers threading through mine with surprising gentleness. That's heartbreaking, Graham. I shrug, the familiar walls sliding back into place. This is what I do. Excavate just enough truth to seem human, then bury it again before it can cause damage. Ancient history. My voice carries that practiced dismissal I've perfected over decades. No point dwelling on childhood psychology. But even as I say it, exhaustion settles into my bones like lead. The admission has drained something from me I didn't know I was holding. When's the last time you actually slept? Monroe's fingers tighten around mine. And I don't mean passed out at your desk or whatever power naps you take between hostile takeovers. I consider lying, but the truth slips out anyway. Properly? I honestly can't remember. Years, maybe. Her eyebrows shoot up. Years? Graham, that's insane. No wonder you look like you're constantly calculating the probability of your own demise. I function fine on 4 hours. Functioning and living are two different things. She studies my face in the firelight, and I feel exposed under her scrutiny. You need to rest. I don't really do rest. Well, tonight you're learning. Her tone brooks no argument. I'll keep watch. A laugh escapes me, rusty from disuse. It's a snowstorm, Monroe, not a military operation. What exactly are you watching for? But my words come out slower than intended, sleep tugging at the edges of my consciousness despite my protests. The warmth of the fire, the weight of her hand in mine, the steady rhythm of her breathing. It all conspires against my usual vigilance. Someone has to keep the monsters away so you can sleep. The simple statement is enough to twist my gut. When was the last time anyone offered to stand guard over my dreams? The idea seems foreign, impossible, and yet something in my chest loosens at the thought. A smile tugs at my lips before I can stop it. That might be the most ridiculous thing you've said all night. And that's saying something. She shifts beside me, reaching for one of the throw pillows. Come here. What are you? Trust me for once. She pats her lap with the pillow. You're going to fall asleep sitting up and wake up with a neck that makes you even more insufferable than usual. The offer should feel too intimate, too presumptuous. Instead, it feels like the most natural thing in the world when I lower my head to the pillow in her lap. Her fingers find my hair immediately, threading through the strands with surprising gentleness. The touch sends warmth spiraling through me, different from the fire's heat, softer, more personal. This is highly irregular, I murmur, but my eyes are already drifting shut. Everything about this night is irregular. Her voice carries a smile. Just go with it. She starts humming something soft and familiar, a Christmas song I recognize but can't name. The melody winds around me like another blanket, and I feel myself surrendering to sleep for the first time in years without fighting it. The last thing I register is the whisper of fabric as she tucks another blanket over me, her fingertips tracing the line of my jaw with a tenderness that follows me into dreams.
Chapter 19. Monroe. The fire has burned down to glowing embers, casting everything in amber shadows. Graham's breathing stays deep, and even against my lap, his face peaceful in sleep, without the sharp angles of concentration etched across his features. He looks younger, almost vulnerable. I trace lazy patterns through his hair, the silky strands slipping between my fingers. Even unconscious, he's ridiculously handsome, the kind of handsome that should come with a warning label. May cause temporary loss of common sense and questionable life choices. Which brings me to my current predicament. 3 days. That's all it's been since I knocked on his door with my arms full of blankets and attitude. 3 days of shared meals and stolen glances and conversations that veer between sparring matches and something dangerously close to intimacy. And I'm sitting here playing with his hair like some lovesick teenager who believes in soulmates and destiny. What the hell is wrong with you, Monroe? The rational part of my brain, the part that built a career on logic and user experience, keeps screaming warnings. This man is a puzzle I can't solve. All contradictions wrapped in expensive fabric. One moment he's kissing me like I'm the answer to questions he didn't know he was asking. The next he's pulling away with that practiced detachment that probably serves him well in boardrooms. What am I to him? A convenient distraction during a power outage? Some kind of exotic experiment in slumming it with the common folk? But then I remember the way he looked at me when I was cooking yesterday. Not calculating or analyzing, just appreciating, like I was something worth watching. The memory of his laugh, genuine and unguarded, echoes in my chest. Stop it. You're romanticizing a snowstorm hookup. My fingertips drift lower, brushing across his jaw, remembering the scratch of stubble against my palms when we kissed. The way his hands mapped my body like he was memorizing every curve, every response. Heat pools low in my stomach at the memory. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at vixavonromance.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VicSavonRomance.com. Chapter 20. Graham. I wake to an unfamiliar sensation, warmth spreading through my chest like honey in hot water. Not the calculated satisfaction of closing a deal or the brief endorphin hit from a morning run. Something softer, dangerous. The fire has died to embers, but the penthouse doesn't feel cold. My body remembers last night in vivid detail. Monroe's nails raking down my back, the way she arched beneath me, how her name sounded torn from my throat like a confession. I expect to find her curled against me, all warm limbs and messy hair. Instead, the space beside me holds only the ghost impression of her body in the rumpled blankets. A soft clatter draws my attention. There she is, crouched by the fireplace with her back to me, tending to something in a cast-iron pot. She's stolen one of my Oxford shirts, the pale blue one I wore to yesterday's failed board call. It hangs loose on her frame, the hem brushing mid-thigh, sleeves rolled up past her elbows. Her hair catches the morning light filtering through frost-covered windows, natural curls forming a magnificent halo around her head. She's humming something under her breath, a low melody that vibrates in her chest. The shirt gaps slightly at the collar, revealing the smooth curve of her shoulder, a small constellation of freckles I mapped with my tongue hours ago. She looks like she belongs here. In my space. In my morning. The thought should terrify me. It's the kind of dangerous thinking that leads to dependency, complications, the messy entanglements I've spent 6 years avoiding. Instead, I find myself smiling. Good morning, beautiful. She jumps slightly, wooden spoon clattering against the pot rim. Those hazel eyes find mine over her shoulder, bright with surprise, and something that might be shyness. A slow smile spreads across her face, the kind that starts in her eyes and works its way down. Good morning, spaceman. You were out like a light. I stretch, rolling my shoulders to work out the pleasant ache from sleeping on the rug. Her gaze follows the movement, tracking the shift of muscles beneath my skin with an appreciation that sends heat straight to my groin. Can't imagine why I'd be tired. She laughs, the sound rich and warm as whatever she's cooking. I can't either. Must be the stress of having your perfectly ordered world turned upside down. I push up on my elbows, studying her face. There's a lightness to her expression I haven't seen before, like some invisible weight has lifted from her shoulders. You seem remarkably chipper for someone who's been snowed in with a corporate robot. Maybe the robot's growing on me. She turns back to her cooking, stirring whatever's in the pot with deliberate focus. Either that or Stockholm Syndrome is setting in faster than expected. The easy banter feels different this morning. Less like verbal sparring, more like comfort. The kind of effortless rhythm couples fall into after years together. The comparison makes something twist in my chest. Hungry? She asks, glancing back at me with raised eyebrows. Heat pools in my stomach, but it has nothing to do with food. I let my gaze rake over her slowly, the way my shirt clings to her curves, how her bare legs look painted gold in the firelight, the soft swell of her lips that still look slightly swollen from last night's kisses. Oh, I'm starved. The words come out rougher than intended, loaded with double meaning that makes her cheeks flush. She laughs again, this time with a hint of breathlessness. Down, boy. I meant actual food. You're surprisingly perky for someone who looked half dead from exhaustion 12 hours ago. I sit up fully, running a hand through my disheveled hair. She's right. I feel more rested than I have in months, despite sleeping on the floor. Must be the company. Look at you, being almost human before coffee. Her smile turns teasing. What's next? Admitting you have feelings? I scoot closer across the rug until I'm pressed against her side, close enough to catch the scent of cinnamon and something distinctly Monroe. The warmth of her body seeps through the thin cotton of the borrowed shirt. "What are you making?" I lean over her shoulder to peer into the pot, my chest brushing her back. "Oatmeal." She stirs the thick mixture, steam rising between us like a barrier I want to eliminate. I lean back on my heels, watching her efficient movements. The irony doesn't miss me. Here I am, CEO of a company that digitizes entire cities, reduced to cooking over open flame like some 19th century homesteader. We're practically back in the olden days. She snorts, ladling the oatmeal into two mismatched bowls. Not very good for business. Before she can hand me the first bowl, I wrap my arms around her waist from behind, pulling her flush against my chest. The wooden spoon clatters forgotten as her body melts into mine, all soft curves and warm silk beneath borrowed cotton. Good for other things, though. Her breath catches as I press my lips to the sensitive spot behind her ear. She tastes like salt and sleep, and something uniquely Monroe, something that bypasses every logical circuit in my brain and goes straight to the primitive parts that recognize possession, protection, need. "Graham!" My name emerges as half warning, half plea. I reluctantly release her, accepting the bowl she offers with hands that aren't quite steady. We settle back onto the blankets, close enough that our knees brush with every movement. The oatmeal tastes like cardboard, but I eat it anyway, watching Monroe scrape the bottom of her bowl with focused determination. Outside, snow continues its relentless assault against the windows. The city has vanished beneath white, transformed into something alien and unrecognizable. 24 hours ago, the idea of being cut off from the grid would have sent me into crisis mode. Now I find myself hoping the storm stretches longer, that the city takes its sweet time digging us out. The realization settles in my chest like lead. Monroe follows my gaze to the frost-covered glass. Think the city will get it together anytime soon? Feels like we're about to go into an ice age. I consider this. When the snow clears, when the power returns, when the elevators hum back to life, everything changes. She goes back to 4B. I return to boardrooms and conference calls. This becomes a story we tell at parties, if we tell it at all. The thought makes my jaw clench. You realize, I set down my empty bowl with deliberate precision. We're technically neighbors, not whatever this is. Her grin blooms slow and devastating. Guess you'll have to neighbor harder. She sets down her empty bowl and stretches, the movement making my shirt ride up her thighs in a way that derails my thought process completely. You know what this place needs? Better insulation? Christmas decorations. She stands, padding barefoot across the hardwood toward the windows. I'm thinking we should start getting festive. The words hit me like ice water. You're really serious about starting to like Christmas again? She turns back to me. Her shoulders lift in a casual shrug that doesn't quite match the vulnerability flickering across her features. Why not? It's not so bad. And you're here. The admission lands somewhere between my ribs and spreads outward like warm whiskey. Something in my chest gets a little too warm and cuddly, a sensation I'm not equipped to handle before noon, or ever really. I clear my throat, nodding with the kind of measured control that's kept me alive in boardrooms for 15 years. Sure. Why not? Go ahead. Her grin explodes across her face like sunrise, bright enough to power the building. Really? You won't complain when I make your place look like Santa's workshop threw up? I'll adapt. I always do. She bounces on her toes, suddenly animated in a way that makes her look younger, lighter. Okay, I need supplies. Red ribbon. Any ribbon, really. Gold if you've got it. White paper or anything that could pass for snow. Scissors. Maybe some wire. Oh, and string lights if you have them, though I'm guessing your aesthetic doesn't extend to twinkle lights. I stand, brushing imaginary lint from my pajama pants. You're making a lot of assumptions about my aesthetic choices. Am I wrong? No, but that's not the point. She laughs, that rich sound that's becoming dangerously addictive. Come on, spaceman. Show me where you hide the creative supplies. I lead her down the hallway toward my office, acutely aware of how she follows just close enough that her presence registers like heat at my back. The office door swings open to reveal floor-to-ceiling windows, a mahogany desk that cost more than most people's cars, and walls lined with awards I'd forgotten I owned. Monroe stops in the doorway, mouth slightly open. "Damn, Graham, this is where you work?" "Sometimes." I move toward the supply cabinet built into the far wall. Most meetings happen downtown. She wanders inside, fingers trailing along the edge of my desk like she's exploring a museum exhibit. This desk is bigger than my entire apartment. It's functional. It's ridiculous. She picks up the crystal paperweight I've never actually used for papers, turning it in the light, but also kind of impressive in an intimidating overlord sort of way. I pull open drawers methodically, extracting items from her mental list. Red ribbon from last year's client gift wrapping, white copy paper, scissors with surgical precision edges, a roll of copper wire from some forgotten project. Wire. I hold it up like a trophy. Perfect. She moves to the bookshelf, running her finger along leather spines. You alphabetize your business books by author? Is that wrong? It's very you. She pulls out a volume on market analysis, flipping through pages. Do you ever read anything fun? Like, for pleasure? I pause in my supply gathering. Define fun. Fiction, poetry, something that won't help you dominate global markets. I read biographies. Of dead businessmen, I'm guessing. Not all of them are dead. She laughs again, replacing the book with careful precision. You're hopeless, Steele. You say that like it's news.
Chapter 21. Monroe. The papier-mâché Christmas tree looks like it survived a nuclear winter and lost the battle. Badly. The newspaper strips hang at tragic angles, creating what could generously be called an abstract interpretation of festive cheer. More realistically, it resembles something a toddler might produce during an unsupervised craft hour. I don't care. It's mine. It's ridiculous. And it's going to sit proudly next to Graham's flawless fireplace, whether he likes it or not. Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg. I belt out the lyrics while smoothing another strip of soggy newspaper over the wire frame. My voice cracks on the high notes, but the acoustics in this penthouse are surprisingly forgiving. From the couch, Graham clears his throat with the precision of a man who's never sung off-key in his life. I believe the traditional lyrics are different. Traditional is boring. I dip another strip into the flour and water paste, which has achieved the consistency of library glue. Besides, Batman probably does smell. All that leather and brooding can't be good for personal hygiene. He doesn't respond, but I catch the almost smile tugging at his mouth before he buries his nose back in whatever soul-crushing business manual he's absorbed in. Something about market optimization strategies, because apparently even during a citywide blackout, Graham still can't resist the urge to optimize something. The fire crackles behind me, casting dancing shadows on my growing collection of holiday disasters. Paper snowflakes hang from the ceiling at various heights, some delicate and symmetrical, others looking like they were attacked by scissors-wielding toddlers. 3 lopsided snowmen made from rolled-up printer paper guard the windows like the world's least intimidating security team. And in the hallway entrance, my crowning achievement. A mistletoe crafted from green construction paper that looks more like diseased lettuce than anything remotely romantic, but it hangs there with stubborn pride, daring anyone to question its legitimacy. Silent night, holy night, all is calm. Oh, damn. The tree frame tilts dangerously as I reach for more paste. I lunge forward, catching it before it topples into the fire, but not before slopping newspaper pulp across my borrowed shirt. Graceful, Graham observes without looking up from his book. Whatever, I counter. steadying the tree with one hand while wiping paste off my shirt with the other. Beauty is subjective anyway. I don't think structural integrity is. I pause my crafting to glare at him over my shoulder. He's sprawled across his leather couch like he owns the world, which, considering the size of this penthouse, he probably owns at least a small city. His reading glasses perch on his nose, making him look like a devastatingly attractive professor who'd fail you for breathing too loudly. You know, normal people would offer to help instead of providing commentary from the peanut gallery. He turns a page. I'm supervising. You're being useless. Efficiently useless. The corner of his mouth twitches. There's a difference. I return to my tree, humming "Deck the Halls" under my breath and deliberately getting every third word wrong. The papier-mâché squelches between my fingers, therapeutic in its messiness. When was the last time I made something just for the hell of it? Not a website design or podcast script, something pointless and joyful and completely impractical. The realization hits me like a warm wave. I feel light. Actually, genuinely light. Like someone replaced my bones with helium and my perpetual cynicism with something dangerously close to happiness. It's terrifying and exhilarating. And I refuse to analyze it too closely, because that way lies the kind of overthinking that turns good feelings into anxiety spirals. Fa la 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 la. Hey, Graham. When's the last time you sang Christmas carols? The silence stretches long enough for me to wonder if he heard the question. Finally, I don't sing. Ever? Ever. I twist around to study his profile. He's holding the book like a shield, jaw set in that familiar line of controlled tension. Not even in the shower? Especially not in the shower. That's tragic. That's practical. Screw practicality. You want to know what I think? I push myself up from the floor, hands finding my hips in what my mother would call my about to speak truth to power stance. Graham's eyes lift from his book, and something shifts in his expression. His gaze travels down the length of my body with deliberate slowness. Taking in my paste-stained shirt, my newspaper-smudged leggings, the way I'm standing like I'm ready to take on the world, armed with nothing but papier-mâché and righteous indignation. A smirk tugs at his lips. I have a feeling you're going to tell me. Of course I am. I gesture toward him with a flour-crusted finger. I think that you're... The overhead lights flicker. I freeze mid-sentence, staring at the ceiling fixture like it might be a hallucination brought on by too much craft paste exposure. The bulbs flutter again, casting strobing shadows across Graham's suddenly alert face. Wait, the lights? The actual, honest-to-God electric lights? They flicker once more, before blazing to full brightness with a triumphant hum. The sudden illumination transforms the penthouse from our cozy candlelit cave into something that looks like a showroom again, all clean lines and expensive surfaces gleaming under harsh LED reality. The air conditioning unit roars to life somewhere in the walls, making me jump with a startled gasp. The sound rumbles through the floors and ceiling like a mechanical dragon waking from hibernation. Heat, actual, thermostat-controlled, don't have to huddle by the fire heat. We're saved. The squeal erupts from somewhere deep in my chest, pure joy bubbling up like champagne. I spin in a circle, arms thrown wide, nearly knocking over my tragic Christmas tree in the process. The world has color again. Sound. The gentle whoosh of forced air through vents, the distant hum of elevators resuming their vertical journeys, the barely audible buzz of every electronic device in the building coming back online simultaneously. I grab Graham's hands, trying to pull him up from the couch into my impromptu celebration dance. He rises but remains statue still while I bounce around him like a caffeinated squirrel. Imagine, we can eat real food, or takeout. I spin under his arm, though he's not exactly participating in the choreography. Ugh, I am craving a triple cheese pizza right now, with those little pepperonis that curl up into tiny grease cups when they cook, and maybe some of those garlic knots that are basically heart attacks wrapped in bread. Graham stands frozen in the middle of my one-woman dance party, his face completely unreadable. The book hangs forgotten in his hand, pages slightly bent from where his grip tightened. My spinning slows, then stops altogether as I catch sight of his expression, or rather, his complete lack of expression. The mask has slammed back down with the efficiency of a steel security gate. "You look disappointed," I say, breathless from my celebration. "No." The word comes out too quickly, too flat, but I see it now. The way his shoulders have straightened back into that familiar boardroom posture, the careful distance he's deliberately put between us, despite the fact that I'm still holding one of his hands. His fingers have gone rigid in mine, not quite pulling away but not participating either. The lights have flicked back on, and so has his stone-cold exterior. That impenetrable CEO mask sliding back into place like armor, being reassembled piece by piece. The harsh fluorescent glare overhead feels almost violent after hours of soft firelight and candle glow. It's exposing everything. The rumpled state of our clothes, the intimacy of our makeshift nest on the couch, the way we'd unconsciously gravitated toward each other in the darkness. But mostly it's exposing the truth neither of us wants to acknowledge. Lights mean home. Lights mean elevators working, and security systems online, and the real world rushing back in to reclaim us. Home means no more late nights curled up by the fire, trading stories and stealing glances. No more silly arguments over marshmallow toasting technique that were really just excuses to lean closer. No more breathless moans under flickering flames. No more of his hands mapping my skin like he was memorizing every curve and hollow. The spell is breaking, and I can practically see him rebuilding his walls in real time, brick by emotional brick.
Chapter 22. Graham. Her excitement deflates like a punctured balloon, the vibrant energy seeping out of her posture until she's standing there looking suddenly smaller. The realization hits her features in waves, first confusion, then understanding, then something that looks dangerously close to hurt, before she masks it with that familiar armor of indifference. We both know what this means. The lights are back, which means the elevators work, which means she can go home to her own apartment with its own heat, and its own food, and its own space, where she doesn't have to share anything with anyone. Especially not with me. The arrangement was practical. Mutual benefit during a crisis. Shared resources, shared warmth, shared survival. Nothing more complicated than basic human logistics during an emergency situation. Except it had become something more complicated, hadn't it? Somewhere between her terrible singing and my first genuine laugh in months, the lines had blurred beyond recognition. And now the harsh LED reality is forcing us to remember exactly what those lines were supposed to be. I can have fresh groceries delivered within 45 minutes if I want them. Premium sushi from that place downtown, or those artisanal sandwiches Lucas keeps insisting I try. Hell, I could have a full Thanksgiving dinner catered and delivered before the sun sets, complete with servers and fine china. There's no practical reason for her to stay. No logical justification for maintaining this, whatever this was. The shrill ring of my phone cuts through the awkward silence like a blade. Monroe's eyes dart toward the sound, then back to my face, and I see her shoulders straighten into that defensive posture I recognize from our first meeting in the lobby. You should get that. Her voice has lost its warmth, gone flat and professional. Probably important CEO business waiting for you. I nod once, sharp and efficient, and stride toward my office without another word. The phone continues its insistent demand for attention, and I'm grateful for the interruption. Grateful for something concrete and manageable to focus on instead of the way Monroe's face had shuddered when the lights came back on. Steele. I answer on the fourth ring, settling behind my desk like it's armor. Jesus Christ, Graham, are you alive? Lucas's voice crackles through the speaker, tinged with the particular brand of exasperation he reserves for my most infuriating moments. I've been trying to reach you for hours. Your building's been all over the news. Total blackout, people trapped, the whole disaster movie package. I lean back, forcing my voice into its familiar, controlled register. I'm fine, Lucas. Completely fine. Fine. You've been without power for over 24 hours in sub-freezing temperatures, and you're fine? The disbelief practically drips through the phone. I've been working so hard to get the city to clear the streets so I could mount a proper rescue mission. Do you have any idea how many favors I had to call in to get a snowplow prioritized for your ridiculously mediocre neighborhood? I don't know why you even live around there. There's no rescue needed, I say, perhaps a bit too quickly. I had adequate resources. Heat, food, the essentials. A pause. Then, heat? How did you have heat without power? Fireplace. Since when do you use your fireplace? You told me once that wood burning was an inefficient heating method that contributed to air pollution. Since Monroe made it something other than inefficiency, I think but don't say. Emergency situations call for adaptation. Lucas makes a skeptical noise. Right. Well, your emergency timing was actually perfect. That board meeting you were so worried about? The one that got cut off when your power died? My spine straightens. The deal that could expand our infrastructure contracts across the entire East Coast. The meeting I'd been preparing for over the past 3 months. The one that couldn't afford any technical difficulties or signs of weakness. What happened after the connection dropped? That's the beautiful part, Lucas continues, and I can hear the satisfaction in his voice. After you disappeared, Singapore started getting nervous about our technical capabilities, started muttering about reliability concerns and whether a company that can't maintain its own power systems should be trusted with large-scale infrastructure projects. My stomach drops. Lucas. So I stepped in with some truly inspired nonsense about planned stress testing protocols and how you were personally overseeing emergency response procedures from the field. Made it sound like you'd orchestrated the whole blackout as some kind of executive-level quality assurance demonstration. I blink. You convinced them I planned the citywide power outage? I convinced them you were so committed to excellence that you'd rather test our systems during an actual crisis than rely on simulations. Really sold the whole hands-on leadership angle. His voice turned smug. They signed the deal 2 hours later. Full contract, expanded scope, even agreed to the accelerated timeline. Relief floods through me so completely that I have to grip the edge of my desk to steady myself. The deal is secured? Locked down tighter than your daily schedule. Lucas pauses. I'm thinking there might be a hefty Christmas bonus in my future for pulling that particular rabbit out of my hat. I snort, but nod anyway. I think that can be arranged. He's earned it after all. We need to prioritize redundant backup systems immediately, I tell Lucas, pacing to the window where the city sprawls below, electric and alive again. Multiple generator configurations, satellite uplinks, the full arsenal. If we're positioning ourselves as infrastructure experts, we can't be caught with our pants down during the next weather event. Already drafting the procurement list, Lucas replies, and I can hear him typing in the background. Though I have to say your impromptu field testing story was so convincing, I'm almost starting to believe it myself. Maybe we should actually implement some of those protocols I made up. Do it. I roll my shoulders, feeling the familiar comfort of problem-solving mode settling over me. Schedule a full team meeting for tomorrow morning. I want proposals for outage-proof communication systems on my desk by Friday. Consider it done. And Graham? Lucas pauses. It's good to have you back. I know you'll bounce back. I'll manage. You always do. That's why they pay you the ridiculous salary. The line goes dead, and I stand there for a moment, staring out at the bustling street below where snowplows are finally clearing the last remnants of the storm. Everything returns to normal. Order restored, crisis averted, business as usual. Which means I should feel satisfied, relieved. ready to dive back into the controlled chaos of running a multi-million-dollar company. Instead, I feel oddly hollow. I stride back toward the living room, already composing the mental checklist of tasks that need immediate attention. The deal went through without issue, I announce, still running things through in my mind. First, review the Singapore contracts Lucas negotiated, then analyze the infrastructure vulnerabilities exposed by this blackout. After that, "That's great." Monroe's voice stops me short. She's standing by the couch, that oversized sweater hanging loose around her shoulders, fingers combing through her curls in a gesture I've learned means she's thinking too hard about something she doesn't want to say. Expanded contract, accelerated timeline, full scope approval. Lucas managed to turn our technical difficulties into a selling point somehow. Of course he did. She tucks a curl behind her ear, but it springs back immediately. You're probably relieved to get back to conquering the tech world and all that. I nod because I should be relieved. This deal represents months of work, millions in revenue, the kind of success that validates every calculated risk I've taken to build this company. But relief isn't what I'm feeling as I watch Monroe fold her blankets with methodical precision, stacking them in neat squares beside her open suitcase. "I guess I'll make myself scarce," she says, with a laugh that contains zero actual humor. Those hazel eyes meet mine for a fraction of a second before darting away. "Give you space to get back to your normal routine without some random neighbor cluttering up your place." The words hit harder than they should. Random neighbor. As if the past 2 days were nothing more than a temporary inconvenience, a brief disruption in both our regularly scheduled lives. I should agree. Should thank her for understanding the practical nature of our arrangement and make the transition back to separate existences as smooth as possible. Instead, I find myself hesitating, watching her hands shake slightly as she rolls up the shirt she'd borrowed from my dresser, one of my old MIT t-shirts that looked completely different on her than it ever did on me. "You don't have to rush," I hear myself saying, though I'm not sure where the words come from. She glances up, eyebrows raised. "Pretty sure I do, Steele. Crisis over, emergency roommate situation officially terminated." The way she says it, so matter-of-fact, so final, so like me, makes something twist uncomfortably in my chest. Like losing something I didn't realize I wanted to keep.
Chapter 23. Monroe. The click of my apartment door feels louder than it should, echoing through the silence like a period at the end of a sentence I'm not ready to finish. I drop my bag by the entrance and exhale. Not relief, just air leaving my lungs because it has to go somewhere. Everything looks exactly the same as when I left 3 days ago. Same throw pillows arranged on my couch. Same coffee mug sitting in the sink. Same stack of design books on my side table. But somehow it all feels smaller now, like I'm seeing it through different eyes. My phone sits on the kitchen counter where I abandoned it, the screen dark but no longer completely dead. I plug it in and watch as notifications flood the display. Missed calls, text messages, voicemails stacking up like digital breadcrumbs, marking the time I was disconnected from the world. 7 missed calls from Mom, 12 from Drea, a handful of work emails that probably could have waited anyway. I dial Mom first because avoiding her only makes things worse. "Monroe?" "Oh, honey, thank God." Her voice carries that particular blend of relief and exasperation that only mothers can master. "I've been worried sick ever since I saw the news about that massive blackout. Were you okay? Did you have enough food? Heat?" "I'm fine, Mama. Really." I sink onto my couch, pulling my legs up underneath me. I had everything I needed. But 3 days without power, in this cold? Sweetheart, you should have called earlier. I would have driven up there myself if I'd known you were trapped. The image of my mother attempting to navigate New York City during a blizzard makes me smile despite everything. The phones were down too. Cell towers, everything. but I managed just fine. We talked for another 10 minutes about nothing important. Her latest interior design project, the weather in Atlanta, whether I'm eating enough vegetables. Normal mom conversation that feels strangely grounding after the surreal bubble of the past few days. When I hang up, I immediately dial Drea's number. "Girl, where the hell have you been?" Her voice explodes through the speaker before the first ring even finishes. "I've been calling you for days. I was about to drive up there with a search party and some of those hand warmers you put in your shoes. Phone died when the power went out. Just got it working again. Several days of radio silence during the apocalypse. I was imagining you frozen solid like that scene in The Shining. Drea's dramatic flair comes through even over the phone. Please tell me you didn't survive on crackers and stubbornness." I laugh, settling deeper into my couch cushions. Actually, I had plenty of food and heat. Heat? How'd you manage that without electricity? This is the moment where I could deflect, make some joke about extra blankets and body heat conservation. Keep it simple and avoid the complications. Instead, I find myself saying, "I stayed with my neighbor upstairs, the one with the penthouse and the fireplace." Silence. Then, "The hot businessman you've been complaining about for months? Mr. Stick Up His Ass with the expensive suits?" That's the one. Monroe Evans. Drea's voice drops to that dangerous register that means she smells gossip. "You're telling me you spent 3 days snowed in with a fine man in a penthouse and you're just casually mentioning it now?" It wasn't like that. It wasn't like what? Like a Hallmark movie come to life? Like every romance novel ever written? I can practically hear her settling in for a full interrogation. "Drea, no. You don't get to Drea me out of this. Details. Now. All of them." So I tell her everything. The awkward arrangement, the card games, the cooking disasters that turned into something edible. The way he listened when I rambled about my family, how he looked when he smiled for real instead of that polished corporate expression. I tell her about the kissing, both times. And then the power came back this morning and he immediately went into business mode. I finish, trying to keep my voice neutral. Took a meeting, I packed up, and now I'm back to my regularly scheduled life. That's it? You just walked away? What was I supposed to do? Camp out in his living room until he admits he has feelings? The man can barely admit he likes coffee without qualifying it with efficiency metrics. Drea makes that particular noise she reserves for when I'm being deliberately obtuse. "Baby girl, you're telling me this man, this buttoned-up, emotionally constipated businessman, spent 3 days sharing his space, cooking with you, opening up about his family, and making out with you by candlelight, and you think he was just being neighborly?" I think he was being practical. Practical men don't learn card games and eat marshmallows and whisper sweet nothings by firelight. Practical men don't kiss women twice unless they're planning on a third time. I curl tighter into my couch, suddenly feeling very small in my own apartment. It doesn't matter what he was being. The crisis is over. We're back to normal. And normal means we barely speak in the hallway. Or, Drea says slowly, normal means you're both scared of admitting this was more than a temporary arrangement, so you're retreating to your respective corners to avoid dealing with actual emotions. The accuracy stings. I don't retreat. Honey, you've been retreating since your parents' divorce. Every time something gets real, you find a reason to bail before anyone can leave you first. That's not. It is, though. Her voice softens into something gentler, but no less direct. And I get it. Watching your parents tear each other apart on Christmas Eve would mess anyone up. But Graham still isn't your father, and you aren't your mother. I press my lips together, hating how easily she can read me after all these years. Look, Drea continues. Maybe this whole thing crashes and burns. Maybe he really is just a cold corporate robot who only knows how to function in crisis mode. But maybe, just maybe, he's as freaked out as you are about catching actual feelings. So, what am I supposed to do with that information? Have fun with it. Stop overthinking everything to death and see what happens when you don't have an exit strategy planned before the first date. I snort. Who said anything about dating? Girl, please. You've already skipped straight to the slumber party phase. Might as well see if he's worth keeping around for breakfast. Despite everything, I find myself laughing. You're ridiculous. I'm right. There's a difference. She pauses. But speaking of right, we need to get back to work. The podcast isn't going to record itself, and I've got 3 episode advertisement deals hanging in the balance, waiting for your approval. Real life is calling. After we say our goodbyes, I flop onto my couch with a sigh that comes from somewhere deeper than exhaustion. The cushions swallow me whole, and for a moment I just stare at the ceiling, trying to make sense of the last 72 hours. Dre is right, though. Vacation's over. Time to rejoin the land of the living, or at least the land of the employed. I grab my laptop from the coffee table where I abandoned it 3 days ago, the metal cold against my palms. The screen flickers to life, and I open a new document, fingers hovering over the keyboard as an idea crystallizes. Episode title: When the Lights Come Back On. The words flow faster than usual, like they've been waiting in some corner of my mind, fully formed. I type notes about how we retreat into familiar patterns once crisis passes, how we use comfort and routine as shields against the growth that comes from being pushed outside our boundaries. Opening hook. What happens when the emergency's over and you're left staring at the person you became when everything familiar got stripped away? My fingers pause. I backspace, rewrite, delete again. The topic feels too close, too raw. But maybe that's exactly why it needs to be said. I outline the psychological safety of isolation, how we tell ourselves we're being practical when we're really just scared, how easy it becomes to dismiss profound moments as temporary madness once normalcy returns. Key point: growth doesn't happen in comfort zones. It happens when the power goes out and you can't hide behind your usual defenses. 20 minutes later, I have a solid framework. The passion comes through in every bullet point. The kind of episode that could help people recognize their own patterns of emotional avoidance. I save the document and head to my spare room, where my recording setup waits like a confession booth. The microphone stands at attention, the foam padding on the walls ready to capture every inflection. I settle into my chair, adjust the headphones, and hit record. Welcome back to Digital Detox with Monroe. I'm your host, and today we're talking about what I'm calling emergency intimacy and what happens when the lights come back on. My voice finds its rhythm, warm but direct. Picture this. Something forces you out of your normal routine, a blackout, a flight delay, a global pandemic. Suddenly you're talking to strangers, sharing resources, being vulnerable in ways that would terrify you under normal circumstances. I lean closer to the mic, the words gaining momentum. But here's what nobody talks about. The moment the crisis passes and we sprint back to our carefully constructed bubbles. We convince ourselves that the connection we felt was just survival mode, not real growth. That the person who showed up during the emergency wasn't the real us. The irony isn't lost on me. I'm literally talking about running back to isolated comfort while sitting alone in my apartment, recording, instead of knocking on a door one apartment over. We're so terrified of being seen, really seen, that we'd rather pretend transformative moments never happened than risk finding out they meant something, or that they meant nothing at all. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers. Friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiance. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 24. Graham. The Steel Innovations office feels like stepping into a museum after living in a cabin. Everything gleams under the harsh fluorescent lighting, polished marble floors, chrome fixtures, glass conference rooms that reflect infinite versions of corporate efficiency. Even the air tastes processed, filtered through systems designed to optimize everything except human comfort. My phone buzzes against my thigh as I stride toward the elevator bank. Another message I won't read, another notification I'll dismiss. The screen stays dark in my pocket. Graham! Jennifer from accounting waves from across the lobby, her smile bright enough to power the building. Thank God you're okay. We heard about the blackouts uptown. Days without power? You're a total trooper. I nod, press the elevator button harder than necessary. Infrastructure held better than expected. Still, roughing it like that, you're basically a survivor now. The elevator doors slide open like a reprieve. I step inside, punch 37, and watch the numbers climb while my reflection stares back from the polished steel. Yesterday morning I was sitting by firelight, listening to Monroe explain why marshmallows were scientifically superior to any rational food choice. Now I'm back to quarterly projections and board presentations. The doors open to reveal Lucas waiting with 2 cups of coffee and an expression that suggests he's been calculating my exact arrival time. Welcome back to civilization. He hands me the larger cup, falls into step beside me as we head toward my office. How'd you survive the great blackout of 2024? I hope you weren't trying to work by candlelight. I adapted. Meaning you probably ate crackers and bottled water for 3 days while manually calculating profit margins. I push through the glass doors to my corner office, and Lucas follows, settling into his usual chair across from my desk. The space feels enormous after Monroe's cozy apartment, sterile in ways I never noticed before. Actually, I hear myself saying, I had gumbo. Lucas pauses with his coffee halfway to his lips. I'm sorry, what? Gumbo, Louisiana style. I boot up my computer, grateful for something to do with my hands. Turns out you can make it without electricity if you know what you're doing. Since when do you know what gumbo is, let alone how to make it? I don't. Someone else cooked. The silence stretches just long enough to feel dangerous. Lucas sets down his cup with deliberate precision. Someone else. In your apartment. During a citywide emergency. His eyebrow reaches heights that should require permits. Graham, please tell me you didn't hire a personal chef to weather the apocalypse. The building arranged shared resources during the outage, practical allocation of amenities. Right. Shared resources. He flips open his tablet, scrolling through what I assume are the 17 crises that accumulated during my absence. Speaking of practical allocation, the board wants an emergency meeting about power grid reliability. Apparently, 3 days of darkness made everyone realize their backup systems are about as reliable as a chocolate teapot. I pull up my calendar, scan the conference request that multiplied while I was gone. Schedule it for this afternoon. What's the primary concern? Whether we can develop infrastructure that maintains full functionality during grid failures. Solar integration, battery arrays, Maybe some kind of hybrid system that kicks in automatically when the main power source craps out. My mind immediately jumps to Monroe's apartment, how quickly she adapted to candlelight and camp stoves, while I stood around like a machine waiting for someone to plug me back in. Is it technically feasible? With enough funding and about 18 months of R&D? Maybe. The real question is whether we can sell it at a price point that doesn't require clients to mortgage their firstborns. Lucas continues outlining logistics while I nod at appropriate intervals, but part of my attention drifts to my phone. Still silent. Still no messages from the number I've memorized, but never saved under a contact name. I pull up a new text 3 times during Lucas's presentation. Delete it 3 times. The cursor blinks mockingly in the empty message field. Thank you for the gumbo recipe. Delete. Hope your apartment feels less quiet now. Delete. I keep thinking about delete. You're distracted, Lucas observes, snapping me back to quarterly reports and infrastructure proposals. I'm processing information. You're staring at your phone like it holds the secrets of the universe. He leans forward, glasses sliding down his nose. What's going on? You seem different. More human, somehow. The word hits harder than it should. Human. As if I've been something else for the past 6 years, operating on protocols instead of instincts. I'm the same person I was 4 days ago. Are you? Because 4 days ago you would have answered emails during the blackout using a hand-crank generator if you had to. Today you're sitting here admitting you ate gumbo and learned to share. Lucas's expression shifts from puzzled to genuinely concerned. Graham, what happened during those 3 days? I close my laptop, buying time I don't actually need. The question isn't complicated. What happened was Monroe, her laugh when I admitted I'd never played cards, the way she hummed while cooking, how she looked at me like I was worth figuring out instead of just tolerating. But saying that out loud would require admitting I've spent the morning thinking about the sound she makes when she's trying not to laugh, the way her voice softens when she thinks no one's listening. The power went out, I say finally. I waited for it to come back on. And it did. Lucas studies my face with the intensity he usually reserves for contract negotiations. I can practically hear the gears turning behind his designer frames. Graham. His voice drops to that careful tone he uses when he thinks I'm about to make a spectacularly bad decision. Did you really spend 3 days alone in that penthouse slowly losing your mind? I turn back to my computer, fingers hovering over the keyboard without typing anything. I wasn't alone. Lucas goes very still. You weren't alone. It's not a question. It's a statement delivered with the precision of a man who's just solved a particularly complex puzzle and doesn't like the picture it's revealing. There was a woman, I admit, and the admission feels like jumping off a cliff without checking the distance to the ground. Lucas's coffee cup freezes halfway to his mouth, and for once in the 6 years I've known him, he's completely speechless. His mouth opens, closes, then opens again like a fish trying to process oxygen. A woman. He sets the cup down with mechanical precision. An actual, honest-to-God woman in your apartment during the blackout. Yes. Was she trapped? Did you find her wandering the halls like some kind of power outage refugee? I shoot him a look sharp enough to cut glass. She wasn't trapped. I had a fireplace. She just returned from grocery shopping. It was a mutually beneficial partnership. The words taste bitter on my tongue, wrong in ways that make my chest tighten. Partnership. As if what happened between us could be reduced to a strategic alliance, as if the sound of her laugh by firelight was just another negotiated term. A partnership. Lucas's eyebrow reaches orbital heights. You formed an emergency survival partnership with a mysterious woman during a citywide blackout. She lives in the building. It made practical sense to pool resources. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. Nothing about Monroe was practical. The way she challenged every assumption I'd made about control, how she made me laugh at myself, the warmth that spread through my chest when she looked at me like I was worth figuring out instead of just enduring. Lucas leans back in his chair, studying me with the intensity of a man watching a controlled explosion in slow motion. Graham, in the entire time I've known you, you've never pooled anything with anyone. You once ate stale crackers for lunch rather than ask Jennifer from accounting where she got her sandwich. I turn back to my computer screen, fingers finding the keyboard. Let's focus on Singapore. You mentioned a reliability pitch. Oh no, you don't get to... The hybrid infrastructure proposal. Walk me through the technical specifications. Lucas's jaw works silently for a moment before he flips open his tablet with slightly more force than necessary. Fine. Singapore wants redundant systems that can maintain full operational capacity during grid failures. We're talking solar integration with lithium battery arrays, automated switching protocols, maybe some kind of fuel cell backup. I pull up the project files, trying to focus on kilowatt hours and load distribution, but my mind keeps drifting to Monroe's voice explaining why she preferred candles to flashlights. Fire feels alive, she'd said. Electric light just exists. The main challenge is cost efficiency, Lucas continues. Our current estimates put the system at roughly 3 times standard installation costs. Singapore's willing to pay premium prices, but if we want to scale this globally... I nod, making notes about manufacturing partnerships and component sourcing, but part of my attention snags on my phone. Still nothing. No missed calls, no texts, no sign that the past 3 days meant anything to her beyond convenient shelter. Which brings us to the question of whether we license the technology or develop it in-house. Graham, are you following this? In-house development gives us better control over quality standards. Right. But the timeline... Lucas pauses, studying my face again. You're thinking about her, aren't you? This woman. My fingers still on the keyboard. I'm thinking about scalability metrics. You're thinking about the woman who spent days in your apartment teaching you to eat gumbo and probably traumatizing you with actual human interaction. The accuracy of that statement hits harder than I expect. I close the project file, lean back in my chair. The Singapore proposal needs a full technical review before we present it to the board. Can you have engineering run preliminary cost analyses by Thursday? Graham. Thursday, Lucas.
Chapter 25. Monroe. The Bluebird Cafe sits tucked between a vintage bookstore and a plant shop that looks like it was designed by someone who thinks ferns deserve their own Instagram accounts. Mom picked this place because it serves tea in actual teapots and has mismatched chairs that somehow work together. The kind of organized chaos she's perfected since Dad moved out and took his need for matching dinnerware with him. I slide into the chair across from her, noting the way sunlight catches the silver streaks she stopped dyeing 2 years ago. She looks good. Better than good, actually. The kind of radiant that comes from sleeping in on Sundays and not having to negotiate what to watch on Netflix. You look tired, baby. She reaches across the table to squeeze my hand, her rings clicking against my knuckles. And thin. Are you eating? Mom, I'm fine, really. I flash her the smile I've perfected for deflecting maternal concern. See? All my teeth are still attached. She doesn't buy it. Never has. It's like she has built-in lie detection software that updates automatically whenever I try to feed her optimistic nonsense. Monroe Celeste Evans. She uses my full name like a weapon, the way she did when I was 12 and got caught putting glitter in Tommy Richardson's backpack. I watched the news. They said it got down to 15 degrees in some apartments. 15 degrees, Monroe. People were hospitalized for hypothermia. I wrap my hands around my coffee mug, grateful for the warmth that has nothing to do with the temperature. But I wasn't hospitalized, was I? I'm sitting here drinking overpriced lattes and complaining about your mothering. That's basically the definition of fine. The news kept talking about elderly people and children being at risk, but what about my stubborn daughter who thinks she's invincible? She leans forward, worry creasing the corners of her eyes. 3 days without heat, Monroe. In that tiny apartment with those thin walls. Actually, I spent most of those 3 days in a penthouse with a fireplace and a man who makes my chest do complicated things. But telling Mom about Graham feels like handing her a loaded question I'm not ready to answer. My neighbor was nice and helped me out so I wouldn't turn into a sad icicle. I pick at the blueberry scone between us, buying time. Shared resources, you know. Very community-minded of us. Mom's face brightens like someone just turned up the wattage. Oh, thank goodness. I was picturing you huddled under every blanket you own, eating cold soup from the can. Please, I have more dignity than that. Cold soup is for amateurs. That's such a relief, honey. It doesn't seem like there are very many generous people out there these days. She settles back in her chair, shoulders relaxing for the first time since I sat down. Everyone's so wrapped up in their own lives. What's your neighbor like? Is she older? I always think older neighbors are the best. They remember when people looked out for each other. I take a careful sip of coffee, stalling. Actually, he's not exactly what you'd call the warm and fuzzy type. He? Her eyebrow arcs in that way that suggests she's filing this information under subjects that require further investigation. How not warm and fuzzy are we talking? Like antisocial hermit or just New York unfriendly? More like aggressively competent. The kind of person who probably has his socks organized by thread count. I tear off a piece of scone, remembering the way Graham's entire penthouse felt like a magazine spread until I started leaving coffee mugs on his pristine surfaces. But he had a fireplace and I had food, so we made it work. Well, I'm just grateful he was decent enough to help. You hear so many stories about people who wouldn't share a cup of sugar with their dying neighbor. Mom reaches for the sugar dispenser, adds precisely half a teaspoon to her tea. Was he at least good company? Or did you spend 3 days making polite small talk about the weather? We played some games, talked a bit. He could be a real grump when he wanted to be. Like Olympic-level brooding. I shrug, keeping my voice light, despite the way my pulse kicks up at the memory of candlelight dancing across his sharp features. But he wasn't terrible company once you got past the whole, I communicate exclusively in business jargon thing. Games? Mom perks up, stirring honey into her tea with renewed interest. What kind of games? Cards, mostly. Had to teach him how to play slapjack, because apparently his childhood was sponsored by spreadsheets and quarterly reports. I tear another piece off the scone, remembering the way Graham's eyebrows had drawn together in concentration, like he was solving the stock market instead of matching numbered cards. And I made him some of your famous gumbo recipe. He'd never had it before, if you can believe that. Never had gumbo? Mom's face registers the kind of horror usually reserved for natural disasters. What kind of life has this man been living? The beige kind, apparently. But he loved it. Went back for thirds and everything. I thought he might actually smile for a second there. Mom laughs, the sound bright and warm in the cozy cafe. That's my favorite recipe, too. Your grandmother would be so pleased knowing it's still winning over hearts and stomachs. Even grumpy neighbor hearts, apparently. Don't get any ideas. He's just a guy who happened to have a working fireplace when I needed one. I wave my hand dismissively, though the protest sounds hollow even to my own ears. Besides, he went straight back to his hermit cave the second the power came back on. Mom gives me that knowing look she's perfected over 29 years of seeing through my deflection tactics. Well, I'm just glad you weren't alone, and that you fed him properly while you were at it. We settle into comfortable small talk. Her new pottery class, my latest podcast episode, the way the city looks different after snow. Mom updates me on Mrs. Patterson from down her block, who apparently has strong opinions about the mayor's snow removal policies, and I tell her about the coffee shop on 5th that started serving lavender lattes. Oh, honey, I hate to cut this short, but I've got to get back to the gallery. Mom glances at her watch, then signals for the check. Patricia's covering for me, but she gets nervous when people ask about the sculpture prices. Of course. I stand as she does, already missing the easy warmth of sitting across from her. Thanks for lunch, Mom, and for worrying about me freezing to death. She pulls me into one of her signature hugs, the kind that smells like vanilla perfume and feels like being wrapped in the world's softest blanket. I'm your mother. Worrying about you is literally in my job description. Lucky me. Lunch again next week? Same time? She holds me at arm's length, searching my face for signs I might say no. Absolutely. Maybe by then I'll have new neighbor drama to entertain you with. Or maybe you'll have figured out that some grumpy neighbors are worth keeping around. She winks, shouldering her oversized purse. Love you, baby? Love you, too. I watch her navigate through the cafe's maze of mismatched furniture, stopping to compliment someone's dog before disappearing onto the sidewalk. The quiet that follows feels different from the silence in Graham's penthouse. Less electric, more empty. Time to head home and face my inbox. I'd reached out to my new clients the day after the power came back, explaining the blackout situation with as much professional grace as I could muster. Thankfully, they'd been understanding. One even joked that natural disasters were excellent excuses for deadline extensions. Now I need to prove that their patience wasn't misplaced. The lobby's marble floors gleam under fluorescent lights that feel harsh after the cafe's warm ambiance. I stomp my boots against the entrance mat, sending clumps of dirty snow scattering across the pristine surface like confetti nobody asked for. Miss Evans? Marcus looks up from behind the concierge desk, his smile genuine enough to make the building's corporate sterility feel almost homey. Good to see you out and about. You doing all right after that mess with the power? I finish wrestling with my boots and pad over to the desk in stocking feet, leaving damp footprints. Still breathing, Marcus? Thanks for asking. Though I'm pretty sure I went through my entire emergency chocolate stash in 2 days. That's what emergency chocolate's for, he chuckles, leaning against the marble counter. Building management's been scrambling to figure out what went wrong with the backup generators. Apparently they hadn't been serviced in longer than they want to admit. Shocking. A landlord cutting corners on maintenance? Alert the press. I adjust my bag strap, genuinely curious. How did everyone else handle it? I know Mrs. Chen on the 4th floor has that little dog who probably wasn't thrilled about the cold. Marcus's expression shifts, surprise flickering across his weathered face. You know, you're the only resident who's ever asked me that. Most people just want to know when it won't happen again. Well, we all suffered through the same frozen hellscape. Seems only fair to check if anyone needs, I don't know, soup or extra blankets. I shrug, uncomfortable with the way he's looking at me like I just revealed some rare strain of human decency. Plus, Mrs. Chen makes those amazing dumplings. Gotta protect my dumpling connection. Everyone made it through okay. Thanks for asking. The Richardsons on 7 got a little sick, probably from trying to heat their place with the gas stove. But they're fine now. Mr. Peterson holed up with his son in Brooklyn. Marcus pauses, then grins. And Mrs. Chen's Pomeranian spent 3 days wearing what looked like a hand-knitted sweater collection. Poor little guy. Probably looked like a furry fashion victim. The elevator dings behind me, and I turn to see Graham step out, all sharp lines and expensive fabric. His charcoal suit looks fresh from the dry cleaner, his hair perfectly arranged, like the past few days of rumpled clothes and firelight stubble never happened. He's transformed back into his corporate armor, so completely that I almost wonder if I imagined the man who ate my gumbo and laughed at my terrible jokes. His gray-blue eyes flick over me, taking in my damp socks and the way my curls have gone slightly wild from the cold, before settling into that neutral expression he wears like a shield. Marcus. He nods toward the concierge desk. Then his gaze lands on me. Monroe? The way he says my name sounds different now. Careful. Like he's handling something fragile that might shatter if he breathes wrong. I step toward the elevator, and Graham moves aside with the kind of precise politeness that feels more distant than if he'd ignored me entirely. The elevator car feels smaller than usual as we both step inside, the silence stretching between us like a live wire. "Glad your power's back," he says as the doors slide shut, his voice carrying that same measured tone he probably uses in board meetings. The words hit wrong, polite and empty, like we're strangers discussing the weather instead of two people who spent 3 days discovering what each other tastes like in firelight. "Glad your personality's gone again?" I fire back, watching his reflection in the polished elevator doors. His mouth opens slightly, no sound emerging. Graham still appears genuinely speechless. And I couldn't care less. If he wants to be a cold-hearted bastard, fine. I'm not going to let it get to me. The elevator dings, and I stride out, walking right up to my apartment door and forcing that damn sticky lock to turn over so I can get inside. I force myself not to look back and remind myself that he doesn't care anymore anyway. But once the door is closed, my heart sinks. My shoulders sag, and I lean against the door. Stupid Graham. Stupid blackout. Stupid heart.
Chapter 26. Graham. Instead of stepping into my penthouse like any rational human being, I pivot toward the elevator call button. The brass feels cold under my finger as I jab it harder than necessary. "Glad your personality's gone again." Monroe's words ricochet around my skull like bullets in an empty chamber. The elevator arrives with its usual soft chime, and I step inside, watching the floor numbers descend past the lobby, past any pretense of going home. 20 minutes later, I'm sliding onto a bar stool at Murphy's, the kind of dimly lit establishment where expensive suits go to drown their mistakes in aged whiskey. The bartender doesn't ask questions, just sets down a tumbler of Macallan without being prompted. 3 drinks in, my phone buzzes with notifications I ignore. 4 drinks in, the edge of Monroe's dismissal finally starts to blur. 5 drinks in, I'm questioning every decision I've made since the power came back on. "You look like you're carrying the weight of the world." The voice belongs to a woman who slides onto the stool beside me, all red lips and calculated curves. Blonde hair falls in perfect waves over shoulders draped in black silk. She's attractive in the way magazines define attractive, symmetrical, polished, utterly forgettable. "Just thinking," I murmur, not bothering to look at her directly. Dangerous habit. She signals the bartender for something pink and complicated. "I'm Veronica, and you are clearly someone who takes himself far too seriously." Everything about her feels performative. The way she angles her body toward mine, the practiced tilt of her head, the fingertip that traces the rim of her martini glass. Its attraction is theater, seduction by committee. "Graham." I take another sip of whiskey, studying the amber liquid instead of her expectant smile. "Graham." She rolls my name around like she's tasting wine. "I bet you're the type who works too much, never takes vacations, probably hasn't had a real conversation with a woman in months." She's not wrong, but the observation lands flat. Where Monroe's directness feels like discovery, Veronica's feels like interrogation. Something like that? Well, I happen to specialize in helping overworked men remember how to have fun. Her hand lands on my forearm, fingernails perfectly manicured, touch precisely calculated. My apartment's only 6 blocks away. I should feel something. Interest, at minimum. Basic biological response to an attractive woman offering exactly what she's offering. Instead, I find myself cataloging everything she's not. She doesn't laugh like Monroe laughs, head thrown back, completely unguarded. Her perfume is expensive but generic, nothing like the way Monroe smells after cooking, warm and human and real. When she speaks, there's no wit hiding in the corners, no challenge that makes my pulse quicken. Monroe. "I appreciate the offer," I say, placing bills on the bar without counting them. But I need to get home. Veronica's face shifts through confusion, annoyance, and finally dismissal. Your loss. The December air hits like a physical slap, sobering enough that I can navigate the 6 blocks back to the building without stumbling. Marcus nods from behind his desk as I cross the lobby, and I manage something resembling a civilized response before stepping into the elevator. My penthouse feels different now. Too large, too quiet, too much like a museum exhibit on successful isolation. I pour myself water, stare out at the city lights that no longer look beautiful, just distant. The lights flicker. Not a brief surge, but that telltale stutter that preceded 3 days of darkness. My chest tightens as I watch the digital clock on the microwave blink, reset, stabilize, then flicker again. Without conscious thought, I'm moving toward the front door, muscle memory overriding rational thought. The hallway stretches empty in both directions, emergency lighting casting everything in harsh relief. Footsteps echo from the stairwell. Monroe emerges, hair slightly mussed, wearing an oversized sweater and those ridiculous fuzzy slippers that somehow make her look more beautiful than any designer dress ever could. She freezes when she sees me standing there, hazel eyes wide with what might be surprise or might be something else entirely. The lights flicker once more, then stabilize. The building hums back to normal operation, leaving us standing in a hallway that suddenly feels too bright, too ordinary for whatever this moment is supposed to be. We stare at each other across 10 feet of polished marble, neither moving, neither speaking. The silence stretches between us like a bridge neither of us knows how to cross. You could at least acknowledge it happened, Monroe says, her voice cutting through the fluorescent silence. She crosses her arms, fuzzy slippers squeaking against marble. Instead of pretending I'm just some neighbor who borrowed sugar. I run a hand through my hair, the gesture more agitated than I intend. What exactly do you want me to acknowledge? That 3 days ago you were human. That you laughed. That you... She stops herself, jaw tightening. Never mind. Forget I said anything. I can't forget. My heart thumps. You think this is easy for me? Going back to board meetings and quarterly projections when all I can think about is the sound you make when you're humming? Her eyes widen. I've said too much, revealed too much. But the whiskey and her proximity, and she's looking at me like I'm a puzzle she's determined to solve. It's unraveling every carefully constructed wall. Then why are you acting like a stranger? Because strangers don't complicate everything. My voice drops, rougher than I intend. Strangers don't make you question every choice you've made for the past 6 years. She steps closer, close enough that I catch that scent that's been haunting my penthouse. Vanilla and something uniquely her. So this is you protecting yourself? Being a coward? I'm being practical. You're being an idiot. Her laugh is sharp, bitter. You think I don't know what this is? I've spent my whole life watching people run when things get real. I'm not running. No, you're just standing there pretending your heart isn't hammering every time you look at me. My chest tightens because she's right. Because she's always right. Because she sees through every defense I've spent decades perfecting. You think I don't care? The words tear out of me, louder than I intended, echoing off the hallway walls. You lit up everything I've kept dark. You made me laugh at marshmallows and fall asleep without checking my phone and want things I stopped wanting years ago. Her expression shifts, something fierce and vulnerable flickering across her features. Before I can retreat, before I can take it back, she closes the distance between us. Her fingers fist in my shirt collar, pulling me down until our faces are inches apart. Good, she whispers against my mouth. Then she's kissing me, not soft, not tentative, but demanding and desperate, and everything I've been denying myself. Her lips part against mine, and I taste the fight and the want and the stubborn refusal to let me hide. My hands find her waist, pulling her closer as I back us toward her apartment door. She fumbles for her keys without breaking contact, and when the lock finally gives way, I kick the door shut behind us with enough force to rattle the frame. Well? That escalated fast, and unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full heart-racing naughty version,
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
You know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. You're still gonna ghost me, aren't you? The question hangs like a knife thrower's blade. She doesn't look up from tying her boots, but her fingers freeze mid-knot. I button my cuffs slowly, precisely. The answer tastes like ash. Her laugh cracks the silence. Right. Wouldn't want to complicate your quarterly reports. She stands abruptly, sleeves swallowing her hands. Get out. Monroe dash. No. She's a statue now, all sharp angles and defiance. You don't get to Monroe me after whatever that was. A gesture encompasses the window, the discarded clothes, the charged air. Just go play CEO. My hand twitches toward her wrist, retracts, her voice drops, honeyed venom. Unless you want me to start charging rent for the real estate you're occupying in my head. The doorknob bites into my palm as I exit. Heat lingers in my shoes from where she'd kicked them off against the baseboard hours. Minutes ago. Down the hall, the elevator dings its soulless welcome.
Chapter 27. Monroe. I drag my laptop closer, squinting at the wireframe sprawled across my second monitor. The meditation app project for Zenith Wellness should be straightforward. Reduce cognitive load, simplify user pathways, make finding inner peace feel less like solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. But their current navigation is a disaster. 7 different menu options on the home screen, buried subscription tiers, and a color palette that screams anxiety attack rather than tranquil mindfulness. I screenshot the most egregious violations, fingers flying across the keyboard as I annotate each usability sin. User journey friction point number 1. Homepage overwhelm. Current CT as compete for attention instead of guiding flow. I sketch rough wireframes in Figma, stripping away the digital clutter. The home screen needs breathing room, 1 primary action button, maybe 2 secondary options max. I drag elements around the canvas, creating visual hierarchy through white space and typography weight, rather than neon gradients that belong in a 1990s rave. Heuristic evaluation. Jakob Nielsen's 10 principles violated in spectacular fashion. I'd almost want to laugh, designing Zen while my nervous system vibrates at hummingbird frequency. Every time my mind wanders toward last night, toward Graham's hands against cold glass, toward the way he looked when I told him to leave, I force myself to give my attention back to user personas and information architecture. Primary user, Sarah, 34. Marketing manager, seeks 5-minute meditation between meetings. Pain point. Can't find quick sessions without scrolling through premium upgrade prompts. I create a new user flow, mapping Sarah's journey from app launch to meditation completion in 3 taps maximum. No subscription walls, no feature bloat, just clean functionality that respects her time and cognitive bandwidth. My coffee grows cold as I lose myself in interaction patterns and accessibility considerations. This is my sanctuary. Logic and empathy converging into something useful, something that helps people navigate digital chaos instead of adding to it. The progress bar fills as I export high-fidelity mockups. Each screen represents hours of research, user testing data, and design psychology principles. I annotate hover states and micro-interactions, the tiny details that separate good UX from great UX. Recommendation, Implement progressive disclosure. Advanced features available via settings, not cluttering core experience. My phone buzzes against the desk, vibrating like an angry bee. I ignore it, adjusting the contrast ratio on my color palette to meet WCAG accessibility standards. The phone buzzes again and again. Seriously? I mutter, checking the caller ID without lifting the device. Drea. I decline the call, returning to my component library. The phone immediately starts buzzing again. Girl, I know you see me calling. Drea's voice fills my apartment before I even finish swiping to answer. Speakerphone activated by accident. Don't you dare pretend you're in some mystical work trance. I am literally billing hours right now. I don't look away from my screen, adjusting the meditation timer interface. Some of us have deadlines. Yeah, I know, and our podcast is one of those things, she quips. I pause mid-keystroke, the meditation timer interface blurring as I slump in my chair. The billable hour tracker in the corner of my screen blinks accusingly, but Drea's persistence cuts through my professional armor like a hot knife through butter. Fine. You have exactly 5 minutes of my undivided attention before I go back to saving people from terrible user experiences. Oh, honey. Drea's laugh crackles through the speaker, rich with the kind of satisfaction that comes from winning a battle she never intended to lose. I already knocked out the intro segment about digital wellness during the holidays. Talked about setting boundaries with family group chats. The whole nine. It's solid content, very on brand for your whole technology with intention thing. I minimize Figma, giving her my reluctant focus. Great. So what's the emergency that couldn't wait until our actual recording session? Well, there's this tiny little situation that's been eating at you for the past week, and I'm thinking it might make for some authentic content if we address it properly. My stomach drops. Before you start with the whole, I'm not interested in talking about it routine, just hear me out. I'm really not interested in talking about it. See? Predicted that exact response. Her voice shifts into therapy mode, the tone she uses when she's about to drag me kicking and screaming toward emotional honesty. But Monroe, baby, you've been wound tighter than a Swiss watch since the power came back on. And don't think I didn't notice how you practically sulk every second of the day now. I close my laptop harder than necessary. Your point? He broke your blackout bubble, huh? The words are like ice water. Trust Drea to slice through pretense with surgical precision, reducing 4 days of complicated feelings into one devastatingly accurate observation. Something like that. Girl, you sound like someone stole your favorite sweater and replaced it with a hair shirt. Drea's voice gentles, the dramatic flair giving way to genuine concern. Look, I'm not saying you have to spill every intimate detail, though I wouldn't complain, but you'll feel better if you talk about it. Maybe even get some advice from someone who's watched you sabotage perfectly good situations before. I trace patterns on my desk, avoiding my reflection in the black laptop screen. Since when do you give advice? Usually you just tell me what I'm doing wrong. Same thing, different packaging. Come on, Monroe. What's the worst that could happen? I exhale slowly, letting the fight drain out of my shoulders. Fine, but this stays between us. Cross my heart and hope to die by cheap wine and bad reality TV. A promise only she would make. It wasn't just some blackout hookup, Drea. We talked, like really talked, about everything. His parents, my parents, why I hate Christmas, why he's never had gumbo. He told me about his divorce. Wait. Drea's voice sharpens with interest. The Ice King opened up about his ex-wife? To you? On day 2 of knowing you? Day 3, technically. And it wasn't like some dramatic confession scene. We were just being honest about how messed up our families made us. I pick at a loose thread on my sweater, remembering the way Graham's face softened when he talked about spending Christmas mornings reviewing contracts instead of opening presents. He said his parents thought affection was inefficient. Jesus, no wonder he's emotionally constipated. Right. But then he'd say something completely unexpected or laugh at one of my terrible jokes, and I'd see this other person underneath all that control. Someone who actually wanted to be known. Drea makes a small humming sound, the one she reserves for when she's processing relationship intel. And the physical stuff? Heat creeps up my neck. Amazing, obviously, but that's not the point. It wasn't just about that. We had this rhythm, like we'd been doing the domestic thing for years instead of days. Girl, you're describing a relationship. I'm describing a weird situational intimacy that happened because we were trapped together. Uh-huh. Keep telling yourself that. Drea's voice drips skepticism. So what happened after the lights came back? My stomach clenches. He went full corporate robot. Phone calls, meetings, acting like nothing happened. And then, I close my eyes, reliving last night's collision of anger and want. Last night there was another outage. Minor one. I found him in the hallway and we got into it. I called him out for pretending it didn't matter. What did he say? That I lit up everything he'd kept dark. The words still make my chest tight. Then well, you can imagine, against the window. Pretty spectacular. And after? I swallow hard. I asked if he was going to ghost me again. He didn't answer, so I told him to leave. Drea huffs out a long breath. Oh, honey. Now I get why you've been walking around like someone stole your emotional support blanket. I don't know what to do with any of this. I lean back in my desk chair, staring at the ceiling like it might offer answers. So my plan is to channel all this energy into work and actually make something of it. Turn this emotional mess into billable hours and portfolio pieces that don't require therapy. Now that's what I'm talking about. Drea's approval crackles through the speaker, like someone who's watched me make this exact mistake before. Channel that frustration into something productive. Build your empire while he figures out how to function like a human being. I reopen my laptop, the meditation app wireframes blinking back to life. Exactly. I've got 3 client projects due before New Year's, and this podcast isn't going to produce itself. Good. Because, honey, if you keep giving cookies to stray puppies, they'll only come sniffing around when they want something. Drea's voice shifts into that maternal disappointment she reserves for discussing the male species. Men are like this. Every single one of them. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile and then wait around to see if they get in trouble for it. I click through my project timeline, the familiar comfort of deadlines and deliverables grounding me. Right. No consequences means they just learn to use you. Exactly. They'll suck the lights right out of you and call it romance. She pauses, and I hear the clink of ice against glass. Drea's thinking whine, which means this conversation is about to get brutally honest. It's like they're allergic to emotional labor but perfectly fine accepting all the benefits that come with it. I nod, even though she can't see me, adjusting the color contrast on my button components. The systematic approach of design thinking feels safer than the chaos of whatever happened between Graham and me. I've had my share of that particular learning experience. Marcus, Tyler, that disaster from the dating app who thought Netflix and chill counted as relationship effort. Don't forget Kevin, who borrowed my car for 3 months and somehow never had gas money. Lord, yes. Kevin, Drea makes a disgusted sound. Pattern recognition, baby. They show you who they are, and we keep hoping they'll be different. I pause mid-click, Graham's words from last night echoing in my memory. You lit up everything I've kept dark. The rawness in his voice when he said it. The way he looked at me like I was something rare and breakable. I guess I was hoping Graham would be different.
Chapter 28. Graham. The Meridian Grand Ballroom stretches before me like a holiday fever dream, every surface dripping with seasonal excess. Garland spirals around marble columns thick as tree trunks, each strand dotted with gold ribbon that catches the chandelier light. 20-foot Christmas trees dominate each corner, their branches heavy with ornaments that probably cost more than most people's rent. The air hums with orchestral arrangements of carols, strings, and brass, weaving through conversations about quarterly projections and tax write-offs. I adjust my cufflinks, scanning the crowd for escape routes. I know you don't like to come to these things, but what's good for the company is good for you. Lucas appears at my shoulder, his designer glasses reflecting the twinkling lights as he pats my arm with the familiarity of someone who's dragged me to a dozen of these events. Besides, the press loves when you show up to charity functions. Humanizes the brand. I nod because arguing would require energy I don't have. These fundraisers happen twice a year, spring and winter, predictable as board meetings. Corporate sponsors write checks, wealthy donors bid on auction items they don't want, and everyone goes home feeling virtuous about helping underprivileged children. The formula never changes, just the seasonal decorations. How much have we raised so far? Pushing 6 figures. The silent auction alone cleared $30,000, and we've got another hour before dinner service. Lucas gestures toward a cluster of tables laden with wrapped presents, volunteers sorting donations into age-appropriate piles. Kids' Christmas program is going to be fully funded, plus enough left over for spring activities. I watch a woman in a red evening gown carefully place a donated dollhouse next to stacks of board games and art supplies. The presents multiply as I stand there, an endless stream of generosity that transforms abstract charitable giving into something tangible, something real. My chest tightens unexpectedly. Strange seeing it all together like this, I say, more to myself than Lucas. What is? The actual impact. Usually these events feel like elaborate networking opportunities with a charity veneer. I pause, watching volunteers organize gifts by gender and age range. But there's enough here to change Christmas morning for a couple hundred kids. Lucas raises an eyebrow, his perpetual expression of mild surprise sharpening into genuine curiosity. Are you having an emotion, Graham? Should I call medical? I'm observing outcomes. Right. Outcomes. He straightens his tie, a signal that business is about to commence. Speaking of which, there's a team from MIT I want you to meet. Digital reliability specialists working on infrastructure resilience projects. Could be perfect for our new initiatives. He guides me through clusters of conversations, past waiters carrying champagne flutes and hors d'oeuvres that look like tiny works of art. The Christmas music swells around us, violins carrying melody lines that somehow manage to make Silent Night sound sophisticated rather than saccharine. We approach a group near the bar, 3 people in elegant formal wear engaged in animated discussion about distributed systems and failure protocols. Lucas clears his throat with the practiced timing of someone who's made 1,000 introductions. Dr. Sarah Phillips, Dr. Michael Rodriguez, Dr. Jennifer Walsh. I'd like you to meet Graham Steele, our CEO. Lucas's voice carries the pride of someone presenting a prize racehorse. Graham, this team has been developing some fascinating approaches to predictive infrastructure modeling. Dr. Chen extends her hand, her grip firm and direct. Mr. Steele, we've been following Steele Innovation's expansion into municipal contracts. Impressive scalability metrics. Thank you. Lucas mentioned you're working on reliability protocols. We've been developing adaptive network architectures that anticipate cascading failures before they propagate through systems, Dr. Rodriguez explains, his enthusiasm carefully measured but unmistakable. The models can predict vulnerability patterns up to 72 hours in advance. Dr. Walsh nods, her fingers tracing abstract patterns in the air as she speaks. Think of it as immunizing infrastructure against domino effects. When one node fails, the system reroutes automatically, maintaining service continuity. Fascinating. I leaned forward slightly, genuinely intrigued. How does the prediction algorithm handle unprecedented variables? Black swan events that fall outside historical data sets? That's where it gets interesting. Dr. Phillips pulls out her phone, scrolling to what looks like a complex flowchart. We've incorporated machine learning protocols that evolve based on near-miss incidents. The system learns from stress patterns, not just complete failures. The conversation flows with the precise cadence of experts who understand both the technical complexity and practical applications of their work. No overselling, no desperate pitches, just three brilliant minds sharing ideas with someone who appreciates the nuance. I respect that approach more than they probably realize. The municipal applications alone could revolutionize how cities manage emergency response protocols, I say. Lucas, what's our calendar looking like next week? Lucas produces his tablet with practiced efficiency. Thursday afternoon is open. 2 to 4? Perfect. I withdraw a business card, passing it to Dr. Phillips. Let's schedule a proper meeting. I'd like to see your full presentation, maybe discuss integration possibilities with our existing infrastructure contracts. Dr. Rodriguez accepts my card like he's handling something precious, which amuses me. Mr. Steele, we appreciate you taking the time to consider our work. This could be exactly the partnership we've been hoping for. The feeling's mutual. Innovation requires collaboration, especially when the stakes involve public safety. We exchange the remaining contact information with professional precision, each party maintaining appropriate boundaries while clearly excited about future possibilities. No gushing, no excessive gratitude, just mutual recognition of potential value. Exactly how these conversations should proceed. As they move toward the auction tables, Lucas appears at my elbow again. Productive? Very. Schedule a follow-up with our infrastructure team before the meeting. I want technical specifications ready. Already on it. He gestures toward a cluster of familiar faces near the champagne fountain. Senator Bradley's over there with the hospital board. They've been asking about you. I straighten my jacket, preparing for another round of networking. The evening stretches ahead, filled with strategic conversations and careful relationship maintenance. Exactly the kind of structured social interaction I can navigate without losing my footing. The night accelerates around me like a well-orchestrated machine. Senator Bradley shakes my hand with an absurd level of enthusiasm, and who's clearly had 3 glasses of champagne. The hospital board presents their expansion plans with PowerPoint precision. I nod at appropriate intervals, ask strategic questions, write checks that will fund pediatric wings and scholarship programs. Lucas hovers nearby, his expression shifting from professional satisfaction to something approaching wonder. You've raised more money in 2 hours than most people see in a year, he murmurs during a brief lull between conversations. And you're actually smiling, like with your whole face. I'm being professionally cordial. You're being human, it's unsettling. He adjusts his glasses, studying me like I'm a fascinating specimen. Whatever happened during that blackout, it worked. You're different. I roll my eyes, turning back to the crowd before he can elaborate. The last thing I need is Lucas psychoanalyzing my temporary mood improvement. These events require focus, strategic thinking, careful relationship management, not amateur therapy sessions. But the observation lodges itself somewhere uncomfortable in my chest. The string quartet transitions into a gentle arrangement of the Christmas song, violins carrying the melody with understated elegance. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose. The lyrics float through my consciousness without invitation, accompanied by unwelcome associations. Fire, warmth, the sound of someone humming off key. Number. Senator Bradley approaches again, this time with a tech entrepreneur whose name I should probably remember. They launch into discussion about public-private partnerships, municipal contracts, the intersection of innovation and civic responsibility. Important topics, relevant conversations, but the music keeps playing. Monroe sitting cross-legged on my couch, surrounded by scattered paper snowflakes, her voice threading through the melody with zero regard for pitch accuracy. Fuzzy socks, oversized sweater, that unconscious smile she wore when her hands were busy creating something beautiful out of nothing. My heart lurches unexpectedly, a sudden irregularity that makes me lose track of the senator's question about infrastructure timelines. Graham? Lucas's voice cuts through the fog. Senator Bradley was asking about implementation schedules. Right. I try to tune back to the conversation. 18 months for full deployment, assuming regulatory approval proceeds on schedule. The entrepreneur nods enthusiastically, launching into his own timeline projections. His words blend together into background noise as the orchestra moves into another carol arrangement. Something about silent nights and holy nights, peace and comfort and warmth. Monroe wrapped in my spare blanket, her head tilted against the couch cushions, eyes closed as she hummed her way through half-remembered lyrics. The way candlelight caught the golden undertones in her skin. How she tucked her feet under her when she got comfortable, claiming my space without apology. The conversation continues around me, but I'm no longer present. Monroe has settled back into my thoughts with the stubborn persistence of someone who never learned the word no. She sits there in my mental periphery, making herself comfortable, refusing to be ignored or dismissed or filed away under temporary complications. Lucas touches my elbow. The hospital board wants to schedule a follow-up meeting next week. I blink, realizing I've been staring at the Christmas tree for an embarrassing length of time. The board members stand expectantly nearby, clearly waiting for my response to something I didn't hear. Absolutely. Lucas will coordinate schedules. They beam, shaking hands and exchanging business cards with the satisfaction of people who've accomplished their evening objectives. More names, more faces, more strategic connections that will benefit everyone involved. But Monroe's voice keeps threading through it all, soft and persistent and completely off-key. I need some air, I tell Lucas abruptly. We've got 3 more donors. I'm already moving toward the exit, my steps faster than the situation warrants. The ballroom doors swing shut behind me, muffling the orchestra and conversation into distant background hum. The hotel lobby stretches before me, marble floors reflecting overhead chandeliers. I pull out my phone, scrolling to my driver's contact. Richard, I need pickup at the Meridian Grand. Yes, now. Snow pelts the windows in thick, determined flakes. The storm that started this morning shows no signs of stopping, transforming the city into something softer, quieter, more forgiving than usual. More like the night I found her in my hallway. I press the phone closer to my ear, stepping toward the exit. How soon can you be here? Richard waits at the bottom of the hotel steps, engine running, exhaust creating small clouds in the frigid air. Snow accumulates on his windshield faster than the wipers can clear it, each pass leaving streaks that blur the city lights beyond. I slide into the back seat, grateful for the heated leather and immediate escape from the charity circuit. The familiar scent of the car, leather cleaner and subtle pine air freshener, usually centers me after social obligations. Tonight it feels insufficient. But Monroe's voice fills the space before I can settle properly. The irony of digital detox culture is that we're so busy optimizing our disconnection, we forget how to actually be present when it matters. Her words flow through the speakers with that distinctive cadence I recognize instantly. Clear, confident, touched with humor that makes even serious observations feel approachable. My chest constricts. What is this? What are you listening to? Richard glances at me in the rearview mirror, his expression shifting from professional composure to mild embarrassment. Sorry, Mr. Steele. It's this podcast my daughter recommended. I can switch to classical. No. The word comes out sharper than intended. Leave it. Monroe's voice continues, weaving through thoughts about authenticity and self-protection with the kind of insight that made me listen to her for hours during the blackout. She's discussing something about crisis bonding, how people retreat after emergencies pass, but her words carry deeper implications. But here's what nobody talks about. The moment the crisis passes and we sprint back to our carefully constructed bubbles, we convince ourselves that the connection we felt was just survival mode, not real growth, that the person who showed up during the emergency wasn't the real us. Richard adjusts the volume slightly, probably sensing my focus has shifted entirely to the audio. Snow continues pelting the windows as we navigate through evening traffic, but I barely notice the city moving past us. We're so terrified of being seen, really seen, that we'd rather pretend transformative moments never happened than risk finding out they meant something. Each word hits with surgical precision, cutting through defenses I've spent weeks rebuilding. Monroe's analysis dissects human behavior with the same unflinching clarity she applied to everything during our time together. No softening, no diplomatic cushioning, just truth delivered with enough wit to make the medicine go down easier. She's talking about me, about us, about exactly what I've been doing since the power came back on. The thing is, running back to your comfort zone after a breakthrough feels safe, but it's actually the most dangerous thing you can do. Because now you know what you're missing. Now you know there's more than the carefully controlled life you've been settling for. Richard merges onto the avenue leading toward our building, but I want to tell him to keep driving. To circle the block until this episode ends, until Monroe finishes explaining why I felt like I'm suffocating in my own perfectly ordered existence. And the worst part, the person you connected with during the crisis, they know it too. They saw who you really are underneath all that protective armor. So when you ghost them, when you pretend nothing happened, you're not just rejecting the experience. You're rejecting yourself. My hands clench involuntarily. Monroe's voice wraps around uncomfortable truths with the persistence of someone who refuses to let people hide from themselves. She's right, and that recognition burns through my chest like acid.
Chapter 29. Monroe. Girl, you are not about to let that emotionally constipated penguin ruin Christmas Eve for you. Drea's voice cuts through my phone speaker with the force of someone who's clearly reached her limit with my avoidance tactics. I stir the gumbo one more time, watching the holy trinity of vegetables swim in perfect harmony with the andouille. The kitchen smells like home, like Mama's house on Christmas morning before everything went sideways. I'm not avoiding him. I'm avoiding public humiliation. Same thing in this case. Drea's dramatic sigh echoes through the speaker. Monroe, honey, you made your mama's gumbo. That's not casual food. That's, I'm showing up to win food. I lean against the counter, phone crouched between my shoulder and ear, while I taste test the roux. Perfect. Rich, dark, and complex enough to make people forget their own names. The kind of cooking that takes patience and attention. Two things I've been using to distract myself from replaying Tuesday night on an endless loop. It's a potluck, Drea. I'm supposed to bring something. You could have brought store-bought rolls and called it a day. Instead, you spent 6 hours making liquid gold that would make your ancestors weep with pride. Her voice shifts into that knowing tone that means she's about to read me for filth. You're either planning to seduce the entire building or you're stress cooking because Mr. Tall, dark, and emotionally unavailable scrambled your brain. The ladle clatters against the pot's edge. She's not wrong, but that doesn't mean I'm admitting it. Maybe I just wanted to contribute something meaningful to the community. Community? Drea snorts. Since when do you care about community? Last month you called the building's Halloween party forced socialization with strangers who share plumbing. I close my eyes, remembering how Graham's hands felt against my skin, how his carefully controlled facade cracked completely when he pulled me against that window. The way he whispered my name like it meant something precious, something he'd been saving up. Then how he turned into a marble statue the next morning, professional, distant, like I'd imagined the whole thing. What if he's there? The words tumble out. What if I walk in with this gumbo like some proud peacock, and he's standing there with his perfect posture and his dead eyes, pretending he doesn't know what I taste like? Then you'll handle it like the badass brat you are. Drea's voice softens, the edge of tough love wrapping around genuine affection. Monroe, you didn't do anything wrong. You responded to someone who was finally being real with you. It's not your fault he got scared and ran back to his ice castle. I turn off the burner, watching steam curl up from the gumbo surface. 3 hours of stirring, seasoning, tasting, perfecting. All that time and energy poured into something that's supposed to bring people together, make them feel warm and welcomed. The irony isn't lost on me. I feel like such a fool. My voice comes out smaller than intended. Standing there in his penthouse like some romance novel heroine, thinking I'd cracked the code on Graham Steele. Thinking I was special. You are special, you stubborn mule. The problem isn't you, it's him. He's so scared of feeling something real that he'd rather pretend it never happened than deal with the implications. The building's Christmas Eve party invite sits on my counter, red and gold with cheerful typography that promises holiday cheer and neighborly connection. Mrs. Patterson from 4B organized the whole thing, going door to door with the enthusiasm of someone who believes community can be built through shared appetizers and string lights. What if I can't fake being normal around him? What if I see him and just start yelling about emotional cowardice in front of the entire building? Then at least everyone will know you've got passion. Drea laughs, the sound rich and warm through the speaker. But you won't. You're going to walk in there with your head high and that gumbo like a trophy. And if he can't handle seeing you shine, that's his loss. I stare at the pot. 3 quarts of perfect gumbo that represents hours of careful attention and family tradition. The kind of food that tells stories, that carries love through ingredients and technique passed down through generations. The kind of food I made because some part of me hoped he might taste it and remember what it felt like when we cooked together in the dark. But then the memory hits me like cold water. Tuesday night, how he buttoned his shirt with mechanical precision while I was still catching my breath. How he walked to the door without a backward glance, like what we'd shared was just another transaction to be filed away. No regard for the emotions, the intimacy, nothing. My voice cracks despite my best efforts. He used me like a stress ball and tossed me aside when he was done. The gumbo sits there, mocking me with its perfection. All that care, all that hope, ladled into a pot like some pathetic offering to a man who couldn't even meet my eyes afterward. I can't go, Drea. I can't walk into that room and pretend my heart isn't sitting in pieces on his marble floor. Monroe dash. No, listen. I stood there watching him transform back into the Ice King, and I felt like the world's biggest fool. Like I'd imagined the whole connection because I was desperate for someone to see me. That's exactly why you need to go. Drea's voice sharpens with conviction. You think hiding in your apartment is going to fix your broken heart? You think letting him win is going to make you feel better about... The lights cut out. My apartment plunges into darkness so complete it feels like being swallowed. The refrigerator's hum dies. The Christmas lights I'd strung around my windows vanish. Even the digital clock on the microwave goes black. Drea. Panic shoots through my chest like lightning. The power just went out. Tell me you're still there. I'm here. Her voice comes through clear and steady. Not the crackling disaster of our last blackout conversation. What happened? Relief floods through me so fast I actually sag against the counter. The power went out. Again. I thought it was like last time. But I can still hear you perfectly. Yeah, thank God the cell service is working. I fumble for my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through darkness that feels too familiar. Too loaded with memory. I was about to have a full panic attack thinking I'd lose you too. Girl, you pay way too much for that fancy apartment for the electricity to keep failing like some third world infrastructure. Drea's voice carries the incredulous tone of someone who's seen my rent statements. What kind of building management are you dealing with up there? I shine the light around my kitchen, the gumbo pot sitting cold and dark on the stove. The emergency candles wait in their drawer, along with the matches and the memories I've been trying to avoid. The expensive kind that apparently can't keep the lights on during important moments. Important moments like when you're trying to avoid your feelings by cooking enough food to feed a small army? I'm going to ignore that. I push away from the counter, phone light bobbing as I move toward the door. The gumbo can sit there judging me all it wants. Right now I need to get out of this apartment before the walls start closing in. The darkness feels too much like before. Too much like being trapped with Graham in his penthouse where everything went sideways. My hand finds the doorknob, turns it with the kind of confidence reserved for actions you've performed 1,000 times without thinking. Nothing happens. I push against the door, shoulder pressing into the wood. The damn thing doesn't budge even a millimeter. Oh, come on. I step back, shine the phone light on the lock mechanism. Of course. Still locked from when I got home with groceries earlier. Drea, hold on a sec. I flip the deadbolt, hear the satisfying click of metal disengaging. Try the handle again, throwing my full weight behind the push this time. The door remains sealed shut like it's been welded into place. Are you kidding me right now? I rattle the handle, jiggling it up and down with increasing desperation. The sticky lock that the building management promised to fix 6 months ago has finally decided to trap me inside my own apartment. This piece of trash lock picked the worst possible moment to completely malfunction. What's happening over there? Drea's voice carries that edge of concern mixed with impatience. You sound like you're wrestling with your furniture. The lock's stuck. Like, completely stuck. I slam my palm against the door, the sound echoing through my dark apartment. I can't get out. Oh, honey, I've got to head in for my shift in like 10 minutes. Drea's tone shifts into that apologetic but firm register she uses when work calls. Can you handle this on your own? Page the front desk. They'll send someone up with the master key. Text me 911 if it's a real emergency, and I'll figure something out. My chest tightens. Yeah, no problem. Go make your money. The call ends, leaving me alone with the oppressive silence and my malfunctioning door. I shine the light around the kitchen until I spot the intercom panel near the refrigerator. Its little red button that connects directly to the front desk. I press it, hold it down, wait for the familiar crackle of the building's communication system. Nothing. Press it again, longer this time, practically leaning into the button with my entire finger. Still nothing, not even static. The realization hits like ice water. No power means no intercom. No way to call for help except my phone. And what am I supposed to tell them? That I'm trapped in my apartment like some helpless damsel because I can't work a door handle? My breathing starts to come faster, shorter. The darkness presses in from all sides. And suddenly I'm right back in that penthouse with Graham, watching him shut down emotionally while I stood there half-dressed and completely exposed. This is exactly what I was trying to avoid. Being trapped, being vulnerable, being completely at the mercy of circumstances I can't control. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 30. Graham. Her voice follows us all the way back to the apartment. When the lights come back on, Monroe's latest podcast episode downloaded automatically to my phone this morning, Another digital breadcrumb I can't stop myself from collecting. She never mentioned my name, never gave details that would identify me to her listeners. But every word landed like a precision strike, each observation a mirror held up to my cowardice. Richard glances at me through the rearview mirror as we pull up to the building, his weathered hand steady on the wheel despite the chaos of evening traffic behind us. "Looks like the lights are out again, sir." I follow his gaze upward, past the ornate limestone facade that convinced me this pre-war building had character worth the premium price. Now those same architectural details cast sharp shadows against windows that should be glowing with warm light. Dark squares are scattered throughout the building's face like missing teeth in an otherwise perfect smile. The backup generators should have kicked in by now. I pay enough in maintenance fees to fund a small country's electrical grid, but several floors remain completely black, the residents presumably fumbling around by candlelight or phone flashlights. Including, I realize, with something that might be panic tightening in my chest, the 7th floor. My floor. Monroe's floor. This damn building. My voice is rough with an irritation fueled by the image of Monroe alone in the dark, her voice from this morning's podcast echoing in my memory. Maybe Lucas is right. Richard's eyes find mine in the mirror again, eyebrows raised with the kind of careful curiosity that comes from years of driving men who make decisions that affect thousands of people. About what, sir? About finding somewhere with reliable infrastructure. I'm already reaching for the door handle, my fingers drumming against the leather interior as my mind calculates the implications. Backup power systems, emergency protocols, the distance between my penthouse and her apartment when elevators aren't functioning. He thinks I should move to one of those new smart buildings downtown, the ones with triple redundant power systems and generators that actually work when they're supposed to. The words taste like excuses even as I speak them, because Lucas has been saying that for months, and I've ignored him every time. It's only now, with Monroe potentially 8 floors down and trapped in darkness, that infrastructure reliability seems like a life or death concern. "Would you like me to take you to a hotel for the evening?" Richard shifts into helpful efficiency mode. "The plaza always keeps your suite available and they've never had power issues." "No." The response comes too quickly, too sharp. Richard's eyebrows lift in the mirror, but he doesn't comment. "I'm fine here. More than fine. If the power's out, that means Monroe's apartment is dark too. The same Monroe who told her podcast audience about the fear of being alone when the lights go out, who mentioned how silence makes her anxious in ways she's still learning to navigate. The same Monroe I walked away from Tuesday night because facing what we'd shared felt like standing too close to an open flame. I step onto the sidewalk, December air cutting through my coat with the kind of precision that demands attention. Snow threatens overhead, clouds heavy with the promise of another storm. Perfect conditions for another blackout, another forced intimacy I've been too much of a coward to pursue deliberately. "Call me if you need anything, Mr. Steele." Richard's voice carries the professional distance that comes from years of not asking questions about his employer's increasingly erratic behavior. The lobby doors close behind me with a soft whoosh, trapping me in darkness broken only by emergency lighting that casts everything in an otherworldly amber glow. Emergency protocols dictate that I should head straight to my penthouse, check my backup systems, ensure my home office can maintain connectivity until power returns. Monroe's right about people hiding when comfort returns. I've made a career out of controlled environments, predictable outcomes, relationships that never venture into territory that might demand I show my hand. 6 years since my divorce, and I've perfected the art of connection without consequence. But she lit up everything I've kept dark, just like I told her Tuesday night in a moment of raw honesty that I've been trying to forget ever since. The taste of her, the sound of her laugh when she's genuinely surprised, the way she challenges every assumption I've made about what I want from life. None of it fits into the neat categories I use to organize my world. Which is exactly why I walked away, and exactly why I can't keep running. Some conversations can't wait for perfect timing. The lobby swarms with residents dressed like Christmas threw up on them. Red sweaters, jingle bell earrings, and enough holiday spirit to power half of Manhattan, if holiday spirit could actually restore electricity. Someone's brought battery-powered speakers, filling the space with tinny carols that echo off marble walls. I push through clusters of neighbors clutching covered dishes and battery-operated lanterns, like survivors of some festive apocalypse. Mrs. Wiles from the third floor materializes in front of me, her reindeer headband blinking weakly in the emergency lighting, casting eerie red shadows across her determined smile. She brandishes a casserole dish like a weapon of holiday cheer. "Mr. Steele, oh, what a blessing to see you down here with the common folk." Her voice carries that particular brand of enthusiasm that makes my jaw tighten. "Terrible about the power again, isn't it? Second blackout this month. You really should speak to management about this." They would definitely be hearing from me. I manage what I hope passes for a polite nod and keep moving toward the front desk, navigating around a family sharing what appears to be gas station sandwiches by candlelight. The lobby's acoustics amplify every complaint, creating a symphony of urban discontent that mingles with the off-key carols. A man in a Santa hat argues with someone on his phone about surge pricing for generators. Two teenagers huddle over a portable gaming device, its screen the brightest point of light in the room besides the emergency fixtures. Marcus stands surrounded by a semicircle of increasingly frustrated residents, their voices overlapping in the particular harmony of New Yorkers who've been inconvenienced during the holidays. His burgundy uniform looks crisp despite the chaos. The man takes pride in his appearance even when everything around him falls apart. But I notice the stress lines around his eyes, the way his usually easy smile has tightened into something more practiced than genuine. "Second time this month," someone complains, waving their phone like evidence in a courtroom. "What exactly are we paying these maintenance fees for if we can't even keep the lights on?" "The building's gotta be cursed," another voice chimes in from somewhere behind me. 20 years I've lived here. Never had problems before this winter. It's like someone's got it out for us." Marcus raises both hands in a gesture that's part surrender, part crowd control, the diplomatic skill of someone who spent years dealing with entitled New Yorkers who view every inconvenience as a personal affront. His voice carries the practiced patience of a man who's had this exact conversation too many times. "Folks, I understand your frustration. Believe me. Where's Monroe?" I cut through the crowd, my voice carrying the authority that usually parts rooms in boardrooms. It works here too. Conversations pause, heads turn. Marcus looks up, recognition flickering. "Mr. Steele, Ms. Evans never came down for the party. Figure she's still upstairs in her apartment." "And the power?" The question emerges sharper than intended, though Marcus doesn't flinch. "Does the building need additional infrastructure investment?" "Look, man." Marcus's tone shifts, friendly professionalism giving way to something more direct. "I just work here. Been trying to reach the building owner all evening, but nobody's answering. Maybe if you got enough money to live in the penthouse, you got enough money to move to the snobby side of town and leave the rest of us regular folks to deal with this mess." The jab lands. Regular folks. As if my scholarship kid background somehow evaporated the moment I started signing larger checks. But there's no time to unpack the economics of gentrification when Monroe's trapped 7 floors up in the dark. I turn toward the stairwell without another word. "Stairs are the only way up," Marcus calls after me. "Elevators are dead." 7 flights. My legs remember the rhythm from the first night this happened, when the need for survival had me following her up to her door. This time it's something sharper, genuine concern wrapped in guilt I haven't quite processed. The stairwell echoes with my footsteps, emergency lighting casting geometric shadows on concrete walls. By the 4th floor, my breath comes harder. By the 6th, my expensive suit feels less impressive and more like a costume I'm wearing to play successful businessman. The 7th floor landing opens onto familiar hallway carpet, worn thin in patches but still holding the faded geometric pattern I'd noticed during my first reluctant ascent. The scent of someone's home cooking still lingers despite the power outage. Maybe curry or stewed meat, something warm and comforting that makes the emergency lighting feel less apocalyptic. And then I hear it, shouting, followed by sharp, rhythmic banging that reverberates through the walls like a drumbeat of distress. "Help! Someone help me! Monroe's voice cuts through the silence, edged with a panic I've never heard from her before. Not the woman who'd faced down my corporate intimidation with nothing but sarcasm and a raised eyebrow. This is raw fear, and it hits. My measured pace breaks into a run, dress shoes slipping slightly on the worn carpet. Monroe! Graham! The banging stops abruptly, replaced by what sounds like her pressing against the door. Relief floods her voice, but underneath it, I can still hear the tremor. Thank God you're here! The lock's stuck again! I can't get out. I reach her door, pressing my palm against the painted surface. The wood is solid, unforgiving, and I can picture her on the other side, probably still in whatever she was wearing when the lights went out, maybe with her phone's flashlight casting harsh shadows across her face. It's okay, I tell her, my voice steadier than I feel. I'm here. I'll help you. Thank you. Her gratitude is immediate, genuine. The key won't work, though. She rattles the doorknob frantically, the sound muffled but desperate. The lock has been sticking since I moved in here, and now I can't get it to unlock at all. It's like the mechanism is completely jammed. Of course, it would be something that requires more than throwing money at the problem. All right? Well, here goes nothing. Monroe. I pause, calculating the physics of what I'm about to attempt versus the likelihood of ending up in the emergency room. You might want to step back from the door.
Chapter 31. Monroe. I scramble backward from the door, my fuzzy socks sliding on the hardwood as the first impact reverberates through the frame like thunder. The sound echoes through my dark apartment, followed immediately by another bone-jarring crash that makes my teeth rattle. Graham Steele is actually kicking down my door. The man who probably irons his underwear and color codes his sock drawer is using brute force to rescue me. My phone's flashlight beam wavers in my grip as I retreat toward the couch, watching the door shudder under each assault. Bang! The frame groans in protest. Bang! Something splinters. Wood dust drifting like snow in my flashlight's glow. Damn, Graham. I press myself against the back of my couch, equal parts amazed and terrified that he's going to hurt himself. You're gonna break your... Crack. The doorframe splits with a sound like a gunshot, and suddenly the door slams open so hard it bounces off my wall and hangs crooked on its hinges. The top hinge dangles at an odd angle, the bottom one barely clinging to splintered wood. Graham fills the doorway, breathing hard, his usually perfect hair disheveled, and his expensive charcoal suit somehow still immaculate, despite having just committed what's technically breaking and entering. His gray-blue eyes scan my apartment with laser focus before landing on me. Damn, it's cold in here. His breath clouds in the frigid air. My radiator must be electric, because the temperature has dropped significantly since the power went out. Are you okay? How long have you been stuck? I stare at him, phone flashlight still illuminating the destruction he's wrought on my poor door. The lock mechanism hangs uselessly from the frame, screws scattered across my floor, like confetti from the world's most practical celebration. I'm fine. The words come out shakier than I intend, adrenaline from being trapped finally catching up with me. Now that rescue has arrived in the form of corporate Ice King turned action hero. Power's been out for maybe an hour. I tried calling Marcus on the intercom, but it's dead too. Graham steps carefully through the debris, his dress shoes crunching on wood splinters. He pulls out his phone, the screen's blue glow casting sharp angles across his face. Did you call building management? What building management? I let out a laugh that borders on hysteria. I tried 911, but apparently being stuck in a safe apartment isn't their priority when half the city's dealing with blackouts. They told me they're backed up with actual emergencies. His jaw tightens at that, and I catch something flickering across his features. Irritation, maybe guilt, like he's personally responsible for the building's infrastructure failures. Of course they did. He surveys the damage to my door with the same analytical precision he probably uses to dissect quarterly reports. This lock's been a problem for how long? Since I moved in. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly aware of how the cold is seeping through my oversized sweater. Landlord keeps saying he'll fix it, but you know how that goes. Squeaky wheel gets the grease, except the grease is imaginary, and the wheel just gets squeakier. Graham's mouth quirks up at that. Barely a smile. But on him, it counts as a full grin. I hate that my stomach does a little flip at his barely there smile. Like my body's completely forgotten how he walked away from me in the lobby 3 days ago. How his silence felt like a door slamming shut between us. How he looked right through me like those quiet mornings sharing coffee by his fireplace never happened. Like I was just some stranger he'd never whispered secrets to in the dark. You can stay with me. His voice cuts through my internal chaos, matter of fact as ever, like he's discussing quarterly projections instead of offering sanctuary. I've got the fireplace going, and more importantly, a front door that actually functions. Heat, light, food that doesn't require a can opener. I glare at him through the darkness, my phone's flashlight creating harsh shadows that turn his angular face into something almost predatory. The beam catches the sharp line of his jaw, the hollows under his cheekbones, those gray-blue eyes that always look like they're 3 steps ahead of whatever game everyone else is playing. What? You think you can waltz in here like some kind of hero and all is forgiven? The words come out sharper than I intended, but I'm tired of being reasonable. Tired of making excuses for people who can't be bothered to make them for themselves. Show up in your perfectly pressed suit with your fireplace and your functioning locks, and I'm supposed to what? Fall into your arms with gratitude? His shoulders drop slightly, and something shifts in his expression. Vulnerability creeping through the cracks in his usual armor, like water finding its way through concrete. The change is so subtle, I almost miss it. But I've spent enough time studying his face to catch the micro expressions he thinks he keeps hidden. No. I know that I don't deserve that, but he runs a hand through his disheveled hair, messing it up even more, and for the first time since I've known him, Graham Steele looks genuinely unsure of himself. The perfectly controlled CEO facade is cracking, revealing something raw underneath. Monroe, you were right about all of it. I was being a coward and running away from something real because real meant risk, and I've spent my entire adult life eliminating variables I can't control. He takes a step closer, glass crunching under his expensive dress shoes, and I catch the scent of his cologne mixed with cold air and something that might be desperation. And I know you'll probably think that I'm only saying this because the lights are out again, because we're back in crisis mode, and I need something familiar to cling to. But I miss you. I stare at him, unblinking, my heart hammering against my ribs. This is the man who turned to ice the second the power came back on, who looked through me like I was a stranger in the lobby, who made me feel like those nights by the fire were some fever dream I'd imagined. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly it physically hurts. But wanting something and trusting it are 2 completely different beasts. I miss you too, I whisper, the words slipping out before I can catch them and shove them back where they belong. The admission feels like stepping off a cliff. But missing someone doesn't erase what happened. Doesn't change the fact that you... Graham drops to his knees right there in my destroyed doorway, wood splinters and glass shards crunching under his expensive suit pants. The sharp sound echoes in the hallway, but he doesn't even flinch. The sight of him, this controlled, untouchable man who commands boardrooms and never shows weakness, kneeling on my ruined floor like some kind of broken prince, steals every word from my throat. My breath catches, and I have to grip the doorframe to keep myself upright. Then I'll beg. His gray-blue eyes lock onto mine, steady and sure. But there's something desperate swimming in their depths that I've never seen before. not even during our most heated arguments or whispered confessions by the fire. For you, I'll beg. My mouth goes bone dry, like I've been wandering the desert for days. The man who once told me he'd never needed anyone in his life is on his knees in my hallway, surrounded by the wreckage of my apartment, looking up at me like I'm salvation itself. Beg for what? Beg for your forgiveness, your time, your presence. His voice roughens around the edges, losing that polished corporate sheen that he wears like armor. The raw honesty in his tone makes something flutter dangerously in my chest. To spend the rest of Christmas Eve with you, if you'll have me. To sit in the dark with you again and remember what it feels like to be human. The vulnerability in his voice makes my chest ache with a pain so sharp it's almost physical. I can see the effort it's taking him to stay there, exposed and open, when every instinct he has probably screams at him to get up, straighten his tie, and retreat behind that wall of cool professionalism. But I can't let myself fall for pretty words again. Can't let him sweet-talk his way back into my heart just to freeze me out when the sun comes up. I've been down this road with him before, and the destination was nothing but hurt. And what about tomorrow? The question sits between us. A challenge, heavy with the weight of everything that went wrong before. This is where he'll hedge, where the corporate speak will creep back in, where he'll find some careful, non-committal way to keep his options open while giving me just enough hope to string me along. But Graham doesn't hesitate. I'll beg you for every tomorrow if you want me to. His hands rest on his thighs, fingers steady despite the tremor I can hear beneath his words, despite the weight of what he's laying at my feet. Because I want to. Because I need to. Because the alternative, living without you, feels like dying slowly. You're crazy. The accusation comes out breathless. My defense is crumbling despite every instinct screaming at me to protect myself. He stands slowly, deliberately, and steps closer until he's right in front of me. His hands frame my face, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones with reverent precision. Crazy is better than cold and empty. The simple truth of it breaks something loose inside my chest. All those weeks of aching for his touch, of replaying every moment by the fire, of hating myself for caring about someone who could just switch off his feelings like a circuit breaker. Then kiss me, spaceman.
Chapter 32. Graham. The kiss tastes like redemption and feels like coming home after years of exile. When we break apart, Monroe's eyes shine with something that looks dangerously close to forgiveness, and I realize I've been holding my breath for 3 days straight. Come on. I step back reluctantly, my hands trailing down her arms before I force myself to let go. Let's get you somewhere warm before hypothermia sets in. You're practically blue. She glances around her apartment, taking inventory of what she needs. Give me 2 seconds to grab some things. I watch her move through the darkness with practiced efficiency, her phone's flashlight beam dancing across familiar objects. She grabs a weekend bag from her closet, tosses in some clothes, then heads for the kitchen where a large pot sits on the stove. Please tell me that's what I think it is. My stomach actually growls at the prospect. Fresh gumbo. She grins, wrapping the pot in dish towels. Made it for the Christmas Eve party downstairs. Figured if I was going to be social, I might as well bring something that would make people forgive my personality. Your personality doesn't need forgiveness, says the man who ignored me for 3 days. Fair point. I take the pot from her hands, surprised by its weight. Let me carry that. You get the rest. We make our way through the hallway, past the debris of my impromptu demolition project. Monroe locks her broken door as best she can, a futile gesture given that the frame is basically matchsticks now, then follows me toward the elevator. I'm paying $3,000 a month for this place, she mutters, shouldering her bag and shaking her head at the destruction. $3,000, Graham. For an apartment where the electricity fails every time someone sneezes too hard, and the locks have apparently been installed by drunk toddlers. I push my door open with my elbow, careful not to jostle the gumbo. Try $5,500 for the penthouse. At this rate, I'm paying roughly $15 per functioning electrical outlet. 55? Her eyebrows shoot up. Jesus Christ, spaceman, that's more than some people make in a month. Which brings up an excellent question. She leans against the doorframe, arms crossed. Why exactly do you live here? What do you mean? I know about steel innovations. I know what CEOs of tech infrastructure firms make, especially ones who actually built the company from scratch. Her hazel eyes narrow with curiosity. You could live anywhere you wanted. Manhattan penthouse with actual working electricity. House in the Hamptons. Hell, you could probably have a house in every country and still have money left over to buy a small island. So why a building that can't keep the lights on? The question feels like it came out of nowhere, though it didn't. It's perfectly logical. The kind of practical inquiry that would occur to anyone with basic math skills and access to Google. I shrug, setting the gumbo down on the counter. My parents raised me to never flaunt money. They believed excess was vulgar, that wealth should be accumulated, not displayed. But you're not displaying it. You're just existing comfortably. I have an apartment that keeps me alive with a roof over my head. The elevator shudders slightly as we approach my floor. What more do I need? Monroe lets out a laugh that echoes in the small space. Not her usual sharp bark of amusement, but something deeper and more incredulous. Oh my God. You really don't see it, do you? See what? Graham. She puts her bag down and turns back to me. You're doing all this incredibly hard work, building an empire, making more money than most people can even conceptualize, and you're not allowing yourself to enjoy any of it. I furrow my brow. I enjoy plenty of things. Like what? Your color-coordinated closet? Your kitchen that looks like a surgical suite? She gestures around us, shaking her head. When's the last time you bought something completely unnecessary? Went on vacation? Ate junk food just because it tasted good? I lean against the counter, considering her question more seriously than I expected to. I went to Cabo last year. For work or pleasure? Work, but doesn't count. She moves toward the fireplace, hands extended toward the flames. I'm talking about pure indulgence, something that serves no practical purpose except making you happy. The firelight catches the golden undertones in her dark skin, and I find myself staring at the way she moves through my sterile space like she belongs here. Like she's the missing element that makes this place feel less like a museum and more like a home. You need to splurge, spaceman. Buy the good whiskey instead of the sensible whiskey. Get a house somewhere so you can rely on yourself instead of this building's questionable infrastructure. Well, what about you? I ask, studying the way firelight plays across her features. You're telling me to spend money on unnecessary things, but what about your situation? She shrugs, settling deeper into the couch beside me. There's nothing more I can do. I put my savings and then some into this place. Freelance design work pays well enough, but not buy a backup apartment well. I'm pretty much stuck here until my lease is up. The wheels in my head start turning. A familiar sensation, though usually reserved for business problems, not personal ones. The solution seems obvious. Practical, even. I could buy a house for both of us. Monroe's spoon freezes halfway to her mouth. She blinks once, twice, then sets the bowl down with exaggerated care. I'm sorry. What now? A house, with reliable electricity and working locks. I lean forward, warming to the idea despite the growing incredulity in her expression. You could have your side. Everything in your name. Complete independence, I'd have my side. We wouldn't be at the mercy of this building's questionable infrastructure anymore. No offense, Graham, but we haven't even known each other that long, and your track record isn't exactly stellar. She shifts to face me fully, eyebrows raised nearly to her hairline. 3 days ago you were pretending I didn't exist. You could have complete autonomy, your own space, your own mortgage if you want it. Are you listening to yourself right now? I run a hand through my hair, realizing how this sounds, but unable to let the logic go. I know it seems impulsive, but think about it practically. We both need housing that functions. We clearly... I gesture between us, searching for the right words. We work well together. It makes sense. It makes sense to you because you think money solves everything. She laughs, but there's no malice in it. Just pure, bewildered amusement. I'll beg if you want me to. That stops her mid-laugh. Oh my God, you're serious. Completely serious. You're crazy. But she's grinning now, shaking her head. Absolutely certifiable. Maybe. The admission surprises us both. I reach for her hand, thumb tracing circles on her palm. But what's so bad about being crazy for a beautiful girl willing to give me a second chance? She doesn't pull away. You really are something else, spaceman. I find myself trailing my fingers along her arm, marveling at the warmth of her skin, the way she fits against my side like she belongs there. Are you going to turn back into a ghost? She asks quietly, her voice barely audible over the crackling fire. No. The word comes out rougher than I intended. No more ghosts. No more hiding. She tilts her face up toward mine, and I can see the vulnerability she's trying to mask with humor. Promise? Instead of answering with words, I lean down and capture her lips with mine. The kiss deepens immediately, her hands fisting in my shirt as she pulls me closer. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. Is this all a lie? She whispers against my mouth. Some elaborate joke so you can get close to me again? I cup her face in my hands, studying every detail. The flecks of gold in her hazel eyes, the slight tremor in her bottom lip, the way she's looking at me like I hold the power to either save or destroy her. None of it's a joke. I kiss her again, slower this time, reverent. This is what I want. The simple thing I can do just because I want it, just because it makes me happy. You make me happy. Then show me.
I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Chapter 33. Monroe. The first thing I notice is warmth. Real warmth, not the desperate heat we'd been chasing by the fireplace. Cashmere blankets cocoon me in luxury I didn't know existed outside of hotel commercials. The second thing I notice is that I'm not on the couch. I blink away the fog of deep sleep, sitting up slowly as my brain tries to catch up. The room around me screams expensive minimalism. Charcoal walls, floor-to-ceiling windows, furniture that probably came out of a catalog. Everything sleek and purposeful, but utterly devoid of personality. No photos, no books, no evidence that a human being actually lives here. Graham's bedroom. He must have carried me here after I passed out in his arms. The thought sends a flutter through my chest until reality crashes in like cold water. The lights are on. Not just the soft glow of emergency power or flickering candles. Full, bright, unforgiving electrical illumination streaming from recessed fixtures in the ceiling. My smile dies. The power's back, which means our little bubble of forced intimacy has officially burst. And Graham is nowhere to be seen. I scan the room again, hoping maybe he's just in an attached bathroom or getting dressed in a walk-in closet. But the space feels empty, hollow. Graham? My voice echoes in the silence, too loud and too hopeful. No response. Not even the distant sound of movement from another room. My stomach drops. Here we go again. Monroe wakes up alone, while the man who made promises in the dark has vanished like a ghost. I should have known better. Should have learned from the first time when he turned back into Ice King Graham, the second his phone buzzed with missed calls. I lift the covers, and I realize I'm completely naked. Great. Nothing says walk of shame like stumbling around a man's apartment in search of your discarded clothes while he's apparently decided to pull another disappearing act. Graham? I try again. Louder this time, injecting steel into my voice to mask the disappointment clawing at my throat. The disappointment cuts deeper than I expect, settling like lead in my chest. I pull the cashmere higher, fighting the burn behind my eyes. This is what I get for believing his pretty words in the dark. This is what I get for thinking. The bedroom door eases open with the softest whisper of hinges. I freeze, clutching the blanket to my chest as Graham backs through the doorway. He's shirtless, those lean muscles moving under pale skin as he maneuvers carefully, wearing nothing but gray sweats that hang low on his hips. Whatever he's carrying requires both hands and his full concentration. He turns around and my breath catches. A silver tray balances in his grip, laden with what looks like a feast designed for royalty. Golden pastries glisten with butter, fresh berries cascade over Belgian waffles, and steam rises from a crystal carafe of coffee that smells like heaven. A single red rose lies across one corner of the tray, and beside it sits a small velvet box that makes my heart skip. His gray-blue eyes find mine, and a smile tugs at his lips, lopsided, uncertain, almost boyish. The careful control that usually defines every line of his face has cracked, revealing something raw and hopeful underneath. Merry Christmas, Monroe. Relief floods through me so fast I nearly sob. My throat tightens, all the sharp words I'd been preparing dissolving into nothing. He didn't leave. He didn't ghost me again. He's standing here in his own bedroom, looking like he just raided someone's 5-star kitchen, offering me Christmas morning, like it's a gift he's not sure I'll accept. He sits on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping under his weight as he sets the tray carefully between us. I thought you might be hungry when you woke up. I stare at the spread before me. Croissants that look like they've been kissed by angels. Fruit so perfect it could be jewelry. Eggs. Benedict with hollandaise that makes my mouth water just looking at it. Graham, this is... I reach for one of the pastries, marveling at its delicate layers. When did you even have time to make all this? You must have been cooking since dawn. A flush creeps up his neck, and he runs a hand through his already mussed hair. I didn't exactly make it. What do you mean? His smile turns sheepish, boyish in a way that transforms his entire face. I may have had it delivered, along with the rose, and the... He nods toward the velvet box. Laughter bubbles up from my chest, bright and genuine. You had breakfast delivered to your penthouse on Christmas morning? I called in a few favors. Of course you did. I pick up the rose, twirling its stem between my fingers. So let me get this straight. You woke up, realized you had absolutely no domestic skills, and decided to throw money at the problem instead. Essentially, yes. The honesty in his admission makes my chest warm. I love it. He's finally taking my advice. His eyebrows lift. Yeah? Yeah. I lean closer, the scent of his skin mixing with coffee and pastry. You did something for me? You thought of me first thing when you woke up. That makes it perfect. Something shifts in his expression, vulnerability replacing uncertainty. He reaches up, fingers trailing along my jaw with reverent care. Monroe ... I don't let him finish. I close the distance between us, pressing my lips to his in a kiss that tastes like possibility and Christmas mornings that don't hurt. Merry Christmas, Graham. I whisper against his lips, the words soft and warm between us. He kisses me again, deeper this time, his hand cupping the back of my neck like I might disappear if he doesn't hold on tight enough. When we break apart, his eyes search mine with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken. "There's something else," he says, nodding toward the velvet box nestled beside the pastries. "Open it." I pick up the small square box, its weight surprising in my palm. The velvet is soft as silk under my fingertips, and when I lift the lid, my breath catches. A delicate gold bracelet lies against midnight blue silk, catching the morning light streaming through his floor-to-ceiling windows. But it's the charm that steals my focus. A tiny golden light bulb, so perfectly crafted I can make out the filament spiraling inside. "Graham," my voice comes out barely above a whisper. "I had to put a rush on it," he admits, that flush creeping up his neck again. "But it was worth it. I thought gold would look beautiful against your skin." He takes the bracelet from the box with careful fingers, his touch reverent as he clasps it around my wrist. The metal feels warm, substantial, like a promise I'm not sure I'm ready to hear, but desperately want to believe. "I know it may be too soon," he continues, his thumb tracing over the charm. "But you're my light, Monroe. You guided me out of a lifetime of isolation that I didn't know I needed to overcome, let alone how to do it." His gray-blue eyes meet mine, and I see something there I've never witnessed before. Complete vulnerability, stripped of all that control he grips so tightly. I want to keep following that light, to keep following you and learn from you. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, emotions swelling in my chest until I can barely breathe around it. The sincerity in his voice, the way he looks at me like I hung the damn stars. It's everything I never knew I wanted, and everything I've been terrified to hope for. I blink rapidly, trying to clear the moisture from my vision. "It's definitely too soon," I manage, my voice thick. "But I want the same thing. I want to follow you right back, spaceman." "Oh, thank God." The relief in his voice is palpable as a grin spreads across his face, wide and genuine, and so different from his usual controlled smiles. He grabs me, strong hands gripping my waist as he rolls us over in one fluid motion, settling his weight above me. "I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. I'm sorry I was such an ass. Please forgive me." My heart flutters against my ribs at the sight of him like this. Suddenly, Graham is so open, vulnerable. His strong features softened with something I might actually call affection. The careful mask he wears in every boardroom, every business meeting, every interaction with the world has cracked completely open. I reach up, my finger tracing the full curve of his bottom lip. Forgiven. It is Christmas after all. He smiles under my touch, turning his head to press a soft kiss to my fingertip. It is. His lips find mine again, and this kiss is different, deeper, slower, like he's trying to memorize the taste of me. The control that usually defines every movement has melted away, replaced by something raw and hungry that makes my toes curl against the cashmere sheets. He breaks away just long enough to trail his mouth down the column of my throat, finding that sensitive spot where my pulse hammers against his lips. A soft sound escapes me as he sucks gently, his teeth grazing skin in a way that sends electricity straight down my spine. "Christ, Monroe," he murmurs against my neck, voice rough with want. "You taste like Christmas morning." That's the weirdest compliment I've ever... Oh, my words dissolve into a breathless gasp as his hand skims up my hip, fingers mapping the curve of my waist with reverent precision. The touch is light, teasing, but it leaves fire in its wake. "So warm," he breathes, trailing those clever fingers back down the length of my thigh, drawing patterns that make my back arch off the mattress. My brain struggles to form coherent thoughts through the haze of sensation. The breakfast spread sits forgotten beside us, steam still rising from the coffee, but suddenly food seems like the least important thing in the world. We should eat, I manage, though my voice comes out breathy and unconvincing even to my own ears. He lifts his head, those gray-blue eyes meeting mine with a look that makes my stomach flip. A slow, wicked smirk spreads across his lips, the kind of expression I never would have imagined seeing on controlled, buttoned-up Graham Steele. I agree, he says, his voice dropping to a register that does things to my insides. I'm starving. The way he says it, the deliberate pause, the heat in his gaze. It takes my brain a full 3 seconds to catch up to his meaning. Oh, you clever. He moves with surprising grace for someone so tall, strong hands sliding under my knees as he positions himself between my legs. The casual dominance in the gesture, the way he lifts my thighs like I weigh nothing, sends a thrill through me as he's looking at me like I'm his personal feast. My legs settle over his broad shoulders, and the intimacy of the position steals what little breath I have left. His hands grip my hips, thumbs tracing small circles against my skin as he lowers his head. Oh, damn.
Chapter 34. Graham. Monroe's skin feels like silk against my chest, still flushed and damp from our exertions. Her curls create a wild halo across my shoulder as she traces lazy patterns over my ribs with one finger. The charm bracelet catches the morning light with each movement, that tiny golden light bulb winking like a secret between us. I reach for the tray, plucking a ripe strawberry from the arrangement. Here. She opens her mouth obediently, lips closing around the berry as I feed it to her. A drop of juice escapes, trailing down her chin, and I brush it away with my thumb before she can protest. I'm glad the power's back, I say, though the words feel strange in my mouth. Strange because I mean them, but not for the reasons I should. But I don't think we should stay in this building much longer. She sits up slightly, reaching across me for the cappuccino. The movement presses her breast against my arm, and I have to concentrate on breathing normally. You still think you're just going to buy a house for us? I shrug, enjoying the way her eyebrows lift in disbelief. Yeah, of course you do. She sips the coffee and her eyes close in appreciation. God, this is incredible. Where did you even find someone to deliver cappuccinos on Christmas morning? Trade secrets. She rolls her eyes, settling back against my chest. And you probably will too, won't you? Just casually purchase real estate like normal people buy groceries. I don't answer because we both know it's true. Instead, I pick up another strawberry, this one drizzled with what looks like dark chocolate sauce. Your turn to feed me. She takes the berry, but her aim falters as she brings it to my mouth. The chocolate sauce drips, landing at the corner of my lips and trailing down toward my jaw. Oops. The word comes out too cheerful, too innocent, and I catch the mischief dancing in her hazel eyes. Before I can reach for a napkin, she leans down, tongue darting out to catch the sweetness at the corner of my mouth. Her lips follow, soft and warm as she sucks gently, cleaning away every trace of chocolate with deliberate precision. My breath catches in my throat. I bite down on my lower lip as she pulls back, watching her lick her own lips like she's savoring dessert. If you think I want to wake up to anything else in the morning that isn't this, you're the crazy one. Laughter bubbles up from her chest, rich and uninhibited as she throws her head back. The sound fills every corner of my sterile bedroom, bringing life to spaces that have been empty for years. Her joy is infectious, magnetic, and I find myself grinning up at her like an idiot. The charm bracelet shifts as she moves, that tiny light bulb catching the sun streaming through my floor-to-ceiling windows. Something settles in my chest, warm, unfamiliar, completely foreign to the careful control I've built my entire life around. Happy. I'm perfectly, utterly happy. No quarterly projections lurking in the back of my mind, no board meetings demanding my attention, no strategic plans requiring immediate execution. Just Monroe's skin against mine and the taste of strawberries and the way she makes everything feel possible. My phone erupts into Lucas's ringtone just as Monroe shifts against me, her hand trailing down my chest with deliberate slowness. I glance at the screen, then back at her flushed face. "It's okay," she says with a smile that promises trouble. "I'm sure it's important." I should decline the call, should silence the phone and lose myself in the warmth of her skin instead. But old habits die hard, and I swipe to answer. "Sorry to call you on Christmas morning." Lucas's voice crackles through the speaker, and he pauses. "Well, you probably don't care. I'm really just sorry to my wife, but I figured you'd want to know right away that Singapore wants to meet with you after the new year." Monroe's eyes light up with mischief at the sound of Lucas's voice. Her tongue darts out to trace the hollow of my throat, and my grip tightens on the phone. "Uh-huh," I manage, the word coming out rougher than intended. Monroe arches her back as she reaches across my lap for her coffee cup, a movement that's completely unnecessary and definitely calculated. The sheet slips away from her butt, exposing the smooth curve of her hip. My free hand finds her skin before I can think better of it, palm cupping the soft roundness. She giggles against the rim of her cup, hazel eyes sparkling with wicked delight as she meets my gaze. "So is there a day that you're thinking?" Lucas continues, oblivious. "I'm sure you'll want it scheduled as soon as possible." Monroe sets the cup aside and crawls back up my body, the movement slow and hypnotic. Her lips find my shoulder first, pressing soft kisses along the line of muscle before working their way up to my neck. The sensation sends heat pooling low in my stomach, and I have to bite back a groan. Not really," I say, distracted by the way her breath feels against my jaw. There's a pause on the other end of the line. "What? What do you mean?" Monroe hums against my neck, the vibration traveling straight through my bloodstream. Her teeth graze my earlobe and my eyes flutter closed despite myself. "I'm thinking about taking some time off," I hear myself say, the words coming from somewhere I don't recognize. "Time off?" Lucas repeats, his voice climbing an octave. "For what? Since when?" Monroe pulls back slightly, eyebrows raised in amusement. She mouths, "Time off?" with exaggerated shock, like she's never heard the words before. Her expression is so perfectly incredulous that I nearly laugh out loud. "I'm thinking about traveling," I manage, though my voice sounds strained even to my own ears. Monroe's fingers are doing something diabolical to my collarbone, tracing patterns that make coherent thought nearly impossible. Lucas scoffs through the speaker. "Traveling? Where? To Singapore to make the deal in person?" Monroe sits up, the sheet pooling around her waist as she meets my eyes with pure mischief. Her finger trails along my chest in a lazy circle, and she mouths a single word. "Paris." "Paris," I repeat without thinking, watching her lips curve into a satisfied smile. "Paris?" Lucas's voice jumps another octave. "Since when do you vacation in Paris? Or at all?" Monroe's grin widens and she leans closer, her breath warm against my ear as she whispers another destination before pulling back to mouth it silently. "London." "London," I echo, my brain completely disconnected from any rational thought process. "Somewhere with a view. Beaches, maybe." Her finger paints its tortuous path down my bicep, and she nods approvingly, hazel eyes sparkling with wicked delight. The morning light catches the golden undertones in her skin, and I'm completely mesmerized by the way she moves, deliberate and hypnotic. "Are you feeling all right?" Lucas's concern bleeds through the phone. "Is there something going on? Your parents, maybe? Did something happen?" Monroe chooses that exact moment to lean down, pressing soft kisses along my chest. Her lips are warm and deliberate as she works her way up to my jaw, and every rational thought I've ever possessed evaporates completely. "I have to. Something's come up," I stammer, the words barely coherent as her mouth finds mine. "What? But, Graham." "Uh-huh. Monroe's lips are on mine, seductive and merciless. "Lucas, I'll call back. Tom." I disconnect the call mid-sentence, tossing the phone aside as Monroe's kiss deepens. Her tongue traces my lower lip, and I groan against her mouth, my hands tangling in her curls as I pull her closer. When we finally break apart, both breathing hard, I'm grinning like an idiot. "You little minx." Monroe laughs, the sound rich and uninhibited as she traces my jaw with her thumb. I couldn't resist. Poor Lucas probably thinks you've had a nervous breakdown. He's not wrong. She tilts her head, studying my face with those sharp hazel eyes that seem to see straight through every wall I've ever built. The charm bracelet catches the morning light as she moves, that tiny golden light bulb winking between us like a promise, a reminder of the moment everything shifted between us. "So, vacation, she teases, her voice still carrying that breathless quality from our kiss. There's something different in her expression now, softer around the edges, as if my spontaneous declaration has unlocked something she'd been keeping carefully guarded. I pull her body back to mine, my hands settling on the curve of her waist, craving that intoxicating warmth that seems to radiate from her skin. The silk of her robe has shifted, revealing the perfect line of her collarbone, and I have to resist the urge to trace it with my lips. "Yes, Paris, London, Maui, wherever you want." The words tumble out with an ease that should terrify me, this willingness to abandon everything for her whims. She giggles, the sound bubbling up from somewhere deep and genuine, and her hand comes to rest against my chest, where my heart is still hammering from our kiss. Gosh, I feel like a princess. Hearing those words set something off in my chest, something wild and unfamiliar and completely beyond my control, something I've never felt before, not even in my marriage. It's fierce and protective and possessive all at once, making my hands tighten slightly on her waist as if anchoring her to this moment, to me. "Good," I tell her, my voice rougher than intended as I reach up to tuck loose strands of hair behind her ear. My fingers linger against the soft skin of her neck, marveling at how something so simple can feel so profound. "I want you to feel that way every day." Her smile transforms then, becoming pure and gentle and so perfect it makes my chest ache. For a moment she looks younger, unguarded in a way that tells me this feeling, this princess fantasy, might be something she's never allowed herself to have. "You know," she says, and her voice takes on that particular tone I'm beginning to recognize means trouble. There's a mischievous glint returning to those hazel eyes, the kind that usually precedes her, turning my carefully ordered world completely upside down. Now that I think about it, I know exactly where we should go.
Chapter 35. Monroe. "Hurry and get the bags," I call over my shoulder as I practically skip down the pavement, my heart doing this ridiculous fluttery thing that makes me feel like I'm 16 again. "Slow down, princess," Graham calls after me with a laugh from where he's following Richard to the trunk. "I don't think the house is going anywhere." I stick my tongue out at him before spinning around and bounding up the familiar concrete steps. The paint on the porch railing is still chipping in the same spots, and Mrs. Henderson's wine chimes next door still sound slightly off-key. Everything exactly as I left it, except now I'm bringing home a man who costs more than this entire neighborhood. I don't bother knocking, throwing the screen door open and pushing inside where the smell of cornbread and something chocolatey wraps around me like a warm hug. "Mama?" I call out, my voice echoing through the narrow hallway, lined with my childhood art projects that she's never had the heart to take down. She appears from the kitchen, a mixing bowl cradled in one arm and flowers streaked across her bright yellow head wrap. Her face lights up with that radiant smile that could power the whole block. "Sweetheart, you made it." We collide in the middle of the hallway, and I breathe in her familiar scent of vanilla extract and that floral lotion she's been using since I was little. Her arms squeeze me tight enough to crack ribs, and I don't care that I'm probably getting flour all over my sweater. I still don't think you should have wasted your money on a trip down here to see us when your finances are all wrapped up in that fancy new apartment, she says, pulling back to study my face with those sharp eyes that miss nothing. I could have come up to visit you for lunch again. Lord knows I don't mind the train ride. I laugh, feeling heat creep up my neck as I realize I'm about to have to explain the sudden upgrade in my financial situation. Actually, Mama, I haven't really had to worry about money since Christmas. Her eyebrows shoot up toward her head wrap, and she sets the mixing bowl down on the little side table that's been wobbling on 3 legs for as long as I can remember. What do you mean, baby girl? Did you get some big client or... That's when the screen door creaks open behind me, and Graham steps through, carrying our suitcases like they weigh nothing. He's traded his usual tailored perfection for dark jeans and a navy sweater that somehow makes his shoulders look even broader. But there's still something unmistakably expensive about the way he moves through space. My mother's eyes go wide as she takes in all 6'2" of him, her gaze traveling from his perfectly styled hair down to his leather boots that probably cost more than her monthly grocery budget. Oh, she breathes, and I can practically see the wheels turning in her head as she pieces together exactly what kind of not worrying about money I've been doing lately. Mama, this is Graham, I say, stepping to the side and gesturing between them like I'm introducing royalty to commoners. Graham, meet my mother, Carol Evans. Graham steps forward, extending his hand with that polished confidence that makes boardrooms bend to his will. Mrs. Evans, it's a pleasure to... Wait. Mama holds up a flour-dusted finger, her eyes narrowing as she studies his face. Graham Steele? As in Steele Innovations? My stomach drops to somewhere around my ankles. Of course she knows. Mama watches the financial news religiously, probably knows his net worth down to the last decimal point. Yes, ma'am. Graham's voice carries that careful neutrality he uses when he's not sure if he's walking into praise or an interrogation. Mama's gaze sweeps over him again, this time with the calculating precision of a woman who raised a daughter on a teacher's salary and knows the exact price of everything. She crosses her arms, the mixing bowl forgotten on the side table. You brought a billionaire to dinner? She asks me, her tone somewhere between incredulous and impressed. Relax, Mama, I say, heat flooding my cheeks. He's a work in progress. I throw a wink at Graham, whose mouth curves into that devastating smile that still makes my knees forget their primary function. Graham turns back to my mother, and something in his posture shifts. Less CEO, more man trying to win over the most important woman in his girlfriend's life. Mrs. Evans, I told Monroe I'd take her anywhere in the world to celebrate New Year's, and she said this was the only place she wanted to be. Her hand flies to her chest, and those sharp eyes suddenly glisten with unshed tears. Before any of us can react, she's launched herself at Graham, wrapping her arms around his waist with the same fierce intensity she used to squeeze me. Graham goes completely still for a heartbeat, his hands hovering uncertainly above her shoulders, like he's handling live explosives. Then something in his face softens, and he carefully returns the embrace. Thank you, Mama whispers against his chest, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you for bringing my baby girl home to me. It was my pleasure, he says quietly, and I can hear the genuine warmth threading through his words. I roll my eyes, though my chest feels suspiciously tight. You're really laying it on thick there, spaceman. Monroe Elizabeth Evans, Mama scolds, pulling back from Graham, but keeping one hand on his arm like she's claiming him. Don't you sass this man when he's being sweet. Graham's eyes find mine over her head, sparkling with barely contained laughter. Would you like some help with whatever you're cooking, Mrs. Evans? Mama, shush. I start to protest, but she waves me off. You hush. And yes, honey, I'd love the help. She grabs her mixing bowl, already heading back toward the kitchen. Call me Carol. and don't you dare let Monroe give you any grief about getting your hands dirty. As soon as she disappears down the hallway, Graham drops our suitcases and pulls me in by the waist, his hand spanning the small of my back. The familiar heat of him seeps through my sweater, and I have to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. "I see where you get your beauty from," he murmurs, looking down at me with that same reverent intensity he's been wearing since Christmas Eve, like I'm some kind of miracle he can't quite believe he's allowed to touch. "You don't have to keep flattering her when she's already left the room," I tease, though warmth spreads through my chest at how naturally he charmed my mother. He dips his head and captures my lips in a sweet peck that tastes like promises. When he pulls back, those gray-blue eyes dance with mischief. "So, Elizabeth, huh?" Heat floods my cheeks, and I duck my head against his chest. "Shut up, spaceman." His chest rumbles with quiet laughter, and he cups my jaw, letting his thumb trace the curve of my cheekbone with that reverent touch that makes my breath catch like it's still the first time. "Are you happy to be home?" The question hits deeper than it should. I lean into his palm, letting my eyes drift closed as the familiar weight of this house settles around us. The narrow hallways still echo with old arguments, and I can almost hear the slam of the front door the night Daddy walked out and never came back. Christmas Eve, 15 years ago, when I decided the holidays were just dressed-up disappointment. But Graham's thumb continues its gentle sweep across my skin, anchoring me to this moment instead of those memories. He helped me rewrite Christmas, turned a storm into something beautiful. Standing here with his warmth solid against me, I realize this house doesn't feel haunted anymore. It just feels like the place where my story began. "Yeah," I whisper, opening my eyes to find him watching me with that soft intensity that makes my heart do cartwheels. "I'm happy to be home. With you." His smile could power the entire neighborhood. Good. That's what I want. He presses a kiss to my forehead, lingering like he's memorizing the moment. "Thank you for letting me meet your mom, Princess." I giggle, the sound bubbling up from somewhere light and free. It's silly to call me that when I'm a grown woman. "Maybe," he murmurs, trailing kisses across my forehead, down to the tip of my nose, before finding my lips again. "But you're still my princess. I'll make sure of it." My heart melts into something warm and golden, spreading through my chest like honey. He straightens, hands still framing my face, and his expression shifts to something between curiosity and mild terror. "Now, tell me, what exactly did I get myself into with this cooking business?" I laugh, rising up on my toes to steal one more quick kiss. "Oh, honey." I grab his hand and pull him down the hallway. "You have no idea.